Good morning, everyone. Amy? You're over there. Okay. Ready? Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Fort Myers Beach Local Planning Agency meeting of January 18th, 2023 in this lovely civilized environment. Thanks to Sunstream and Diamond Head, David Lawrence, Neil Hopgood, and anybody else, Marcel, anybody else who made this happen. God bless you. Thank you so much, because this is quite a nice environment to be in today. We don't have jackhammers or generators or anything else, so thank you to everyone. If you would please stand for the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Am I standing?
Go ahead, Jane.
No, I don't have one.
Just a short word of thanks to everyone here in attendance for taking your time, for this community, for continuing to support the town's efforts to rebuild and restructure. And let's keep an open mind and open hearts during this meeting. Amen. That's okay. What I'd like to do, just for everyone in attendance and the transcriber, Scott, would you start just saying good morning?
Good morning. I'm Scott Safford.
Okay.
Good morning. I'm Scott Safford.
Good morning, Jim Bowen.
Morning, Jane Plummer and Don Sudduth.
We have Don Sudduth on the phone. I'm Anita Saracita.
Good morning, Doug Ekman.
Good morning, Patrick Vanass.
Okay, very good. We also have present John Herron, Town Attorney, Amy Baker, Clerk, and staff members. So we'll move on to the first. Everybody can hear. Members, if you'll remember to turn off. And first item on the agenda is public comment, approval of minutes for December 21st. May I have a motion to accept and approve the minutes as they were distributed or with any changes?
I'll motion to approve the minutes as, I'll motion to approve the minutes as.
In the motion. I'll second the motion.
Okay. There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? If there's no objection, the motion carries unanimously. The next item is public comment. We'll take any public comment that there is this morning, but do remember that if you're here to speak about a particular case, you're best speaking during that case, unless, of course, you just don't have time to stay for it. So, Amy, do you have cards, or should I just call person by person? Who'd like to be the first person to speak? If you just raise your hand or come up. Doug, come on. You've got 3 minutes. It's a long agenda today, so please, if you would just stick to the time, I'd really appreciate it. Good morning, Doug.
Good morning. Doug Young, 750 Matanzas Court, previously. See how things go in the future.
I wish you well.
Thank you. So I had a handout, and this is a comment relative to side setbacks. And I mentioned something about this 2 meetings ago, and I just wanted to reiterate my thoughts on this. That is, if you look at these charts, what we have for side setbacks is a sawtooth. The first chart shows just the 7.5 foot up to 75 feet, and then 10 feet over 75 feet. And so all of a sudden, if I get a 74.5 foot lot, now I go to 75 feet, I lose 4.5 feet of building width. To me, that's just not very elegant. If you look at the third page, for corner lots, it's even worse, right? At 50 feet, a little less than 50 feet, a little more than 50 feet, you lose 5 feet. 60 feet, you lose 5 feet. 75 feet, you lose 7.5 feet if you combine the two rules. And I've included in the package possible set of language and rules that could alleviate that and make a smooth curve so that you don't have the incentive to cut a half foot off your lot by giving it away to the neighbor or giving it away to the town in order to get a bigger building built. So that's in a nutshell, and certainly don't expect everybody to digest all that in less than 3 minutes, but hopefully you can take that home and look at. Second thing was a proposal for mechanical equipment to extend 4 feet into the required side yard setback if it's elevated. Why are we even considering that? We've had prohibition on mechanical equipment in the side setbacks for a number of years. The contractors, and especially building new homes, they understand, oh, you make a little alcove inside, you lose maybe 1% of the floor area for, you know, an air conditioner or whatever. And why would you relax that? At the very least, this says nothing about, hey, what about, it's, you know, you can have air conditioners too, you can have pool equipment, you can have generators, and so that says you could have to 4 of these little balconies on the side of your house, up 10 feet or 20 feet or wherever. And so nothing is doing none of these changes are doing anything to address density for places like Palermo Circle, where we've got incredible density. Now we're going to have air conditioners and so forth stuck into the side.
That was your time, I'm sorry.
All right, I'll come to the next one.
Did you give a copy of this to the staff?
Yes, I did to to all 3. Thank you. Yep.
Next, no, Amy's going to keep the time. Next person who'd like to speak to them, and then you'll be next. Come on up. If you would, when you come to the microphone, please state your name for the record.
Hi, I'm Carolyn Caney.
Good morning, Carolyn.
Good morning, everyone. With Woodland Custom Homes. I think I'm pretty well known.
Carolyn, pull that mic down to you. There you go.
Is that better?
Much better.
Okay.
Thank you.
As a builder, and I've dealt with these setbacks over the last year, I am in agreement with the new proposal of relaxing the setbacks 7.5 feet up to lots that are 75 foot wide, although I think you should include a 75-foot lot as well. Anything over 75 could be the 10-foot setback. So I would be very, very happy to see that come back again, because the 15% has been very, very restrictive on a lot of our clients, and many of them have had to redesign their plans not only once but twice, but 3 times. So it, you know, it really was a very difficult time for everybody involved there. So I agree with your new setback proposals. In terms of corner lots, I've dealt with corner lots a lot, and I think if you have a corner lot, you should have a 25-foot setback and a 15-foot setback, regardless of the size of the lot. That's how it was before, and it worked very well. And I think a lot of these corner lots are very, very small and very restrictive. So I think relaxing one of the setbacks from 25 feet to 15 feet would be acceptable to a lot of people. AC setbacks. We have worked with the no encroachment on the side, and we have recessed many AC units into the house, which seems to work pretty well. I have mixed feelings about it. Sure, I'd like to be able to stick them in the side and be done with it. But on the other hand, I do accept the fact that a lot of neighbors are going to be disturbed by noise. And so I know that's the main reason for this. So if you're going to relax the AC setbacks, I would say it would apply to lots 75 feet or larger. That would be my opinion on it. It's often very difficult to, although AC platforms are allowed to encroach up to 3 feet on the rear setback. But in many cases, this doesn't really help, because generally the master bedrooms are on the rear or the porches are on the rear. So you end up having to recess into the building. So, 75 feet or larger, and allowing it to extend would be good. So that's pretty much all I have to say, and I would like to see the new setbacks.
Thank you, Carolyn, very
approved.
much. Appreciate your comments. Ma'am? Amy, was that sound the time? Or was that somebody's phone? So you know what? Amy, I'm going to do it here because the sound will come off of my phone and they'll pay attention to it. Okay, so if you hear a ding or you hear some ringing, that means out. No.
Okay. I don't have 3 minutes, but,
all
well,
right,
I
go
could
ahead.
spend 3 minutes. Sue Patton from Bay Beach Lane.
Good morning, Sue.
Good morning. I tried to read through all 404 pages of the agenda.
Congratulations.
Yeah, it was, so if I get my facts wrong, let me know, but I think you'll get the gist. So on page 388, you talk about civic and open space, which Bay Beach Lane has 55 acres of open space. We want to keep it that way. We don't want any buildings at all. We want to actually develop it as a bird preserve. The hurricane did a little damage, but we're hoping the birds will come back. And I noticed that the area that you said open space, you crossed off that you can't build. And it looks like now the town can put in fire, police, schools on open space. So I'm a little concerned, maybe I didn't read it correctly, but I'm a little concerned that open space, that the town could take it and then build a school or something. But there's very limited, I don't know of any other place on Fort Myers Beach that has 55 acres, and we want to keep it a bird preserve.
Thank you, Sue.
Thank you.
Very much.
Thank you.
Okay, who'd like to speak next? Anybody? Yes, sir. Come on up.
Good morning, everybody. DeWitt Willis, 99 Andre Marr,
Good morning.
corner of Estero. Once again, a corner of Watts, so that's good. Here's my question, I guess. As I begin the rebuild process and have to start investing in plans and everything else, I would like a starting point as to who can I speak to sit there and figure out what exactly I can now do with this lot, because I'm sitting here in a quandary and I don't want to start just throwing money at stuff with no return. That is my question to you. Fair enough?
I'm going to have somebody talk to you after this because we can't engage in questions and answers. So
Okay.
Your town manager is right here in this lovely light blue shirt, and so maybe you can speak to him afterwards. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Who's the next person to speak? Yes, sir. Come on up. And after this gentleman, who's next? Look, everybody wants to come into civilization. You're next, okay? Good morning.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
What street is this? Estero.
These are those cottage lots.
Uh-huh.
Hello, everyone. I'm Sim Mayer, 716 Estero Boulevard, which is, I had a house there, now I have a lot. It's just this side of the Best Western. The house is now gone. All I have is an empty lot. It was a fantastic house. It had upstairs unit, a lower unit, and a garage. Our adult kids, grandkids stay with us. They use the upstairs, we use the downstairs. It was great. As you can see on the papers I passed out, it was the middle house in a group of 9. It sat on the lot in the neighborhood perfectly. There's a sand drive on one side, parking on the Estero side. If you look closely at the neighborhood picture, you can see it has plenty of room on 3 sides of it. It was a picturesque little neighborhood. Now, I am told under current zoning that we may or may not be able to get a variance to rebuild. If you look at the survey I passed out, my lot is approximately 50 by 69.5 on one side and 50 by 60 on the other side. Has a setback of about 5 feet and 7.5 feet. The house was about 1,500 square feet plus a garage. It's set on the lot perfect, as you can see in the survey. I have a lot size and setbacks circled in yellow. I don't know what more you could ask for. It's in there perfect. I don't know how the current zoning reads exactly, but I'm told it's trouble for me and many other people. I'm here to ask you, please make the zoning codes friendly to me and the people who have lots such as mine, so that we do not need a variance at all, or if we need a variance, it's easy to obtain. The hurricane changed many things on the island. Now we need to adjust. So I'm asking you to please adjust the codes to accommodate the residents with smaller lots. If you consider the price of the lots and the cost of rebuild, it isn't feasible to build a small house. So what I'm asking, please give us some good rebuilding options so we can rebuild without variances. Thank you, folks.
Thank you very much. Yes, who is the next one? Yes, sir, come on. And who's going to follow? So when this gentleman stops, you stand up, okay? Okay, so I'm just told if you're not speaking into the microphone, adjust it so that you are. There you go.
Okay,
All
for
right.
the record, I'm Dan Dodrell. I'm a contractor.
Dan Dodrell.
Yes, Anita Saracena.
I went to high school with him.
You did it.
When did we
indeed.
get so old?
I don't know.
Good
About
morning,
40 years
Dan.
ago. Good
It's
morning.
nice to see you.
Good to see you, as always. And I'm addressing the current ordinance has a footnote on Matanzas Street and Matanzas Court that says residential lots have to have a 10-foot setback.
Yeah.
And currently, I have a permit application in for a very nice house at 745 Matanzas. It had a house before the storm. It doesn't have a house. They want to rebuild. We designed a super skinny house. The lot where the garage is only, basically the middle of the lot's only about 40 feet wide. We got it to work with 7.5, including to the mechanicals, indented them, all that kind of stuff. They're telling us it's got to be 10 foot only on Matanzas. I did not read the 380-page proposal. Maybe you're addressing that. If not, we need to address Matanzas so it fits in with the rest of the beach to, 7.5 up to 75 feet, 10 foot over 75 feet. And we can make a bunch of people on Matanzas Court and Street really happy, including their contractor. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. Nice to see you. Next speaker. And as soon as he's finished, you pop up, all right?
Good morning, esteemed council members. My name is Ken Pariser. I own 724 Estero Boulevard. I've been vacationing and owned the property for about 20 years. I went going to other areas like Siesta Keys, and I found my home down on Fort Myers Beach. It was comprised of the cute cottages, and things have changed dramatically, either by choice with the advent of Margaritaville or whether it be Mother Nature changing things. I ended up purchasing the rental cottage that I had been living in for a number of years, did substantial improvements on it in the form of siding, hurricane windows, doors, granite on the inside, new flooring, things of that nature. Recently had it on the market for a substantial amount of money, and now it's approximately a 40 by 50 lot. My neighbors are similarly minded. They are owner users, and we got rid of a lot of undesirable properties. The properties where I'm at, although I'm a little bit prejudiced, are the upper scale, nicer units. So I beseech this council to be understanding and flexible and realize those of us that have a concerted, committed interest in the well-being of this community want to rebuild. We don't want to have strictly commercial properties. I think it would take away from the benefit of this community by having these monstrosities that are being built, either the huge individual privately owned residents or the commercial properties. I'm making every effort possible to rebuild, and fighting with insurance companies, fighting with surveyors, doing all of the aftermath after Ian is a nightmare enough, let alone having the local government suggest I can't rebuild when I'm so desirous of, yet again, contributing to the well-being of this community. Thank you.
I'm sure you meant to say with all due respect to monstrosities. Okay, next, please. Who'd like to speak after this gentleman? Okay, you're next after him.
Good morning. My name is Randy Crow, and I'm a resident at 730 Matanzas Court. And in an effort of time and courtesy for this long agenda, I've also been asked to echo the Cook family at 630 Matanzas Court. We as well was left with a swimming pool and a seawall. Lost the house, detached garage, boathouse, 8 pilings in all flew it upside down into my neighbor's yard. So I'm here on behalf of the Matanzas Court residents, asking this board to please leave the setbacks alone. Let us put our homes back on our property the way it was, and everyone else on this beach. Because if you really want us to build back and invest in this community, please don't add any more handcuffs to this already terrible situation. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. For the record, James Zink. I'm here on behalf of 430 Estero, which is one of our family holdings. We are a unique area in the 400 block where we have lots that are non-conforming. They are smaller. They're even smaller than maybe where the board is considering looking with some of the changes that I read in today's agenda. Unfortunately, I can't be here for when you get that far down the agenda to discuss this, but I wanted to put 2 things on the record. Our 400 block has lots that are 45 feet deep. Under the current RC zoning, it would be a 25-foot street back and a 20-foot rear setback, which totals 45 feet. What I would propose, and a way to handle the historic part of the build back, is if a homeowner came in with documentation, be it a survey, be it just documentation that says, here's my footprint of what I had, and I had a single-story cottage, and that's all I desired to do, just that box above the current flood, that there in the build back be some sort of provision where they could do that by right instead of having to come in. These 7.5-foot side setbacks on the 50-foot lots, of which there's 3 in that block, are problematic. And we are looking at potentially being on your doorstep soon with 12 variances. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ink. Next speaker, please. Yes, sir.
Good morning. I'm Dave Lay with 1920 Bayview Drive, which is right across the street, right behind what used to be Hoosiers. My issues, again, involving side setbacks. My house was substantially damaged during the end, and I intend to elevate our home. So the current lot arrangement is 66 by 100, but it's trapezoidal shape, so it's got kind of an odd situation to it. In order to meet FEMA guidelines, I need to move all mechanical and electrical from the ground level to above BFE. This is a recommendation by FEMA, so we're trying to do this. I also need to add stairs and landings to access the first level, which will now be 12 foot above grade. All this will require more square footage in the upper level. The most logical place to put this in my existing property would be to expand the west side of my house, or my structure. I'm requesting that the town change the side setback to equal to 7.5 feet, which is what it was before, for lots equal to and less than 75 foot wide. So this would be on your table 34-3. Want to have that basically go back to the way it was before. This would be in line with proposed corner setback changes that you already have on your agenda today. I would just like to make sure that's included not just for corner lots, but for all lots. Okay? And this also would be in line with existing properties in my neighborhood, which already have what appear to be 15 feet between the properties, between the structures. So we're no different than everybody else in the neighborhood. By doing this, you're going to provide an incentive to allow people to raise their houses if they want to, because they'll have a place to put all these structures above ground. As a second issue, and looking at the properties, and I don't know what the fire code is with regard to the monstrosities where we talked about earlier.
With all due
Third-story
respect.
building, with all due respect. But will the town allow for stairs and landings extending into the setback for secondary egress? This seems to me to be prudent as a fire safety issue, especially for large three-story homes which could have 15 people partying in the upper level, and which could be trapped if there's only a single egress out of that property. I don't want Fort Myers Beach to be on the news because of a party that happened and everybody was trapped. But if you look at these houses, I'd say maybe only a third of egress, secondary egress out of that upper level. Some of the other issues regard to the current zoning in my house over here is AE 11. It was AE 13, which is the date I submitted my plans on November 16th, the day before the changes. That was AE 13. The current is AE 11. Is that still BFE, the same data point, or has that changed? I know you can't answer. But
And your time is up, I'm sorry to
but
say.
you need to address that as well.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you.
The next speaker, please. No one else wishes to speak? Really? All of you here? Just for the air cool and the nice quiet situation? Okay. All right, thank you very much. Thank you all for your comments. The public comment section is closed, and we'll move on to the first of several public hearings. The first on our list is Carousel RPD, use table and maximum height for a rooftop deck, 20220100. It's at 6249 Estero Boulevard. John? And good morning. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Ex parte communications?
Yes, and also the items 6A, B, C, D, and E are all quasi-judicial
Yes.
in nature. So therefore, it would be appropriate to, at this point, have anyone who's going to testify with regard to these matters to stand and raise their right hand and be sworn in.
Okay, so yes, that includes all of you. So for each and every, this isn't, John, you want to do a whole swear-in for everybody all at once?
Yeah,
Perfect.
I suspect it would be easier.
Fantastic. That would be great.
So if you're here for the Carousel RPD, the Pink Shell CBD, the variance at 8180 Lagoon, the variance at 237 Old San Carlos, and the variance for 3780 Estero Boulevard, again, please stand, raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Witness has been sworn in, and at this time, before we take up the first item, which is what the chair already announced, it would be appropriate for any LPA members to disclose any ex parte communications they've had with regard to this matter.
I'm going to start with you, Patrick.
Yes, I will be recusing myself. Okay. I will be recusing myself from voting on this item. My business partner, Ken Galander, is representing the applicant, so I will refrain from discussion and voting.
You're going to recuse yourself from discussion and voting.
Correct.
Okay?
It's not necessary.
Well, but it's...
Yes, it is.
Okay? That's it.
So-
Doug, any comment? Or any,
No, I have not had any communication.
okay? Jane?
No ex parte.
Jim?
No ex parte.
Scott?
No ex parte.
I have had none as well. All right, so let's begin with the applicant's presentation. Oh, Don, I'm sorry, I forgot you're in the little box. Okay, Don Suddeth has also not had any ex parte. Thank you, Don.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So I know this is sort of, we're in a new element here. I have a presentation. I don't know if that has been distributed at all to the...
It has not.
Okay. So I have paper copies, old school.
Thank you.
We like that.
As you can see, Jane likes the paper copies.
I know, I'm sorry. I apologize. I have to touch it here and write on it.
Good morning. Again, my name is Ken, for the record, Ken Galander with the Neighborhood Company, here on behalf of the property owner, applicant, and developer of the property, Carousel Beach Redevelopment LLC. Just real quick, first, page 2 of your slide is our request, is an amendment to the plan development on behalf of Carousel Beach Redevelopment to allow for an accessory use of decking on the rooftop to support a living and amenity area for unit owners and their guests. Slide 3, the subject property consists of 2 parcels, approximately 4.2 acres at 6230 and 6240 Estero Boulevard. It is through ordinance number 18-11, it was approved for a residential plan development, and a portion of that property is also an current environmentally critical zoning area of 2.5 acres. It was approved for a multifamily, a 2-phase, 12-unit multifamily residential development, and currently the phase 1 is currently under construction. The next slide just shows you an aerial representation of the property and the 2 parcels adjacent to Estero Boulevard. So under ordinance 1811, there's a schedule of uses that are applied, and there are a variety of amenity and accessory uses that are listed. And over time, the current developer realized through their design and aspects of the development that they had a flat roof with parapet, and that was an opportunity for a functional element opportunity to look into how can we utilize that space for our guests and the owners and their guests. And schedule of uses, again, does not speak to that. There are other accessory uses that are listed.
Could I stop you for just one second, Ken? Could we close that door? Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, Ken. I guess
I broke the mic.
That's all right. You were getting swallowed up by
Hear me now still?
Hear you fine.
Work? Okay. So back to the accessory uses that are listed, and none reflected the rooftop. So coordinating with staff, we felt it was appropriate to work through the amendment process to offer up this opportunity and look into this. So adding the rooftop deck as a permitted residential accessory uses is what we're proposing here. What we also found is through the plan development, the schedule of uses identifies what is appropriate. And our understanding, if it was a conventional zoning district, you could be working through and provide for these accessory uses. So we're just trying to be consistent with that opportunity as well as a by right under conventional zoning. Slide 6 just simply shows where the rooftop deck is a listed use under the residential accessory component of the schedule of uses for the plan development. Slide 7, this is a actual intent of the rooftop deck amenity area that the developer is working towards. It will have decorative decking, sitting and lounging areas, landscaping, planters. They're proposing to have patio umbrellas or some sort of shade canopies and or perhaps a pergola structures, fire pits, patio deck accessories, and of course some ambient lighting for the guests and the owners. Looking at the key factors, next slide, there's no increase in density associated with this accessory use, no increase in the height associated with the overall building envelope. We feel we are consistent with the deviation 1 that was applied to the development. for the building height. No changes to the master concept plan, as in this amenity areas on the rooftop, and the site development regulations, no changes to setbacks, any of those components either. Slide 9 shows the elevation of the building that is under construction currently. And at the top, you can see the roof floor labeled, and that is the parapet wall, and that's where the amenity area will be confined within those wall structures. Now, just to clarify, maybe a canopy and/or one of those pergolas we're seeking that could be potentially 10 feet above the roof deck. So that parapet wall is approximately 4 feet, meeting certain code requirements for safety. So that unhabitable structure that may be proposed would maybe extend about 6 feet above the parapet top. Slide 10 just gives you a representation of the renderings of the buildings that are under construction. The smaller one on the slide in the top left is the one, phase 1 under construction, and the larger building is phase 2. Slide 11, we're committing to no commercial grade amplified sound associated with this area, no outdoor kitchens, grills, food prep, no water features, no pools or whirlpools, and no bathrooms are proposed at the top. Slide 12, in conclusion, our request to add the rooftop deck as an accessory use has been found, our opinion is consistent with the comprehensive plan, especially policy 4B4, the land development code, and the other elements of ordinance 18-11. There's also opinion that it will not be injurious to the neighborhood or otherwise detrimental to the public welfare. We are agreeable to the conditions that staff has laid out in their staff report. Again, if used, explaining the shade structures, they may extend approximately about 6 feet above the top of the parapet wall. With that, any questions for me?
Thank you for your presentation.
Sure.
Jane, any questions?
I have none at this time, but I like the proposal.
Jim, do you have any questions?
Are you willing to add these commitments to the approval, that the 5 conditions would be part of the approval?
Is in the no commercial
Correct.
grade? Yes. Yes.
Anything else, Jim?
No.
Scott, questions?
No, but I really like this proposal.
Okay. Doug, any questions?
I like the proposal, it looks nice, but I assume it goes without saying that in turtle season and so forth, all these lights would be adjusted to comply with federal law and state law.
Yes, sir. And I believe that is a condition that is listed in the
Is that a
staff report to
condition
be
that's
consistent
listed?
with land development code and specifically turtle lighting. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? What is commercial grade amplified sound? So when you say no commercial grade amplified sound, are we going to have boom boxes up there? I mean,
Well-
what exactly does that mean?
So what we're recognizing is if you had integrated speaker systems, bringing in similar to potentially a commercial entity that's going to be providing for sound amplifications for parties of that nature. So this is just it's intended to be a quiet ambiance for the guests and owners to appreciate the views that this property would generate.
Okay.
So I don't anticipate boom boxes, but maybe your little portable speakers and that such.
Thank you very much. I don't have any other questions. We'll go on to the staff report.
The gentleman on the other.
Don, thank you for reminding me.
Sure.
I
Just
needed
want to make sure
be, like,
everybody.
right here. Don, do you have any questions on this case? Yeah, I'm just. Okay.
Or property owners or not.
Okay. So his 2 questions have been answered. Okay.
Great.
Sweet baby Jesus. You know,
On that
not
note-
a day can go by.
I'll sit down.
Really? Really? Wait, but now it stopped. But wait, it stopped. It stopped?
Wait, it stopped.
Come back. Please come back.
You think because it stopped, it's over?
I would think they'd come and say, hey, you've got to get out. Well, welcome to our new reality. Yeah, so have I. Okay. All right, well, we'll let other people come back in when they need to. In the meantime, Jason, would you like to proceed with the staff presentation if you feel safe enough to do so?
If it gets warm, I'm out of here, okay?
Okay, me
All
too.
right, Jason Green, Community Development. I won't rehash some of the presentation. It is a requested amendment to the residential plan development, as was already discussed for the Carousel Beach redevelopment and their owners. To reference that residential part, I think when we're talking about the deck and noise and issues, it is a 4-unit condominium. It is residential, so it doesn't generally carry the concerns of the parties or bands and that sort of thing that are with the commercial developments, so to speak. The criteria outlined are under section 34-85 and section 30. So we'll return to our seats now, I guess, and trays are upright position. Section 34-85 and 34-216 of the Land Development Code. Those are the two sections that have the criteria for plan developments. Again, this is an amendment to the height to accommodate a rooftop deck, as the applicant mentioned. No change to the structure itself, the height of the structure. Staff has, based on those findings of the criteria, it is, again, a change of an addition of the accessory use and the amendment to the deviation of the height. Just to point that out, is the original RPD had a deviation to the height, so this is an amendment to that deviation to allow the rooftop deck. And so staff has recommended approval based on the criteria found in section 3485 and 34216, and with the following conditions that we are for your discussion. You're also able to add or amend any of those conditions per your, depending on your recommendation. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Jason. Doug, do you have any questions for the staff report? Any questions for Jason?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Dawn, do you have any questions for Jason?
No questions, thanks.
Jane?
Well, my only question is, it's not stated with this 10-foot extra height, I'm sorry, thank you, that should there be anything that requires it to not be an enclosed space?
There's not 10 extra feet of height.
No, I'm just saying there is.
So the intent is for the deck. They also have, to your point, I think that part of the request is to an allowance for some type of pergola or other structure. I think it would be appropriate if you wanted to further that condition and say unenclosed, not a solid roof, and or.
Well, it could be a solid roof, but as far, I'm just saying, I think that we should make some kind of statement that it should not be an enclosed building.
And we may want to, and maybe the applicant can chime in a little bit, but on the, maybe a percentage of the footprint of the roof or something of that nature to limit the amount that is above that additional, the 4 feet wall that's around the outer edge. Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, if I may, Ken Galander again for the record. Our intent is this is non-habitable space. It is not enclosed. Intent to have no roof structures to these. The pergola may have slats to it as a typical design element, and or these canopies or shade components. Those can be removed during any event that would possibly be coming. So intent is not to have an enclosed story in that sense, so it's not all non-habitable space. But we are seeking this extension of these structural or elements of the pergolas and these canopies to maybe go above that parapet wall.
So you wouldn't
Okay.
have a problem with that being a part of the condition that
That's,
not have it?
we are agreeable.
Okay.
Jim, any questions for staff?
No staff questions?
Scott, any questions?
Nor I.
Okay. No further questions for staff. I'm going to open up the public portion of the hearing. If there's anybody who'd like to speak on this application, please come forward. Seeing no one, the public hearing portion is closed. Is there a, Jason, do you know offhand what page in the packet, because for some reason I'm having a difficult time, that you have the motion laid out in the package? Or, you know what, I'll just ask.
So on the cover page, there was kind of a motion there, but you also want to incorporate the findings and conclusions of the staff report that start on page 10 of the packet.
Okay. Would someone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion when I find it.
Okay.
Okay. I motion to approve the accessory use of the decking on the rooftop for outdoor living amenity, and approve the 10-foot additional canopy space with the condition that are in the packet, plus one more condition that there won't be enclosed structures on top of the roof, and that I feel that it meets the what's the word I want? It's compatible with the request, and I do want to.
Is that your motion?
That's my motion.
Okay. Is there a second for that motion?
I second the motion.
Thank you, Jim. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing any discussion on the motion?
Yeah.
I have a minor point. I think Ken said the parapet wall's 4 feet, and they might have canopies or something going additional 6 feet. So maybe amend it to 6 feet above the top of the parapet wall for canopies or shade structures or pergola.
If I may, again.
You may not.
Okay.
Sorry. Sorry, Ken. Jason, you have any comment on that?
So the requested change to the deviation of the height is for the 10 feet because of where we measure height to, which is the roof structure in this case. So the parapet wall essentially doesn't count. So it's from the top of the roof behind that parapet wall to the 10 feet. So you're already limited by the deviation, setting it to 10 feet additional. I believe it's
Understood.
45 feet to 5410 essentially is what the change is.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion on the motion, which is to approve with an added condition of non-enclosures? No other conversation? Jane, your motion, your vote?
In favor, yay.
Jim?
Yes.
Scott?
Yes.
Doug?
In favor.
And I vote in favor as well. It passes unanimously. Yeah. Oh, Don? Don?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much for your presentation, and congratulations to the carousel. It's a nice presentation. Before I go on, John, we have Don Suddeth on the phone, and he's participating that way. Does he have the ability to vote on the agenda issues?
Yes, ma'am.
Fantastic. Did you hear that, Don?
He just
I
voted.
did, thank you.
Great. Okay. Next item on the agenda is the Pink Shell CPD.
Anita, if
Yes.
I may, real quick. I didn't want to talk and influence anything related to the previous discussion. I think when it comes to enclosures, and if the LPA wants to just address this, there's a need for an elevator shaft and mechanicals. And typically, as you come out of the elevator, there's a little small lobby associated with that. So I think, would that be considered a structure or not? I think it depends on staff, and I think typically it makes sense to allow some leeway for that. So I don't know if you guys want to take that up, but I think that's what Mr. Galander wanted to bring up.
Yeah, and I don't think that's what you were referring to, was it, Jane?
No,
She
I'm
was
talking about accessory structures.
Okay.
Okay. All right, the next item is the Pink Shell CPD Amendment DCI 2022-0032, and it's to allow liveaboard vessel use at the Pink Shell. Good morning, Mr. Washulis. How are you?
Good morning, council members. For the record, my name is Bill Wychulis, Senior Vice President of Operations for the Pink Shell Resort and Marina. We come to you today for a small request. The Pink Shell was built in 1950. The docks were put at that time. About 8 years ago, we put in new docks, reconfigured them. We have a submerged land lease with DEP. They allow us to have liveaboards, and we have a conflict that there's a condition of no liveaboards. But when you read the code for the town of Fort Myers Beach, there's no definition of liveaboards. So we're kind of unique as we own, our main use is the resort, and we have an accessory use as the marina, owning property on both sides. We just are coming today to ask to make those, that condition the same as with DEP, where we are allowed liveaboards. DEP's definition of liveaboards is someone staying over 5 nights. We get many boaters that are staying with at our resort for more than the 5 nights. So we just want to be in compliance. Simple presentation. I am open to any questions.
Thank you very much, Bill. Any questions for Mr. Washulis?
I do.
Jane?
With a liveaboard facility, typically there is requirements for bathrooms, laundry, and parking, and trash removal. How is that handled in this situation without adding to your property uses?
We comply with all of those items. We have marina showers. Well, we did. We are rebuilding them. We do trash. The requirement in the town is every week. We do it actually every day. We have pump out on all the slips at the marina, which are all requirements that DEP has that we had to comply with that we had before. I believe the condition of the liveaboards was the fact that our main use is not a marina. Our main use is a resort with an accessory use of a marina, and that's why I think the condition was originally put on for the Pink Shell.
As I recall, on the right-hand side, on the bay side of the property, they only had a teeny little building there for being able to give out things to go out into the back bay, you know, like fins or what, I don't know.
Yeah, on the marina side of the property, there's the buildings, our harbor master building, where we handle all the check-in and check-out for the guests that are coming on to the slips. On the other side of the property, we had marina showers.
So on the Gulf side of the property, you have the showers
Correct. Yes.
and laundry facilities for these people.
Correct. Yes.
Any other questions, Jane?
Nope.
I've got a quick question. Typically, the folks using those slips are guests at the unit, at the resort?
Well, they're it's almost like a floating hotel, the best way to look at it. It's 41 slips that they're able to use all the facilities of the resort. They're not staying in a guest unit. Most of them are staying on the boat. Typically, we can handle up to a 120-foot yacht. So, I mean, we could have anywhere from, most of our average boats are in the 60-foot range. So usually a $2 to $3 million yacht.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions for the applicant? Thank you very much, Bill. We'll call you back up if we need you.
Wait, I do have one more.
Go ahead, Jane.
And there is no annual rentals there?
No, as to somebody staying there for a year? No. Well, with the DEP's definition of liveaboards, they don't allow anybody over 6 months. So we wouldn't be able to take somebody over 6 months on the
Could
boat.
they check out one day and come back the next?
You mean after 6 months, or?
No, I mean, at the end of the 6 months, take their boat around the block and come back?
Not necessarily. It's not the business that we are typically looking for at our marina. It's mainly people that are coming for over 5 nights, 7 nights. Some come for 30 days, some come for 60 days, but we typically don't take over 6 months. I mean, it's just not that. At our prices, nobody would want to stay that long, unfortunately. To be honest.
Congratulations. Okay, Scott, any questions for the applicant?
I do not, but I think Jane was kind of hinting about something. Were you looking for a place?
Yeah, she is. Okay.
No, I
I
do
could not afford that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Bill. Sarah.
Good morning. Sarah Probst with Community Development. Bill Wachulis with Jabo LLC has applied to amend the Pink Shell CPD to allow liveaboard vessels in association with the submerged land lease from DEP. The Pink Shell CPD currently includes a dock for the use of resort occupants or for lease to non-occupants. The approved DEP submerged land lease previously did not allow liveaboard vessels, but has been updated to allow liveaboard vessels. Required pump-out facilities and restrooms are provided at the docking facility. The DEP permit defines liveaboard vessels as a vessel docked at the facility and inhabited by a person or persons for any 5 consecutive days or a total of 10 days in a 30-day period. Liveaboard status may not exceed 6 months in any 12-month period, nor shall any vessel constitute a legal or primary residence. The proposed liveaboard vessels are not anticipated to cause negative impacts to adjacent properties. However, a condition has been included to disallow liveaboard vessels in the 4 slips to the southwest, closest to the adjacent homes, as long as 309 Estero is under separate ownership from Pink Shell. As noted in the staff report, the existing CPDs, previous PUDs, and associated MCPs dating back to 1982 are complicated. Staff is recommending a condition that the applicant clean up the existing CPDs to clarify which properties are included, number of allowed units, and allowed uses. This will ensure going forward the ordinances are understandable and correct. Staff is recommending that the LPA recommend approval of the request to include liveaboard vessels with conditions. I'm available to answer any questions, and the applicant is also here.
Thank you. Before I go any further, I'm remiss to ask for ex parte communication. Scott, did you have any conversations on this?
I did not.
Jim?
I did not.
Jane?
No, I did not.
Doug?
I did not.
Patrick?
Nope. Did not.
Okay. And
Don Suddeth?
neither Don Suddeth? And neither did I. Okay. Questions for staff. Patrick, any questions?
I'm going to have some comments, but no questions at this time.
Okay. Doug, any questions for staff?
No questions.
Jane?
Nothing.
Jim, any questions for staff?
No question.
And Scott, how about you?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Sarah, let me just see what page this is. Hold on one second. This is page one. Yes, sir?
He said no.
Yeah. But thank you. Jane is in charge of Don from here on out. So if he doesn't get recognized, it's the vice chair's problem. Did you hear that, Don?
I take responsibility.
Okay. Anyhow, on page 127 of 404 of the packet, it's just the state land lease inspection, and this has an expiration date of the 27th of June last year. I'm guessing that this all sort of runs concurrently with whatever the land lease is from the state for that area. Is that right?
And I do believe that they provided me the updated document.
The updated one.
Yes.
I would suspect they would have. Okay. Bill, did you have something you wanted to add to that?
No, I just was going to state that we haven't updated one till
It wasn't with the original application
Yeah,
because
it's
it was
probably
submitted
inconsequential. It
a
just
long
caught
time
my
ago.
eye, and so
June 27th, 2027. We're
Great.
good for the next 5 years.
thank you, Bill. Okay, I don't have any other questions. I'll open this now for the public hearing. Is there anybody here who'd like to speak on the Pink Shells case? Seeing no one, the public portion of the hearing is closed. Patrick, you said you had comments.
Yes. First of all, I like to say that I don't have a problem with this application. I'm in support. I think the Pink Shell is a great business for this island. It's more of a, when we're discussing this, and there's several items that are going to come before us today that are related to the overall redevelopment and related to maybe policies that we're going to be looking at in the future. So the thought was just with regards to these liveaboards, you know, I think when we look at the use itself, it's really a transient lodging use. And as I said, don't have a problem with that use whatsoever. But when we start looking at other projects coming in and we compare density or intensity or number of rooms, that's a unit. That's a transient lodging unit in my mind. So I think when we compare, we compare others, let's compare apples to apples, and it could be on a boat, but it's still a transient lodging unit. So just something to keep in mind when it comes to use. And that was all. Like I said, I'm supportive, and I'll be voting in favor.
Very good comment. Jane?
Okay. There isn't anything in here that gives any requirements to preparing for a storm. Like the Red Coconut used to require all of their mobile units to be removed from the island when an evacuation order is put in place. I do feel that all of the boats should be required to be moved if an evacuation order comes into place so that the rest of the island doesn't become storers of these properties that were out in the water.
Sure. For Hurricane Ian, we require all the boats, if we go into a watch, we require all the boats to leave our docks. It's to our benefit because it rips the docks apart. So we do not allow them to stay at dockage. We had no boats in the marina for Ian. They're completely gone. We lost the docks because they floated up over the pilings and gone.
Right.
So
So you don't have a problem with that being added as a?
not at all. We would have any hurricane, we would have the boats leave the marina. We do it automatically.
Good. Okay.
Jim, any comments or questions?
No comments.
Scott?
No.
Don, you have any comments?
No comments or questions. Thank you.
Okay. Hearing none, conversation is concluded. Patrick, would you like to make a motion?
I will make a motion to recommend approval for the petition with the additional condition that was brought forward by Jane associated with evacuation, and also with staff recommended conditions.
Okay.
I second that.
So there's a motion and a second to approve the Pink Shell's amendment to their CPD and forward that recommendation on to the town council. Is there any other discussion? Your vote, Patrick?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Doug?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Jim?
Yes.
Scott?
Aye.
And I also vote in favor. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Next item on the agenda is variance number 20220018. It is an 11-foot street setback reduction for a pool at 8189 Lagoon Road. 8180, Sarah or Jason, is that address corrected to 8180?
8180 Lagoon Road, yes.
Okay, it says 8189 in the packet. That's okay. That's all right. That's all right. I'd like to ask for any ex parte communications. Patrick?
Nope.
Doug?
No.
Don?
No.
Jane?
No.
Jim?
No.
Scott?
None.
And I have had none as well. All right. Let's ask the applicant to come forward.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning to you.
I'm just going, I have a couple of copies of what we filed at the last minute for staff. and council.
I have to admit, I'm jealous of all your paper.
Yes, isn't it wonderful?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
You know, I was
all
going to
right.
apologize for all that paper.
No, it's our packet. Anyway, go ahead.
You know, the lawyer in me thinks about making my record, so I sort of err on the side of giving you more paper rather than less. My name is Chris DaCosta. I'm an attorney. I'm indicated as an applicant only insofar as I am the authorized representative for the owners of the property, Janelle Schoonover. I have here with me today the contractor representative, Jason Tobias, who is available if you have any discussions about the project, and also Ed Schoonover. So this is a request for a variance under 34-87 of the code. In general, this is a request to facilitate a modification and somewhat of an expansion of the pool that is located on my client's property. While it's sort of stated as a request for a variance in a street setback, that's not really the way we see it. However, we're kind of left with what staff has told us they believe, and that's kind of puts us where we are today, and I'm going to get into that in more detail in a minute. Let's just talk a little bit about the property itself. The property was built in 2015. It sits in a residential neighborhood, maybe a couple blocks off of Estero Boulevard on the north side, and about a few miles, I guess, north of Carlos Point. It's in an RS zoned area. So, and I've included in your packet the pictures that I took. Obviously, this is before the storm, and you know, if you want to know what's left after the storm, Ed's here, and he could probably tell you. Bottom line is, the configuration of the property is it's on the corner of Lagoon Road and Tarpon Road. The front of the house is on Lagoon Road, and in the back there's a screened-in pool. And we're sort of getting into kind of the crux of the matter. The house was built in 2015. The house, if you look at and we've submitted the site plan, existing site plan, the house sits, I think, about 14 feet maybe. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay, but please don't comment unless you're on the microphone. Thank you.
I
Go ahead.
apologize.
No, that's all right.
I looked to Jason to help me out with these details.
That's okay,
so
that's
I
okay.
appreciate
I just want to make sure his comments are on the record.
So it's about 11 feet from the east lot line. And, you know, the pool is caged in, but the actual project that my client would like to do is basically to take the pool cage out and build what I think is a beautiful design by Lucas Lagoons. It's kind of, instead of your standard rectangle situation, it's kind of neat. You can see it in your packet, and you can see it, like, I guess in item number 10. I mean, it's kind of like your own kind of personal paradise. It's kind of shaped like a lagoon. And as I said before, there's not going to be a pool cage there. So,
yeah. 199 is the diagram.
In a little bit, I'm going to talk about the required findings under, 3487, and there's 5 of them. One of them is exceptional circumstances, and I think it applies in this case. So what happened was the home was built in 2015, presumably met approval of the building department. It was built, it got a CO, and it is sitting where it was designed to fit and where it was approved to be built. So when my client asked me to get involved, I went and met with staff who were very professional, and they explained their position to me. And their position was, much like some of the business that I understand is before the board now, we have a corner lot, and their position is we've got two 25-foot street setbacks. But when you actually look at what the code says, and I'm going to direct your attention to 34-638, and I don't want to bore you too much to get into the details of the code, but it's a couple of things. And if for your reference, that would be tab 5 in my supplement that I gave you today. And if you look at 638B, it says where to find minimum setback dimensions. It goes on for principal buildings, look at table 34.3. But for accessory buildings, see 34-1174 to 1176. And I mean, I don't think there's any dispute that the proposed pool is an accessory building, which at least based on, my reading of the code here, means that we look to that specific provision in the code, 1174 to 1176, to determine what the setbacks are. But when you actually get to 1174, if you look at B, it says, no accessory use building or structure shall be located closer to a street, right-of-way line, or street easement than the principal building. And then there's a number of exceptions that I don't think apply in this case. And in my experience, and I believe in Jason, the contractor's experience, that's kind of the typical setup. The pool cages are typically, a lot of times people just want them to run right up to the side of the building. In this case, where, the present configuration, the pool cage is a lot smaller, and all we're really doing is kind of moving the east edge of the pool to still short of the east wall of the building, but we're not going past that. And so, at least, our reading of the code, just this plain reading, seems to suggest that, well, there may be street setbacks that would be applicable to the principal building. They're not applicable to a pool or other accessory structure. So we kind of have a situation, and I'm sure staff will have some discussion about this, but it seems to me we've got obviously a difference of opinion of what the code allows. And we also have the issue of, the house wasn't built that long ago. I mean, I think what the staff is telling me is that maybe the house should never have been built where it was built, but we're kind of stuck with that. And so as it stands now, even under the proposed design, the edge of the pool isn't getting past the eastern wall of the principal building, and therefore it should be allowed. So, again, getting into the required findings, I know that you're well familiar with them, but I will take you through them a little bit. The first one, that there are any exceptional, extraordinary conditions or circumstances that are inherent to property or question, or the request is for a de minimis variance under circumstances or conditions where rigid compliance is not essential to protect public policy. Kind of a mouthful there. And again, I think we've detailed a number of things relating to the situation that we think are exceptional or extraordinary. And I think some of that kind of relates to matters that are before the board now relating to the configuration of corner lots. Even if you take the position, staff's position that you have two street setbacks on the property, we still have this problem of, from a planning standpoint, how do you deal with that and facilitate development? The second prong is the conditions justifying the variance are not the result of actions of the applicant taken after the adoption of the regulation in question. I'm not sure exactly when this regulation was adopted. Looking through some of the things that are on the docket for today, it appears that back in the distant past, maybe 2003, there was a change in which the side setbacks in a corner lot situation was changed Either way, our position is that really isn't relevant for today. What is relevant is that the setback, the only setback requirement that would apply would be the accessory one in 1174B. My client hasn't done anything. Now, I know one of the things that staff put in their report was, they said, well, this is a design choice. I mean, it is. It's a design choice, but I guess what I would say about that is, most requests for variances involve some level of design choice by the property owner. The situation here was largely dictated by the unique configuration of the property. The third prong is that the variance granted as the minimum variance will relieve the applicant of an unreasonable burden caused by the application of the regulation in question to his property. Again, we believe that the application of a street setback on the side is an unreasonable burden, and I would state simply that the purpose of land regulations is to facilitate development, but also provide property owners with notice as to what is expected and what is prohibited. I would submit that the uncertainty and ambiguity presented here is contrary to the public interest. And I know that Lucas Lagoons has taken great care to minimize the footprint of the pool while still keeping its design essence. The fourth prong is the granting of the variance will not be injurious to the neighborhood or otherwise detrimental to the public welfare. I mean, I don't think anybody says that it is, and in fact, in your packet, I've provided a number of letters from the neighbors. That's, for your reference, tab 10 in my supplemental. It really, I mean, if you look at it, there's nothing. I mean, we're actually getting rid of the pool cage, so all it's really going to be is a really beautiful looking pool. It's not going to stop traffic. It's really no safety issues. And then the final one, that the conditions or circumstances on the specific piece of property for which the variance is sought are not of so general or recurrent a nature as to make it more reasonable and practical to amend the regulation in question. Again, I think if you ask my client has no way of knowing whether there should be a change to the current regulation. I think our main point is that the accessory setback should apply, not the principal building street setback. But in any event, that's a value judgment that's kind of beyond what we are looking at. We only ask that the government follow what its own regulations state in plain English. Ed, do you have anything you want to say? Okay. All right, and that's my presentation.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the applicant?
I do.
Jane?
So just for a visual, since there isn't one in the package, does the pool extend beyond the footprint of the building?
No. And it actually is, and if you look at the application, I know it's not in my packet here. If you look in the application, you can see it stops actually just short of it. So it is not closer to the street than the building.
Any questions at all from anyone for the applicant?
Don?
Oh, Don, do you have a question?
Nope, no question. Jane just answered it.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Jason?
Good morning. For the record, Jason Smalley with the Planning and Zoning Department. Good morning to all the LPA members and the applicant. So a couple things that we wanted to go ahead and put out there. First of all, when we talk about the setback requirements and the language that it not protrude further streetward than the primary structure, we have to remember that there's two areas of concern there. Not only that it doesn't go forward of the structure, but also that it meets the minimum setbacks, which for a street setback for structures is 25 feet. So remember that just because they're not going forward of the structure, that doesn't mean that they haven't that they've met all of the requirements of the setback code. I would also go back to an argument here that was presented regarding the code section here in tab 5. I will point out that the A code in there, the A subsection gives the director the ability on lots where it's questionable to determine which of those lot lines are which, whether they be street, side, or otherwise. So we take that as being able to determine if that meets the street setback, and we look at the rest of the neighborhood, does it meet the intent of how the other structures were developed? So I wanted to put that out there. There's wide latitude for staff to determine which setbacks we're actually applying here. I don't think there's any question that in the past and currently, it was understood that this pool would have street setbacks. If you go back and look at the original pool permitting from 2014, you'll notice that they developed the pool at a 26-foot setback. So at some point, somebody recognized that the pool structure should have a street setback. How the house ended up at approximately 11 feet setback, there really isn't a good record. At that point, 2014-15, the permitting was being split between Lee County for structural and the town for planning and zoning purposes, to my understanding. But the record doesn't go to speak about what decisions were made as to why it was set at 10 feet as opposed to a 25-foot setback. But I think, again, just looking at the pool, you can see that somebody at some point during the pool permitting understood that there should be a street setback applied to that structure. We would also point out here that while the design may be absolutely gorgeous, again, in the eye of the beholder, they do have a roughly 20.5-foot setback currently to what we would consider the rear lot line, or the neighbor, the lot line shared with the neighbor on Tarpon. So there is relatively good amount of space pool further back without attempting to go into the street setbacks along Tarpon. So there are options, and that's what staff was looking at when the staff report was created. We are open for any questions that may not have been addressed so far in either of the presentations.
Thank you, Jason. Questions? Patrick?
Yes. I read the entire packet. I went back and I looked at the code. Maybe help me out here. I'm having trouble interpreting the code the way staff is doing it with regards to the table with all the setbacks applying to accessory structures. The way I read it is it applies to the principal structures, and then we have a whole other section, several sections, that deal with accessory uses. So in my mind, the table wasn't intended for principal and accessory because we deal with them elsewhere. And even when it comes to pools, it goes back and it actually refers back to the section where it says you can't exceed the street setback. So to me, it was intentional, and there's that nexus throughout. So A, if you could explain that. And then B, you mentioned the rear setback. So the rear setback would be the same as a principal setback?
No, an accessory setback would be much less restrictive, and they could get as close as 5 feet to a rear.
So the accessory setback, where it does say 5 feet, is in a separate section and does not deal with that table. So, and that's what I mean is that we've created a section to deal with accessory uses, and that's why I'm not using the main table for those, just for principal uses.
Fair enough. So if you look at the accessory structure setbacks, you'll notice that they, for the most part, don't actually deal a lot with the front or street setbacks. And the way that it's been interpreted internally in the department is because they should have the same setbacks for a house. They should be held to the same standards as a primary structure, whether that be for aesthetic purposes or any other purpose that the code was made. If it's read a bit circular, I can take that point. But again, here, it's been applied consistently, at least in the time that I've been here and the records I can find, that the understanding is we want the primary structure to be up and out front, hence the reason for not having the accessory structures go forward of the primary structure. And in that case, it would seem a little odd to then look back at this and say, but just for corner lots that may have been given a non-standard setback, we would then allow by right them to be much closer to the road than if it had been given a 25-foot setback. I hope that sort of addresses your question.
Yeah, it addresses how staff gets there. Yeah.
Did staff get a legal opinion on it?
There wasn't a necessity for a legal opinion at this point. We just looked back at the precedent that we've applied for particularly corner lots, and we understand that in some circumstances it can be restrictive, but it was never elevated to a town attorney for a decision on the code language.
Other questions for staff? Scott? Don, do you have any questions?
No, I guess kind of a question or a comment. You know, when I look at pools, I do look at them as an accessory structure if they're on the ground. I look at them as a structure if they're above ground, because we do address both of those. So I guess my question is, how is this different? Is it just because it's a corner that it's treated differently, or is it because when I look at, like, if you're on a seawall, you can build a pool on the ground within 5 feet, and it's an accessory structure. If you build an elevated pool, it's got to be 25 feet, I think, whether it's side or back. Am I correct?
Yes. Jason, you want to comment on that?
So the pool structure, I don't know that it makes a difference on the side or on a street, whether it's elevated or not. We would, again, refer back to the intent in the code seemingly to not have accessory structures that extend further than the house. I think the crux of the issue here mainly is that there is a little bit of a gap in understanding about how that structure in particular ended up only 11 feet off of one of the streets. And that is, I think, confounding all of the other logic that the staff would use going forward. If this thing were set back at a normal 25 feet, I don't think there would be any question that the intent is not to allow the pool, again, to go further towards the street.
Any other questions, Don?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right, I'll open the public hearing portion of this case. Is there anybody that'd like to speak? Mr. Steele?
My name is Jim Steele. I live at 170 Tarpon Road, which is about across the street. The applicant has a beautiful open-air iron fence around his property, and the pool is not as wide as the house. And in my opinion, why can't he make the pool as wide as the house? So I totally support the applicant.
Thank you very much, Jim. All right, come on up, my friend.
My name is Bill Pullman. I live at 8170 Lagoon Road. My wife and I have lived next door to this property for 15 years. We feel that this would be a great addition to the beautification of the entire neighborhood, and we find nothing obtrusive about this at all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Bill. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak? All right, the public comment portion is closed. Council, any questions for the applicant or for staff? LPA, oh God, yeah, bad habit. LPA.
If I may make one more suggestion,
ahead,
if I
Jason.
could. I noticed in the application that There are no requirements if the LPA decides to approve this. I would just remind them that on previous variances that were approved for pools, that there was a hedge requirement to buffer the street and vision along the road from the pool or other accessory structure. It may be prudent to also request that if you decide to approve this project.
Okay. If there's no other questions or discussions, is there a motion?
I have just a little bit of discussion, and I think at this point, it's unique because there is no rhyme or reason to the side setback of the 11 whatever feet, but it is there and existing, and any other house would be able to go to the edges of the building. So I really don't have any problem with accepting the building as it is and allowing the pool to be designed as any other pool would be. So I do think it's exceptional and does meet the findings and conditions.
I concur with what Jane said from the meeting the criteria. I think there's enough that's been presented about an existing building that doesn't seem to meet the setbacks, and that causes an exceptional condition. So I think it does meet it. However, I'm in agreement with the applicant that I do not believe that the setback is the same as the principal structure. It's my interpretation, and I know that, you know, we might see it differently. And I understand that you guys are stuck between interpreting precedents, and I'm looking at the clear language in the code. And at least from looking at the clear language in the code, that's what I'm going with. And I think that's our responsibility as a town when there might be a difference in interpretation and how precedents have been done versus the code. We correct the code. So I will support a motion for a variance. I don't think it's needed. And also, I'd just like to emphasize that, especially in light of the corner setback amendments that we are going to be looking at shortly, I think that approving this is also consistent, most likely with the direction we're going.
Doug, you have a comment?
Yeah, I'm inclined to approve this variance primarily for, in my mind, for two reasons. Excellent points. One is it appears all the neighbors supported from the emails and stuff included in the package, and then the testimony of two public speakers. And then it's, unfortunately, you know, the house is 11 feet from the road, I guess. How that happened, it happened. But it would make sense to me that it would be then systematic and from aesthetically that the pool, which looks really nice, could align with the edge of the house as well, just like it would if the house was at the proper setback. So for those two reasons, I'm inclined to approve it.
Okay. All right. Well, would somebody like to make a motion since you all are inclined to approve this?
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
if I may, I just make this observation. I don't necessarily think that it's going to affect the outcome of this board's decision, but I want to remind everyone that the basis for approving or denying an application that comes before you, particularly in a quasi-judicial item, is whether or not the applicant has met through competent substantial evidence that they meet the criteria in the code. Unless the neighbors are commenting specifically to the criteria in the code, then whether or not the neighbors agree or disagree or are in favor or not in favor is not of and of itself sufficient to carry the responsibility of the applicant to demonstrate through competent substantial evidence that they meet the requirements of the code. It's you know, when speakers speak, if they want to, it really should be directed to the criteria in the code, not, oh, I don't have a problem with it. I mean, not that they can't, but that's not, those kinds of comments cannot be used by the board members for reliance upon and finding that the criteria have been met.
I didn't know that.
I'll make a motion.
Go ahead, Jane.
I would like to make a motion to approve the 11-foot street setback reduction for the pool located at 8189 Lagoon Road. I believe it does meet the findings and conclusions, and I would like to add a condition of the standard vegetation hedge required by the pool.
Madam Chair, it's
I'll second that.
Donna seconding that?
It's 8180. She said
Oh,
8189.
sorry,
8180.
Corrected, 8180.
Okay, there's a motion and there's a second. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing no discussion, I'll call for a vote. Jane?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Scott?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
Doug?
Aye.
Patrick? Aye. And I'll vote in favor. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much for your presentation. Would the LPA like a break, or do you want to keep going?
Break.
Okay, we're going to break for 5 to 10 minutes, and then we'll come back for the next variance. Thank you. Oy, ay, ay, ay.
want it to look like after, but we're going to show you in a few slides what it's going to look like. So it's the location of the old Shipwreck Motel, and the parking lot has been used for some time as a public parking lot, a shared public parking lot. So if you go on to the next slide, the first request, as Ms. Saracita said, is for a special exception. We're asking for a special exception to extend the shared parking lot. In March 2014, Council granted a special exception to allow for the operation of a 62-space shared parking lot on this property. Those 62 spaces were shown on what is highlighted in yellow in the pictures that you see on that slide. Those are snippets from the applicable subdivision plats. We are asking that you recommend approval of a request just to extend that special exception to what is shown in green to allow for 40 additional parking spaces. In addition to the special exception, if you turn to the next slide, we are asking for a variance. There are we're asking for several variances. There are several provisions of the code that we're asking for variances from, but what I would say is that these variances are to allow for the parking lot to operate safely and efficiently. So the application discusses them in detail, but they can be summarized as variances to allow for parking on the side and rear of the remaining building with no visibility triangle. And we actually do have a visibility triangle, it's just reduced. I'll tell you about that as well. A buffer comprised of a 4-foot tall white picket fence with climbing jasmine and reduced parking space sizes, which have been used by the applicant in his other parking lots without any incident. So if you turn to the next page, this is to show you a little bit more of what we're planning to do. If the special exception is approved and the variance is approved, several buildings will be removed with what is outlined in red remaining. So you'll see just the one large building is what will remain. The hotel off to the side, the hotel rooms will be removed, and the little white building in the lower southwest corner was already removed for us. As you can see, you can't see, but what I'll point out to you is that we're going to be removing one entrance. Where you see at the bottom of the circle on the survey page, that is an entrance right now. We'll be closing that and only allowing access into the parking lot where the arrow is pointing in at the south of the site, which is actually the
Third Street?
The south. No,
Second Street.
Yes. And then exit only onto 3rd Street.
Entrance on San Carlos.
Well, it's on, yes, I'm sorry. The entrance is from San Carlos, and then you'll be exiting onto 3rd Street. This keeps traffic moving in a forward pattern and relegates exiting vehicles to a much less pedestrian-used street. Additionally, the handicap spaces have been located immediately adjacent to the sidewalk, facilitating a handicapped individual's exit from his or her vehicle and allowing for a more fluid and shortest path of travel along Old San Carlos to the entrance, into the building, or to other downtown areas. Going to the next slide, I've included the provision from the code relative to the downtown zoning district. Here is to highlight for you that the downtown district has been identified as the center of pedestrian-oriented commercial activities, and it has been designated to operate as a Park Once, under the Park Once philosophy, with Old San Carlos being Main Street. All right, so we also have a similar provision on the next slide in your comprehensive plan. The future land use designation given to this property is pedestrian commercial, with Old San Carlos being identified as an intense activity center. And as your comprehensive plan currently provides, it not only encourages, but requires pedestrian-friendly design in the pedestrian commercial district. The request before you today is in furtherance of this policy, and that it will provide for expansion of a centrally located parking area to encourage visitors to park once and go. I recognize that you have before you today proposed amendments to your comprehensive plan. One of those amendments is to discourage new surface parking lots in favor of parking garages. What I would say is, for two reasons, that even if that was adopted, would not apply to us because this is an existing lot. We're just expanding. And two, I would also just note that your land development code for some time has identified 3 locations for a parking garage, all of which are on Old San Carlos, none of which have been developed. So no private property owner has taken that on. So I did want to just point that out because I know you will be talking about that later today, and I would hope that you would consider this to be an exception to that. Next, on slide 8, what we have is 2 prior conditions, because as I mentioned, this was approved prior in 2014 for the special exception and the variances. So staff has expressed some concern with regard to these prior conditions because they expressed that once the property is redeveloped, that it needs to come into compliance with the code. And they are considering that removing a building and putting in new spots is considered redevelopment. So what I would like to point out in response to those points is that there's nothing in the applicable resolution that prohibits future variances, either from us asking for them or from the town approving them. There's similarly nothing in the code that only allows for one bite at the apple, which is staff's interpretation, which is what staff's interpretation would lend itself to. Even so, we do not believe that you have to go that far with the analysis because based on our reading of the code, what we are proposing is not redevelopment. There are 24 instances of the term redevelopment in the Land Development Code, but none include a definition. The provision relative to redevelopment in the section of the code addressing variances refers to redevelopment as the act of building back, in that it refers to complying with setback and height regulations. Site work alone is not contemplated. On the next slide is another applicable code provision that supports our conclusion that this is not redevelopment. As it relates to application of commercial design standards to redevelopment, the code provides that they only apply to newly built buildings and to substantial improvements to those newly built buildings. Here, we are only asking to remove some of the existing buildings with nothing to be built back in their place. As such, we are not proposing to redevelop, and even if the town were to conclude that no additional variances can be permitted upon redevelopment, what is proposed will not act as a trigger. As I mentioned, there are several variance requests that we have asked for. Staff has gone through them individually and made some comments. With the short time from when the staff report was issued and today, we've talked with staff, we've given staff some clarification, but I'd like to give you clarification as well because I know there were some questions. Again, the list is just to allow for safe operation of a pedestrian-friendly downtown parking lot. They were originally requested to allow for continued use of the parking lot consistent with the parking across the street, which has been approved as part of a commercial plan development. After the town, which had been approved as a commercial plan development. After the town adopted its land development code, a request was made to rezone to a conventional zoning district, but with variances to allow for the continued use of the parking lot. These same variances were applied to most of the property that is issued today with the 2014 approval. Okay, going to the next slide. The list of variances included with this request is essentially identical to the variances that were approved with the previous resolution. Staff previously offered a recommendation of approval of the variances, whereas they have now recommended denial. Here I've included a snippet of the previous staff report together with a snippet from the minutes of the previous LPA meeting at which staff supported a change to one of the recommended conditions but still was in favor of the request. And on the next page, you'll see that we had unanimous approval from the LPA and from Town Council when we came before you previously. On the next slide, this is where one of the visuals was included to provide you with an idea of what we're talking about. We're not asking that we not provide any landscaping. With respect to the variance from the required landscape buffer between an off-street parking lot and public street, staff notes that this does not, that we're not specifying the type of landscaping that we're proposing. So these pictures are provided solely for demonstrative purposes, but to give you an idea of what is intended. It'll be a 4-foot white picket fence with crawling jasmine so that it will actually serve as an opaque buffer. between the parking lot and the adjacent rights-of-way. This will allow for continued operation of the existing parking lot and the adjacent rights-of-way. This will allow for continued operation without requiring a very substantial redesign. And it is a request that is consistent with many other parking lots within the town, including those located at 150 Crescent Street and 1397, 1478, 1510, and 2440 Estero Boulevard. Going on to the next slide. We are requesting a variance from the code provision that requires that parking lots be located behind the buildings. As noted previously, only the building outlined in red will remain. The buildings outlined in blue either have been or will be demolished, and nothing is currently proposed to be built in their place. Rather, this area will be used for parking until the property is redeveloped, if that happens at some point in the future. With the current condition of the site, it's very difficult for us to come back with a new building at this time, so it's been strategically planned for future redevelopment, and we'd like to be able to use it now for continuing the use of a parking lot. There's another picture just to show you why we're requesting the next variance. This is a variance from the code provision that requires cross-access with parking on adjacent properties. I wanted to show you this larger aerial because it demonstrates how this requirement cannot be met through no fault of the applicant. The small building in the southwest corner of the site, as I mentioned, was demolished, and there's buildings on adjacent sites that make travel and parking behind those buildings impossible. There are buildings behind all of the buildings between ours and Estero Boulevard. So there's no way to either travel or park behind those buildings. Next, we're talking about the variance for tiered parking, and we're actually going to request that we withdraw that variance request. The reason being is that we do not believe that what we are proposing is tiered parking, and we didn't realize that until after we made the request. There's not actually a definition in your code of what tiered parking means. This is actually the only reference to tiered parking in the entire code. And so we had to go outside the code, and it was hard to find. When I put in tiered parking, these are the pictures that come back. There's not a very good definition other than the freedictionary.com does define it as parking that's on top of each other. So it would be applied to a parking garage, not a surface parking lot. So what we're asking for is to actually withdraw that request because it's not needed. We're not proposing tiered parking. All right, the next one, I mentioned this earlier, this is a request from a variance from the visibility triangle requirement, and we're asking for no visibility triangle, but we are actually providing just a shortened visibility triangle in that what the code requires is there's no visibility triangle on the Old San Carlos side, which is fine because we're not actually exiting onto Old San Carlos. Can you all still hear me okay? I know
We can hear you fine.
Okay.
Oh, but you know what? This is nothing compared to what we've done.
I can imagine.
I'm enduring it.
Okay, good. But what your code provides is that 5 feet setback and 100 feet wide is what your visibility triangle is. So I know it's going to be hard to see, but in your strip that you have here, you go back 5 feet and 100 feet. And what that does is it actually puts it right past our exit because the exit's at 80 feet. So what we're proposing, if you remember the site plan earlier, is we're trying to simplify the movement through the parking lot in that it will go straight forward, coming off Old San Carlos, straight through and out with no turns being needed. If we met the visibility triangle requirement, we'd have to move the exit 20 feet back, and so people would have to jog to get out, and we're trying to just go straight out. So what we wanted to do is just ask for that, not necessarily for no visibility triangle, but for a reduced visibility triangle. We're also only going to be putting in a 4-foot white picket fence, so it'll be low and still allow for visibility. On the next slide, you'll see that the staff has made a comment about neighborhood compatibility and seems to conclude that parking is not needed in this area because parking lots appear to cover more area of the downtown than any other land use. Notwithstanding, as been highlighted earlier, both the applicable zoning and future land use designations specifically identify this area as one that is to be pedestrian friendly and encourage a park once philosophy. The town's own comprehensive plan, provisions of which are copied onto this slide, encourages this type of parking so that each individual use does not need to provide parking. The next slide is actually refers back to an earlier statement I made with regard to the location of the parking garages. This is just a map that shows that this area of downtown has been highlighted and identified as appropriate for parking. Here, parking garages, but you'll see I've outlined in red where our location is, so we're actually in between two of those locations. Okay. Final slide, you'll see staff has recommended denial of both of our requests, even though we have demonstrated that we meet the criteria for the requested special exception and variances. It seems that staff's only concern with the special exception is, as laid out, we have designed a parking lot that requires variances that staff feels cannot be granted based on the conditions found in the earlier resolution. However, as previously noted, there is nothing in the code or the resolution that prohibits the property owner from asking or the town council from approving another variance. As it relates to the variances, we have demonstrated that the site is uniquely situated in an area of town that has been identified as appropriate for shared parking with the necessary variances to accommodate the downtown building requirements, such as the build to lines that take precedence over setbacks and visibility triangles provided safety can be ensured. The site has been designed with safety in mind, especially with the traffic pattern, keeping traffic moving in a forward momentum with the only entrance on San Carlos and the only exit on 3rd Street. Based on the foregoing, we respectfully request that the LPA recommend approval of both the special exception and the variances that were requested, except for the variance with regard to tiered parking. We've withdrawn that, or will. And if you have any questions, I will be
Thank you,
available
Sarah.
for those.
Are there any questions for Ms. Spector? Any questions? Dawn, do you have any questions?
I have one. This is really basic, but why do you need more parking spaces?
To provide parking for downtown because there is never enough parking, but I can have, do you want to speak to that, Mr. Richard?
John Richard, for the record, may I approach?
Thanks, John.
Ask why we need more parking?
Yes, sir.
The future? We remember last year how much, how the shortage of parking we had. And as we further develop, we're going to definitely need more parking. I would love to have Kara Stewart up to help answer any other questions.
That's fine, thank you.
Thank you, John.
Oh, sure.
Any other questions?
No, sir.
Pat.
I got a few questions. I'm looking at the various.
Kara, are you coming up to speak?
Yeah, please.
I'm looking at the variances that are being requested, and some of them have been addressed by Sarah. Makes sense. There's also variances associated with buffering and landscape islands.
Buffering.
Okay? And please explain why the variances are needed. From what I could tell, they could be provided. The impact would be that you guys would lose a few parking spaces. So if the parking spaces are not needed to meet a minimum requirement, for example, I'm having trouble justifying those variances for landscaping that could be provided.
Kara Stewart, for the record. I would just like to clarify, when you're saying the landscaping to be provided, are you referring to internal landscaping or the buffer?
Both internal landscape islands and
the buffers?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's address the buffers first. The buffer on Old San Carlos, we'd given a lot of thought to that because trying to accommodate our handicap parking as well in the most apropos area and location to exit and to encourage that ability for folks to walk along Old San Carlos Boulevard. We have those placed directly on the right at the sidewalk. We thought with this type of buffer, the 4-foot and some night blooming jasmine or some such thing like that, it would give us the ability to have easy access ways to those areas. To those areas from the parking lot. The perimeter on the side, once again, trying to take into account on 3rd Street the visibility triangle, which I would also like to furtherance on that visibility triangle. The proposed 4-foot fence with landscaping will also assist with the visibility at that location. The location of that exit on 3rd Street is also restricted, as Sarah started to mention and mentioned a little bit. We're confined with our existing structure of shipwreck and that aisleway going through, so I can't move that building, which would then help me shift that driveway. I was leaving that building in place gives me the ability to then come in, park, exit onto 3rd Street, which I think we all want, instead of exiting onto Old San Carlos, and allowing the customer to then leave. So that leaves us with internal landscaping. We do have locations identified on the plan for internal landscaping. We were anticipating with the 4-foot along Old San Carlos, we have back an aisle or two. It's actually one aisle. There's 2 rows of parking. We've got another location for landscaping. I believe the code requires trees. We were kind of discussing, we left it open because we were thinking instead of just asking for a variance from the landscaping, we thought we'd throw it out there. Maybe we want, or maybe LPA would like, or council would like, something different than what the code is requiring in order to offset the fact that we're only proposing to do that one landscaped area. The site is being planned, as Sarah...
For example?
For example, if you want hedges or...
Sail shades.
Yeah, whatever. Right, whatever, not sail shades, but yeah, something, in that area. We left it open. We didn't define it, kind of looking for some feedback. I forgot what I was just going to say now. What was the other one? The landscaping guy?
Yeah, let me just interject. As far as
Yeah.
the buffers,
Yep.
as far as the buffers go, the white picket fence with the night blooming jasmine, I think is going to be beautiful. It's already been approved, same exact thing on Crescent Street, on the 150 lot on there. I mean, I live right next to that. The one thing I'll say is I want this to be beautiful. I do not, I've been here a long time. I'm going to be here a long time. So we've made a lot of areas, the corners of the thing, that's going to be trees, whatever you want. Here, more trees. Here, more trees. Once that motel goes down, the building goes down, you're going to have a beautiful view of the lagoon. I'm very passionate about it, but Kara can speak better than I can. So, any more questions?
The other note that Sarah mentioned was in relationship to the design of the lot. We have designed this also at this time to take on, of course, all of our drainage, and we're doing an exfiltration system, and that's being located towards the rear of the property for obvious, if there was ever redevelopment there, that it would be set up in the correct manner and take care of that at the same time.
We're taking one exit off Old San Carlos that used to exit into Old San Carlos. That's gone. It's all a benefit to the public.
Patrick, were your questions answered?
Yeah, I got one more question. With regards to the dimensional standards, I think you've touched upon the back of the building and the width you have there, and that's justified. Elsewhere in the parking lot, can you describe where the dimensions would change and why they're needed?
The dimensions are actually, we've designed the entire parking lot, absent, of course, the handicap spots, with reduced parking dimensions, partly because John has been operating a parking lot across the street for, 20-something years with those reduced dimensions. When I believe the town had engaged in a consultant to start looking at parking at some time ago. And at that time, the reduced sizes were also addressed. So in light of that and the fact that we have found over time that they work just as succinctly as a larger parking space, we're asking for the request. We believe that the code needs to, in that case, maybe be changed.
And I would add that I would request that they stay permanent with the lot, and I don't have to go through this again.
What?
The dimensions of the parking spaces, they work. I've been working them for 20 years. I'm there every day, so. Thank you.
I don't think anybody's been in that area longer than, it's like you know it like the back of your hand. Okay, Doug, any questions for Mr. Richard or Ms. Stewart? No. Jim, question?
I do have some, but I want to hear the staff report.
Okay. Scott, any questions?
No, but I want to do ex parte that I did meet with.
Yeah, I forgot to ask that.
I
Okay.
met with Karen John yesterday and toured the site.
I apologize for that. So Doug has, Scott has ex parte. Jim, have you spoken with anybody about this project? Jim?
No, I have not.
Jane?
I got a phone call, but I didn't get it returned in time. Sorry.
Okay. Doug, any ex parte?
No ex parte.
And Patrick?
No ex parte.
And I spoke with John. So, none from you, Don? Okay, thank you. All right. Anybody else have questions for the applicant? Sarah, I have a question for you. And John, you can chime in if you want. Okay, so the conflict between the existing resolution approval for your temporary parking lot, what I'm wondering is this special exception ultimately just an expansion of a temporary lot? Because that, to me, triggers the redevelopment word. So if you're going, no. Well, let me just give you my rationale here. So now this is going to be a permanent parking lot. So that's what this will be, because I think go ahead. All right, explain to me the special exception conflict with the previous approval.
The previous approval was for a permanent shared parking lot. It wasn't on a temporary basis. It was for till perpetuity.
Okay.
The caveat, I believe it's item 3, in one of the conditions, says at further, and I'm quasi-quoting it, but the gist of it is that if there is redevelopment and or a building permit, the conditions the variances go away. Meaning, if the site is redeveloped, that variance goes away, and he needs to do.
If John were to expand Shipwreck, for example.
If he were to build, because when we talk about redevelopment, we're talking about a new building and or something greater than a 50% remodeling of a structure. We are not doing that. So we are politely, respectfully disagreeing that it's a redevelopment. We feel that this is no more than just a demolition of a building and a parking lot that we need to request a special exception for, because part of it is not included in the original approval. So we're expanding an existing special exception.
Expanding the existing special exception. Okay.
Correct.
Anybody else have a question on that? No? Okay. Thank you guys very much. And we'll go on to your presentation. Sarah?
Good morning, Sarah Probst. I'm going to apologize up front because this is a very long staff report for me, or a presentation for me. John Richard, owner of 237 Old San Carlos, has requested a special exception for expansion of a permanent shared parking lot in the downtown zoning district. A portion of the property was approved for a permanent shared parking lot by SEZ 2013-0006. The applicant is requesting 7 variances from the perimeter buffering, internal landscaping, parking lot location, parking lot interconnection, internal crosswalks, and the visibility triangle. The previous special exception was accompanied by a variance, including all of the variances included in this application, except for the pedestrian systems. This is new to this variance request. This was variance 2013-0007. Permanent shared parking lots are a permitted use in the downtown zoning district with approval of a special exception. The current parking lot is approved for 62 parking spaces on a portion of the parcel. The area approved for the parking is shown in yellow highlight on the third page of the staff report you received. The applicant is requesting an expansion of 40 spaces in the green highlighted area on the same graphic. In addition to the request for a special exception, the applicant is requesting 7 variances to the location and design requirements for a parking lot. The variance request includes the internal landscaping found in section 10-416C2 be waived. This section includes trees, 10% internal landscaping area, landscaping islands between every 10 parking spaces, and ground cover. 2, the perimeter buffer requirement found in section 10-416D and 34677B3, which requires a type D buffer 15 feet wide with 5 trees per 100 linear feet and 3-foot tall double staggered hedges. The applicant is proposing a 4-foot tall white picket fence with landscaping, although there are no plantings specified and no buffer width was proposed in the application. The applicant is requesting a variance from the location requirements found in section 34676C, which requires parking lots in the rear yard in the downtown district. A note on this request: the previous approved variance included the following condition associated with this variance. Number 3, at the time of redevelopment, the parking lot variance allowing a front and side parking lot must come into compliance and be relocated to the rear of the subject property. 4, the applicant is requesting a variance to parking lot interconnectivity found in 34676C. This requirement is to decrease the number of driveways on Old San Carlos. The applicant has indicated that the adjacent property is developed in a way that would not allow connectivity. 5, the applicant is requesting a variance from the pedestrian system requirement found in section 34215.7. This requires walkways to accommodate safe and convenient pedestrian movement where more than one tier of parking spaces is developed. The applicant believes that this may not apply at this time. It's still part of the application packet we received. 6, the applicant is proposing a variance to the parking lot dimensions found in section 34-2016-1 and 2. A note on this request: the previous approved variance included the following condition associated with this variance. Number 2, applicant may utilize the parking dimension described in variance number 5 above. However, at the time of redevelopment or the application of a building permit for the subject property, the parking space dimensions must come into compliance with all provisions of section 34-2016. 7, the applicant is requesting a variance from the visibility triangle found in section 34-3131. Old San Carlos Boulevard does not have a visibility triangle requirement. The applicant is proposing the same for the entrance on 3rd Street. Staff notes that the proposed fence would be a violation of the visibility triangle unless modified. In staff's opinion, the special exception must be or may be appropriate in this location. However, the variances do little to make the use compatible with the downtown and to soften the aesthetics of the parking lot in a pedestrian area. Additionally, the conditions of the previous variance appear to preclude the ability to grant the location and dimension variance requests, including the location which is key to expanding this use along 3rd Street. Therefore, staff recommends that the LPA recommend denial of SEZ 2022-0095 and variance VAR 2022-0094. I'm available to answer any questions, and the applicant is also here.
Whew, that's a doozy. Okay, questions for staff? Scott?
Would you agree with the applicant that this is not a redevelopment?
Because the code fails to define redevelopment, I think the issue is maybe this is called a permanent shared parking lot. They are redeveloping a portion of it to become a permanent shared parking lot. That's what they're asking for. It appears to be a parking lot as of now. However, it didn't have a special exception for those areas that they're requesting it for. So If they're asking for a new use on that section of property, that is a redevelopment of the site, even if it isn't strictly a building being redeveloped. Additionally, several buildings were demolished, not something that they intended to have happen, but that does redevelop the site. It changes the site quite a bit, and allows this additional potential use for the site. So I think that you could go both ways on it, but it is redeveloping the site in a different way.
A question on that issue. So, notwithstanding the definition of redevelopment, and if this is redevelopment or not, you've got variances that are approved, and should they stay with their current approval, those are in place. Does it not open you up for assessment and new regulations once you come back in and you add property and you change that previous approval?
If I could try and answer that, I think what we have here is really a two-stage process. One, whether to grant the special exception to expand the existing use. It is an existing use, and it currently doesn't meet the existing use by virtue of the variances, does not meet all the requirements of the code. If you expand that use under our code, you're supposed to bring the entire site up to code, and thus the request for variances. So you don't get to the variances unless you are inclined to grant the special exception. And under normal circumstances, when you expand a use, you bring the entire site into conformity with the regulations. Absent variances.
Yeah, thanks for the clarification.
Anybody else have questions for Sarah or Mr. Herron?
Yeah, I've got two quick questions. First question, can you address the tiered parking? If you guys support the assessment from the applicant, I know it's in their application, but do you agree with them? And then, can you talk about, does the code provide any provisions with compact parking lot spaces, reduced parking spaces?
In regard to the tiered parking, it was my understanding that this was realistically, when you design a parking lot, you should have pedestrian pathways. I think that that's a standard safety. You go to a grocery store, you go to any parking lot, there are going to be crosswalks. I think that that is what this code is requesting. Our code does not define tiered, though, so if you were to choose to define that term as multiple levels, then maybe you could say that crosswalks are not required, although I think crosswalks are a common safety feature that you would want in a parking lot. We're encouraging people to walk. We probably want to give them a safe way to cross a parking lot.
Could a crosswalk be as simple as a hatching on the ground? Because we don't define it in the code.
Yes, that's a typical way you define a crosswalk, with hatching on the ground or different type of pavement. You could put in different bricks or something, just a way so that people have a defined path so they're not just wandering around through a parking lot. Here's your path, take that. Theoretically, you're going to be safer. Whether they use it or not, that's their own choice.
Any other questions for staff?
Is there, in the development code or in the building code, I don't see any lighting on this plan. Is there any requirement for lighting?
I believe that there would be some requirements for lighting. They aren't that far in the process, though. We don't typically require them to provide all the components of the parking lot this early because they're asking for the use. That helps save on engineering costs up front.
So the applicant would like to make a clarification, but Kara, just hold still because I'm going to open the public hearing and then I'll come back to you. If there are no other questions, Dawn, do you have any questions? Okay. Is there any, I'll open the public portion part of this. Is there anybody who'd like to comment on this case? Seeing none, I'll close that section. And Kara, if you'd like to come up again. And this will be your opportunity, LPA, to ask any further questions of the applicant. Go ahead, Kara.
Because I continually lose sleep, I was up the other morning at 6 a.m. and looked at LIPA for the discussion on the tiered parking, because I also was confused and like, wait a minute, when I go places, I don't think I've ever seen this. I could not find any parking lot on the beach other than for a handicap passageway. So that was what brought me to go look up definition and try to pursue it a little further. So although it might be a good idea, and we want to think that people won't save themselves in a parking lot, it's not a requirement. And the tiered parking, again, is not applicable at this point because it is for subsequent layers, which if you think about that, that makes all sense in the world to get yourself down. So that being said, I just wanted to clarify.
Anybody have any follow-up questions for the applicant? None?
Thank you.
Anyone have any follow-up? Sarah, go ahead.
Patrick had asked about compact parking spaces. I don't believe that our code currently contains anything for that.
It does not? Sarah, what was variance number 3?
That is parking lots in the rear yard.
Okay. And so the number 5, the fifth variance is this tiered parking, and the applicant has asked to withdraw that variance request. So we're going to remove, without it, unless somebody objects, we're going to remove number 5 from the variance request, taking it from 7 to 6, okay? Do you have any objection to that, Sarah? Okay.
If I may, I think we want to clarify in the record that we believe that it does not apply. Again, and when they go through the permitting process, let's make it clear.
Okay. Okay. So is there any other conversation or questions for the staff? If not, what I'd really like to do is start with the issue of the special exception. Because if we agree that the special exception applies, that we can approve the special exception, then we can do the variances. But without step 1, the variances aren't necessary. So is there a motion to approve or deny the special exception request? Or does anybody have any comments first on the special exception request? Okay.
I'll move to approve the special exception.
Jane, I can't hear anything you're saying, and I'm sitting next to you.
I'll move to approve the special exception portion of this request.
We're going to break this down, Sarah. Okay. Is there a second for the motion to approve the special exception request? Is there a second for the motion? I'm going to second the motion for.
He's going to.
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to second the motion.
I was going to say I'd second the motion.
Okay, so both Don and, we'll let Jim have this one. So the motion's made by Jane and seconded by Jim. Is there discussion on the motion? Don, do you have discussion on this?
No.
None. Anyone have discussion on the special exception motion?
Just general discussion. I think it's a good thing that we talk about use versus form. As we proceed with a lot of redevelopment on this island, I think that issue is going to come up of how do we feel about the use versus how do we feel about the form, and how can good form really enhance some of those uses. So just something to keep in mind. I don't have a problem with the special exception use.
Okay. What I would like to do, Sarah or John, Mr. Herron, just to make this, because a special exception requires the same type of approval as a variance, the same criteria, or has to meet criteria, should that be read for the record, or should Jane's motion just be indicative that that criteria has been met?
Yeah, so the form of the motion could be as follows, that based upon the information in the staff report and the testimony presented before the LPA, the movement finds that the applicant has met the standards set forth in the comprehensive plan and LDRs for the requested special exception, and
Ditto that.
as reflected in the staff report.
Okay,
You
so,
may add that to my, motion.
so we'll just let Mr. Herron's terminology formalize Jane's motion. Do you agree with that, Jim? Okay. Is there any other discussion on the special exception? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to take a vote just on the special exception. Jane?
Aye.
Jim?
Yes.
Scott?
Aye.
Patrick?
Aye.
Doug?
Aye.
Okay, and I agree. So the special exception has been
Don?
passed. And Don?
Yes.
Thank you, Sarah. The special exception passes unanimously. Now let's get to the nitty-gritty of the variances, because I'm with Patrick here on landscaping. Let's get to the landscaping, or the variances. So we're going to do these one by one, all right?
What page are we on?
I've just got them written down because I remember reading them, and I've just got them written down. But I suspect Sarah could probably tell you exactly what page. But the first one is on internal landscaping, and this is going to be a little. And you all can say no, Anita, you can't do that. John, I love a visual aid. What I would really like to know, and maybe Sarah, you could tell me instead of bringing in the applicants, because that's not really what we're supposed to do here. If we had the amount of landscaping required by the code, how much more would be here?
So this section of the code requires 10% landscaping area internal to the parking lot, a minimum of 10-foot wide landscaping islands between every 10 parking spaces. It also requires median dividers with trees every 40 feet. But if you just want to get to the basis, like the basics of it, it would be the 10% landscaping area internal, and then you would figure out within that.
What do you estimate is currently in the plan?
I'm sorry, what did you say, Jim?
What do you estimate is currently in the plan?
What was her estimate, if it's 10%
Oh, if it's
is the
10%,
requirement,
yeah.
what's the
That's a good
estimate
question.
of what is shown?
I don't have an eye for that, and I would not even give you a guess. I apologize.
Anita, if I could, I don't know how you want to proceed. If you want to look at every variance individually and then vote on them individually, and if that's the way you'd like to proceed, if I could make a comment.
I think that's going to be the easiest way to get through this.
But I think there's a comprehensive approach to this with regards to form and aesthetics and wanting to elevate our game as a town as we redevelop. And I think my comment to the applicant might be, I would be okay if you say, these are the requirements. It may not make sense to put a landscape island every 10 cars. We will look at the amount of landscaping that would be, and we can put it somewhere else and cluster it and still provide something aesthetically. A lot of communities provide these enhancement plans to justify your variance. I could support something like that, and it might behoove them to ask to table this and come back with an enhancement plan. That's what I'm thinking.
That's interesting. Okay. Does anybody else have any comment, John?
Well, a way to address Mr. Vanessa's comment would be to potentially to say we're denying the variance request as submitted. You have to provide the 10%, but we are granting you the variance to the locational requirement. So your point is, assuming the LPA agrees, is we still want the total 10%, but you don't have to do it every 10 car spots. It's, work with staff to locate that in a way that is most efficient for the property owner, but at the same time, making sure that it's aesthetically pleasing.
My only thoughts are that this is the pedestrian-friendly area. This is with a one-stop park area, and we don't want people to get back into their car. I just feel like if ever there was a place to reduce plantings and add parking, this is the location. And I don't know about you, but I don't park to enjoy the landscaping. On the interior side of the parking area, I park to get out of my car. And so as long as there is a buffer surrounding to block out lights, this, that, and the other, I'm not opposed to reducing the interior.
Of the site, but it seems like we're trying to put tons of potatoes in a 5-pound. There is an exception on this site.
Scott, you got a comment?
I also think it's, when looking at the landscaping, you're going to have a beautiful property along the water. And we really want to put more landscaping that's going to block that view. So unless it's, big coconut palms or something, but I think it'd be hard to get that 10%. Do you really want all that landscaping
Blocking.
blocking that view?
That in itself is a landscape view for me. I mean, I think.
And my other question is if they use the jasmine, does that count as landscaping?
I don't know. Don, do you have, Sarah?
I mean, the jasmine would be considered a landscaping.
But it doesn't meet the
There's-
perimeter landscaping.
There's no buffer width. There is the required buffer width, and it's not what is required.
Elevation of our place, like Patrick just said. I don't want to walk next door. I don't want to walk and have a parking lot to be my experience. And the whole thing about Old San Carlos is the walking experience of going down that boulevard. And so I think that for certain, on the San Carlos Boulevard section of this, maybe not so much in the back, but on the San Carlos Boulevard section, landscaping is essential. It's critical. And on 3rd Street, it's critical just for the neighborhood impact. So Doug, you have something?
Yeah, I'm going to comment too. I could not support any reduction in the percentage of landscaping. Where I see a very large asphalt parking lot that's essentially going to become a heat island.
Going to
It
become
needs
what,
a
Doug?
heat island. And it needs trees. And I think
Madam
we need to
Chair?
come up with a better plan.
Madam Chair? If I may make a comment or observation, maybe to assist the board as well as the applicant. I know that a lot of times when you all have variance applications come before you, you have asked, well, what is the actual variance? Are you asking from 15 feet, let's setback, to 7 feet, and how is that reflected? Show us how that would look. I think that if listening to you, what you all are struggling with possibly is visualizing what these variance requests will actually be translated in. So we don't know that the parking lot, if built to code, would be 20 additional parking spaces versus their request for a variance that will then make it 25. We're not visualizing it. Or the landscaping, what would otherwise be a 10% requirement through every 10 spaces, to know we're asking for a reduction from 10% to 5%, and this is how it will look, and this is where it will go. And so I in listening to you all are struggling with that visualization concept, and staff isn't able to tell you what that number is, because they've in the application they've just simply said we want a variance from this section of the code, not necessarily quantified it and then translated that into a visual representation. You may want to ask the applicant to do that and continue the hearing as it relates to the variance request, so you all can see that and understand it. Here's what the variances we're asking for versus what the code requires, so you can compare the two and see what those changes are and what they will look like.
Yeah.
Just a suggestion.
If I may, just to be real direct and blunt with the applicant, it appears to me that variances are requested to maximize the site. And I do not see the rational nexus as to what the hardship is. I think it would go a long way if you could meet some of these requirements, put some enhancements, and then just show us, maybe you lose a few parking spaces, but you give a better product. Again, not against deviating from the code with variances when they make sense, but I'm having trouble getting there when I don't see the hardship, and we're not even trying to meet a minimum parking requirement for a business here. So if you can help us along that way, I think there's flexibility and there's a willingness to look at options. It's a little hard for me to get there right now.
I agree. You know what, instead of actually, I think you've got a good point, Patrick, about looking at this, because when we talk about landscaping, we're talking about the perimeter border as well. Are there objections to what they're proposing for the perimeter? So the perimeter normally would have a double layer of shrubs or whatever for what's the standards, Sarah? I forget, but it would be substantial, and in comparison to the lovely picket fence with the bright night blooming jasmine.
In this location, the required buffer would be a type D buffer, 15 feet wide with 5 trees per 100 linear feet and a 3-foot tall double staggered row of hedges.
So that would almost eliminate that whole first row of parking.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with a reduction in width. Again, it's about the aesthetics and the parking, and along Old San Carlos, I think it make a lot of sense to provide a pedestrian access there. People like to walk from point A to point B, the easiest route they can go. And people that are going to be going to Old San Carlos would probably like to get there the quickest way possible. So just a little opening. Again, does it affect one parking spot? Possibly, but there could be a way to reconfigure it.
Don, I'm curious what your thoughts on this are.
He's on mute, so
Don?
a second.
I cannot hear, I can hear you, but I cannot hear any noise, I cannot hear.
Okay, I'm going to give you a quick update here. So what we're talking about is whether, Jane, I've got it on mine, whether about the landscaping and really wanting a visualization of what this variance would be for the perimeter and for the interior as we look to redevelop Old San Carlos Boulevard and the whole island in general. So do you have any thoughts on that as far as the interior? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm less concerned about the interior, but I am concerned to your comment a few minutes ago, the walk down San Carlos, the buffer on the San Carlos side. I'm less concerned about the interior.
So what Don is saying is that he is less concerned about the interior, but he is definitely concerned about the perimeter buffer. Okay? All right, so I count numbers here. That's 4 of us who have this concern. Jane doesn't have the concern. She's got some concern, but not tremendous. But this is a concern, okay, for these.
My thought process being that along the exterior, that I don't necessarily want to see a 10-foot buffer.
No.
At all. What I would prefer to see is something, but I think a canopy of palm trees, which would take up a minimal amount of space in between the fronts of these cars or the backs of these cars where nobody's going to walk because there's not an access out, would be beautiful. I mean, it would present the, McGregor drive down McGregor, how you look at the palm trees, you don't look down at the ground to see if there's shrubs around it. I think that could be easier to get your trees and landscaping in, and I think everybody around it will appreciate and love that. So that would be my way to settle that depth.
So John made a comment to me this morning that this was kind of rushed to us in a way. And so I'm going to go through the rest of these for conversation, but I'd just like a nod or something about the potential for tabling this to move forward. So you all contemplate that as I talk about the rear yard, the rear moving things to the rear element, that variance number 3. Does anybody have any comments on that one? That doesn't seem to be a huge issue. Okay. And what about the interconnectivity? Variance number 4. Well, was that a hot button for anybody? No. It wasn't for me either. And what about the actual parking lot dimensions, which is variance number 6? So going from a standard...
I do have a bit of a concern. I think if we were to look at reducing some of the parking spaces, a lot of places have compact parking requirements. And again, if you look at our trucks and SUVs getting bigger and bigger, I know I've been to a bunch of places where I've got to go out the hatch in the back to park the car. So again, I think a percentage would make sense to me, not necessarily all the parking spaces.
Okay. Doug, did you have any comment on this?
Yeah, I would agree with my colleague here. I think 8 foot is pretty tight, and door dings and all that stuff could be happening, but maybe a percentage or at least some parking spots, standard size.
Okay. Jane?
Agreed.
Jim?
I think, a combination of some compact car parking with other parking spots that meet current code. As pointed out, there are a lot of larger vehicles coming out, and I've been stuck in places where it's hard to get in and out because of the vehicle next to me or behind me.
Okay. Scott, did you have any concern on this?
Not really. I have a hard time tabling it for, maybe one meeting, but tabling it for 3-4 months.
Oh no. This needs a plan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think if we were to table, I think it has to go to the next meeting because of advertisement requirements.
I agree. Okay, Don, do you have any comments on the parking lot dimension, the parking space sizes? Did you?
Yeah, just agreeing on what Patrick and I think Doug said, just on the percentage. Yeah, so
Okay.
I don't have an issue with. I don't want to get in the way of progress. I don't have an issue tabling it if it's the next immediate meeting. But if we were presented with a plan.
Okay. Okay. And what about the visibility triangle?
Well, I think the fact that it flows very well straight through and gives a circle around and an in and out that's easy, I think the visibility is simpler and easier than putting in the visibility triangle and trying to make people go more angles.
Okay. Patrick?
I'd like to hear what Sarah has to say about visibility.
Oh, did she have her pen up? I didn't notice.
Yes. So actually what Sarah said regarding it was Sarah or Kara, I don't remember which one.
I think it was Sarah.
That it would have to be shifted down. That has to do with entrance separation. That's not the visibility triangle. The visibility triangle, you just measure that far. It's an imaginary triangle. You come back however many feet and you go over however many feet. That space within that triangle has to be open. You don't actually have to move the driveway. You just have to keep that area unimpeded by a visual barrier.
It's line of sight. It's line of sight
yes.
for safe ingress and egress. All sites, all governments have
clear sight triangles, so you're not having to creep out into the actual road in order to be able to make a right or left-hand turn, particularly in Fort Myers Beach, where we know how the traffic backs up. So the idea is to have clear sights. Again, you can modify it and change it, but the idea is that those are established for safety purposes.
So my comments related to that, I think there are ways to mitigate for the reduced triangle. So I think, reducing the landscaping height right at the intersection, possibly putting signs up. I don't know if there's going to be a gate there or not for people exiting the parking lot. Obviously, to me, if there's a gate, clearly signals the pedestrians, look where you're going, and same thing with the motorists. So I think there's ways to mitigate for that, so I don't have a problem with it.
Okay. Don, do you have any comment on the visibility triangle?
Not specific, no. Okay. I mean, I get what you're saying. I see both points, so.
Yeah, okay, all right. Okay, so my inclination is to table this for further clarification on this, especially on the landscaping, because it's very important to me. But I'm interested to hear what you all have to say about this. Patrick?
Well, the other option, if they don't want to table this, is they need to go to council.
Well, they have to.
And I think we can make our recommendation that they address our concerns and show up at council with a revised request and plan that addresses our concerns. So it doesn't cause any delays. It gives them clear direction. Also tells council what we're concerned about and what they should be looking for.
Okay?
I concur.
You concur?
Yes, with a caveat. You still have to vote on each one of the items to make it, to forward it with the recommendation. It's not like, well, we decided not to take up the variance request. That is your job.
No.
You do have to vote on them and make a recommendation one way or another. You may say, I'm not trying, we approve all of them, or we reject all of them, subject to, the applicant providing clarification on these issues as voiced by the LPA, and we'll reflect that in the staff report.
So we could make recommendations of approval conditional upon the direction that we get for each.
You have to vote on each one of the variances. So variant for internal landscaping, can you approve that variance request with the criteria?
I could make a recommendation of approval, for example, that any landscape islands that are eliminated internal, you have to compensate elsewhere on the site with the same amount of vegetation.
But I don't think you can do that for a variance. A variance has criteria. It's the five questions for the variance, for each one of these. I don't think you can answer 1 and 2 yes. I think you have to say 1 and 2. So where's that list?
There it is.
Factors.
Page 230 of your packet.
Page 230.
Hang on.
Can you give me page 230, Jane? Do you know what I'm saying, Patrick?
Yeah.
So I think if you said no to 1 and 2, you can quantify why you're saying no to 1 and 2, so they prepare their production for the council so that 1 and 2 don't get disapproved at the council. So this
Chair,
is still
Madam
not
Chair.
it, Jane.
That's 230.
Yeah, I don't want 230. I want the.
Jason Green, Community Development. Do you mind if I chime in real quick?
I'd love to hear from you, Jason.
Yeah, hey, how are you?
How are you?
I think what it sounds like Patrick's getting to is a justification of the variance from a specific criteria if you provide it somewhere else. That is, I think that's getting along the lines of something that we would look for. But to your point also is more specifics of what you're looking for, whether it's a reduction to a 3-foot buffer with some hedges consistent with other parking lots. We need more specifics related to each of these variances if you're going to vary from them to what, not just do something better. But to his specific case, I think in that one, it's a little bit more, it doesn't need as much specificity, and it's swapping. It's taking one thing and putting it somewhere else, but it's the same amount. That would be suffice for our purposes, for them to go design that and show that. But the other ones need a little bit more specifics.
Do you think that we need a motion on each of these variance requests?
I think you need specifics as much as possible to what you're willing to recommend is okay to vary to. So, for example, the width of the landscape buffer along the perimeter, do something better than what you're doing is not specific enough, because you have to justify, and I think that's where Patrick was going, is he's justifying his vote on the variance of that one because they're going to provide it somewhere else. If you have that kind of conversation with each one, then yeah, we can move forward with each of those. But I think you need to get there with each one. Now, I don't know if you're going to get down to 3.5 foot, 5 foot buffer, that sort of specifics, but we would like to get as close as possible on some of these.
Anita, I think we can get there on each of those. I just don't know, and I'd like direction from town attorney, and also maybe if the attorney for the applicant would like to comment on this, we can, I don't know if we can recommend approval with something that's conditional, or if we have to recommend denial, but just put it on the record that we would support it otherwise. And I think I'm happy to hear some feedback from the applicant on that. So I don't want them to be hurt by this, but I think we're limited as to what we can do.
I would recommend the latter, where you say we're recommending denial, but if they were to provide this information and our recommendation would be in support, conditional support, without any prejudice to the applicant, moving forward to the town council.
Do you want to hear from Sarah? Sarah?
It was my understanding that you had the authority to recommend with conditions or deny. So I don't know if you wanted to recommend approval with the conditions that you would place on it.
That's a better way to state it, maybe.
Well, the special exception has already been approved. We're already saying yes to the special exception. So this is just...
Right, and
this is, we don't want you to get lost in the details, but we want it to be very clear to the council. I mean, honestly, I don't think number 1 and 2, I don't think the landscaping meets the criteria for those variance requests. I don't, as it currently is. Could it? Yes. Could it? Yes. Thank you, Sarah.
How about we go with the easy ones, get those approved, and then talk about the other ones afterwards?
And would you like to lead the band on this, Patrick? Hey, wait 1 second. Don, any comment?
Yeah. No, I agree though on the 1 and 2.
Okay.
The 1 and 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Recommendation for approval on the parking lot location variance?
I second.
That's number 3?
Number 3?
Number 3? Okay.
I second.
So there's a motion and a second on variance number 3 to approve. Any discussion on that? Patrick? Your vote? Yes.
Aye.
Scott?
Aye.
Doug?
Aye.
Don?
Yes.
Jane? Aye. Jim?
Aye.
And yes, so, okay, so the variance number 3 is approved. Good job.
Recommendation for approval of the visibility triangle with conditions of minimizing landscaping to improve that line of sight, or keeping the landscaping lower. Putting signage at the entrance.
Is there a second for that motion? For the visibility triangle?
I have a second with an addition.
Okay, and Sarah's got her hand up again.
I'm unclear on what you're approving, because you did say that they had to remove vegetation and things, so that is essentially requiring it. So are you saying that it needs to be, that you're in favor of decreasing that visibility area, or?
Okay. A recommendation to approve the requested variance with a condition that landscaping and potential fencing hardscapes within that visibility triangle be limited to no more than 3.5 feet tall?
Scott?
There's a cabbage palm right at the entrance there that I don't think is on their property, and that needs to go. I mean, that thing's A, ugly, and B, it's blocking the view down the street. So I don't know if that's the town's responsibility, or we codify that, or what. I mean, that'd be my recommendation.
Okay, there's,
With the pedestrian signs.
I'm sorry?
with pedestrian signs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so there is a motion and a second to approve variance number 4. No, that's variance number 7. Variance number 7.
Yep.
And is there any discussion on this? Here, Don? Doug?
I actually don't have a good understanding of this visibility triangle, so I'll probably abstain just because I can't make an honest vote, because I don't some sort of graphic would have been helpful for me.
I think staff could probably provide that, or I could jot something down real quick.
I was just going to draw something too.
But I think
So-
it'd be great if staff would.
Yeah, that probably would be best. But it's important that you understand this, because it's going to come up over and over again.
Trying to remember. Jason Green, Community Development. You're talking about the visibility triangle. I believe the code has, it's either 2 or 3 feet is a max, and then above 8 feet, I believe, is the limit.
But what he's not
So-
understanding is the whole concept of what visibility
It's
triangle is.
line of sight. So the code says, and to be frank, Patrick's motion condition is a visibility triangle. So the code allows or requires you to limit the height of fences, signs, shrubs in that visibility triangle. So it's basically, as Sarah described, it's a triangle starting from a certain point on one road back to your driveway, or an intersection of 2 roads. All intersections of roads and all intersections of driveways on roads have a visibility triangle. Ours is very, very small comparative to other places.
What are the 3 points of this triangle?
So let's just use a side street and a driveway, it'd be basically the edge of the driveway back onto the property, I think it's 5 feet. And then, so the angle goes to Estero, and then you bring that triangle 100 feet, I believe is what it is, or to the intersection of Estero. So whatever ends, a lot of times you end up having visibility triangles overlap each other, because you have multiple intersections, and you have different lines of sight. So I wish I had a diagram for you.
Is
but,
it in both directions, right and left?
Right.
both directions, and also, so you would have a visibility triangle that diminishes in angle towards Estero from a driveway on a side street, but then you also have a visibility triangle at the intersection of that side street and Estero. So you have times where that triangle is wider or bigger at that point than the end of the triangle coming from the side driveway. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Okay.
okay, I get it.
He's
Yeah,
using a
I understand
sterile.
what
Yeah,
it is.
but you have, especially on that sterile, and then a side street and a driveway on a side street, you've got at least 3 visibility triangles there. You lay them out, you overlap them, and then the code requires those to be limited vegetation height. I think it's between 2 or 3 and 8 feet, something like that.
Okay, I understand now. Thank you.
Okay, so we're back to variance number 7. We have a motion to approve it and a second to approve it. Is there any other discussion? Don, you have any discussion on visibility?
No.
Okay. So the motion to approve, Patrick, your vote?
Aye.
Scott? Is
Aye.
the seconder? Doug?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Don votes aye. Jane? Aye. And Jim, aye, and I, so visibility triangle is approved. Next one, Patrick. Interconnectivity?
Interconnectivity, motion to recommend approval for the requested variance to not provide interconnection to the adjacent lot because of the current development.
I'll second that.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on this? Don?
No discussion.
Any discussion at all? Patrick, your vote?
Aye.
Jane?
All right.
Doug?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
Scott?
Aye.
Anita? Aye. Motion carries unanimously.
Did Don vote?
He did?
Okay.
No,
Oh, Don did, I'm sorry.
it's aye, it's yes.
Okay. All right, and next one, parking lot dimensions. Number 6.
I think we need discussion on that. I'm inclined to go with a percentage, so, and I guess we can discuss it as a group of maybe no more than 60% or no more than 50% of the lot spaces being compact spaces, something to that effect.
Doug?
Can I ask a question? What is the town standard? Is it 9 feet?
Sarah?
One moment. The town standard requires 90-degree spaces, 8.5 by 18, and the one-way aisle's 20 feet, and the two-way aisle's 22 feet. So it's essentially a half a foot narrower, 2 feet shorter, and the aisles are 2 feet less wide.
Oh.
It says I'm not parking here.
I was kind of forgetting that the
The aisle.
aisles themselves are also reduced. You know, when you start putting all these reductions together, you get a parking lot that's difficult to maneuver. I think there's the way the parking lot is configured behind the building, there's a little less flexibility there. But as soon as we get to the side part, where it opens up, there are design solutions in my mind. So I would be less inclined to support all these reductions for where we don't have that hardship. There's no design hardship that prevents us from meeting those requirements on the side.
Does it matter to you that the parking lot's basically functioning like this now? Does it change your mind at all?
Not that much, because again, I think we need to elevate our game as a town. And unless you can demonstrate a hardship, I would tend to say, let's try to stay as close as we can to our code. And if we need to change the code, we can do that, if we all believe there's a need to change that code.
Would you agree to, a 60% compact and the rest of it standard, or?
Yeah, well, the spaces are one thing, and then they not only reduce the width, they reduce the depth, and they also reduce the width of the drive aisles. So again, it's very hard for me to support. It might be one of those where, at least my position is, I can't support it without, but could support a redesign where demonstrated effort on the part of the applicant to minimize those variances.
I'm curious to hear from the engineers here on this. Doug?
Yeah, I could not support it as submitted with those changes both in width, length, and drive aisle. I think it would be very difficult parking lot.
How about you, Don? You feel the same?
I feel exactly the same. Yep.
Okay. And Jim?
Yeah, I can't support it as it's currently presented. As pointed out earlier, they're creating their own hardship, especially in the larger area. I think they can redesign that and come closer to meeting code.
Okay. How about you, Scott?
I think there's a solution. I don't know if it's a percentage. Maybe moving that one island over, and so that would create more depth in that middle area where the bigger SUVs could park.
Okay, so it sounds to me like this variance will fail, but that there may be remedy sometime between now and the council meeting, I don't know. But is there going to be a motion? Patrick, so you're a motion maker on these. Go ahead.
I motion recommendation for denial of the proposed variance with a, I guess, a caveat that we could support some of the requests or part of the request, especially with compact parking, with a good faith effort in redesigning the parking lot.
Is there a second?
I'll second the motion to deny.
So the motion is made by Patrick and seconded by Doug. Is there, Jim, next time your phone goes off, you're going to be dismissed. I'm teasing you, kind of. So we have a motion and a second to deny the request for the variance for variance 6. Is there any further discussion on this? Your vote, Patrick?
Aye.
And Doug?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
Scott?
Aye.
And I agree. So the item number 6 is denied. And that's it.
Pedestrian system, number 5.
Number 5 is taken off by the request of the applicant.
Buffer between parking?
Perimeter buffer, did we do number 2? Perimeter buffer? I don't think we did.
No, we haven't done one.
We haven't
and
done
two.
1 and 2. We did the difficult ones. Okay. I mean, we did the easy ones, so they say. All right, so now let's go back to
I
number 1
don't have
and
a
2.
motion right now. I'd like to hear what people think about that and what they might suggest.
So, Don, you have any comments on this? It's quiet in here now.
Number 1. Yeah, not. I know it's wonderful. Not on number 1. Number 2, I already made the comments. I would stand with those on,
Okay.
on the buffer.
Okay. Anybody else? Doug, anything?
Just that I can't support a reduction in landscaping. I think you really do need some shade in that parking lot with some islands with actual trees in them for shade.
My thought process is, once again, to stick with a palm tree thing that could be a theme that would carry out down San Carlos, Old San Carlos, and also provide a smaller area that would take up the landscaping so that the parking spaces don't have to be reduced, because it's in an area where, nobody's getting in or out or going across. So it would provide, something that's pretty lush and very interesting to look at coming down the street, and yet not take up, a 10-foot area. So I'm saying more trees, less thickness.
Okay. Jim, you have any comments on this?
As I mentioned earlier, I think that the landscaping is needed. Whether or not it needs to go to the 10% that code requires or some amount less, I just think it needs to be more than what's shown.
Scott?
I would concur, but there's got to be, I think they can get there. But I'd like to see some, like Jane said, more palm trees, and then have it visualized in presentation, at least for town council.
I agree that there needs to be a visual presentation, a real visual presentation. That, like, this is what we're going to plant. I don't have the perimeter buffer is not as important to me as that internal buffer is. The perimeter buffer, I've always thought, quite honestly, that double stacked 15 feet is, everyone always asks for a variance to it. To me, it seems excessive. Especially here on Old San Carlos, it seems excessive to me. However, I think landscaping is essential on every project. I think landscaping is essential. And on this one especially because we don't just want asphalt. And so if I were making the motion, I would make a motion to deny variance 1 and 2 with all the commentary that's been made so that the conversation moves to the council, and I'm getting all the nods from everyone, from DeRay, from John, from Sarah, from, I'm sorry, are you
Don's nodding.
nodding too, Don? I could tell. I could tell. So, because I don't want to say, oh, I'd like to approve it if you do whatever, because it doesn't meet the variance criteria, and I just think it makes a stronger statement of how important it is to us.
But could we state that we?
We have.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
I mean, I
we're
think
gonna-
that the council will read all of this and likely watch it.
And I think in the motion, it should state that we would definitely consider a reduced buffer on both of them, but we require a buffer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we want to see a planting plan.
We want to see a planting plan, yeah.
Yes.
Planting plan, yeah.
Is that a motion, Anita?
No, Doug's making a motion.
I would make a motion to deny variance requests 1 and 2, and that before we were to approve a variance request, we see a planting plan, and that we see in landscaping internal to the parking lot.
Before I second that, would you consider?
How about second it for,
Okay, I'll
for
second
discussion?
for discussion. I would like to see if the motion maker would consider adding that we would allow a reduction in the 15-foot buffer and possibly the 10%.
I would amend it to make a reduction in the buffer, because I tend to agree with what you say, but not in the 10%.
Are you sticking with your second, Jane?
I'll stick with it for discussion.
Okay, well, it is on discussion.
Okay.
If you're uncomfortable sticking with that, I'll second it because I agree with Doug.
Okay.
Do you want to remove your second? Or you want to stay with it?
Well, I'm discussing, Anita. My thought process is with the 10%, with the view triangle having to have space open and everything, this is going, it's going to push it to the back. And once again, I think that back is landscaping with the view and everything like that. I think it presents something that most parking lots don't have, a water view.
Scott, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I agree there, but Madam Chair, my question is if we're all struggling with the perimeter buffering and we like what they presented, why are we denying it?
Because it isn't actually a plan. Here's a pretty picture.
We might do
So
this.
we want them to create an actual plan. We want them to say, here's the plan. And quite honestly, because this does not meet the criteria for the variance request.
I wouldn't be able to support it the way it is.
Okay?
Just asking.
Yeah.
I think there's, I would like to see some landscaping internally. Does it have to be 10%? No. I think it's about form again and aesthetics. Show us, here's what code would require, here's what we're proposing, and why.
That works.
Okay, but at the heart of this, the motion to deny it is still a motion to deny. 'cause
Yes, and I would support that motion.
Okay, so all of this will be encompassed in the minutes of the meeting, so they'll understand, and you all certainly understand what the sentiment is, right? Are we getting all the nods? You agree, Don?
I do.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion on variances 1 and 2? Any clarification needed for staff?
No, I think I got it.
Okay. I just saw you two talking. I thought, oh, maybe you need some info. All righty. Okay, so the motion maker was, did you?
motion was to deny,
The motion
correct?
is to deny.
Okay.
Yeah. So Doug, your vote?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Don's vote is aye. Patrick?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
And Scott?
Aye.
And me, yes. Okay. So 1 and 2 are denied with all of our conversation. And that wraps up this, this hearing. I know that was kind of awkward and weird, but it just seemed the best way to eat the elephant. Okay. Ooh, yeah. Do you all want to just go on to, I know that, who is here for item number E, the 1.5 foot, you guys, okay. So let's go to that real, unless somebody wants to take a break, we'll go on to the next one. Jason, what's the story with lunch?
Priorities.
I warned him.
So now that you told everybody, I'm passing down.
I'll invite whoever'd like
I'm
to.
passing, it's up to you, whether you want to at some point break, Eddie's here, tell everybody else to go to lunch and we'll come back, it's up to you. Do you want to eat here in front of everybody else? It's up to you. But I'm passing down something in case you guys individually want to order, and I'll order it for you.
Okay, and how about if anybody else would like to order?
I'm not paying for them. There's $2,000 an hour sitting here. I think they can figure out a way to pay for their own.
Okay.
Anyway,
Would you guys like to break for lunch, or would you like to have a working lunch? I think taking a break would probably be a very good idea. What do you think?
I'd like to break. I think we might be able to knock this one out
Yep.
before lunch.
Which
so.
one is that? What do
The
you
house.
break? Oh, this house. Oh, for sure. Yes.
So why don't you
So we're gonna do
order
that? We'll
to me,
Yep.
let Jason take over the variance,
Okay.
and you guys can deal with that, and I'll order for you.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Sarah and Kara and DeRay and John, very much.
Want to look at this with me? This is,
Okay, we're just going to take a...
do you have an opinion on what you want?
No, what's on the back of this?
I think
Nothing.
appetizers. No. Yeah, okay,
I'm going
appetizers.
to go with, I don't know. Maybe I'll just give him the chicken sandwich.
That's
What do you
tomato
think?
pickle.
I know.
I'm gonna do the Cuban.
Okay. Okay, here's your lunch possibilities.
So, should we?
Ken, do you want to
continue
Do you
until
want
we-
to, Mr. DeLander? Would you like to go ahead and start your presentation?
Good morning. My name is Fred Drovlik. I'm a certified planner with RVI Planning and
You know
Landscape
what?
Arch-
Let me backtrack one
Okay.
second and do this properly.
Okay.
This is a variance request 2022-0098. It's a side setback variance for 3780 Estero Boulevard to reduce the side setbacks by 1.5 feet. This is a quasi-judicial hearing. Is there any ex parte communication, Patrick?
Nope.
Doug?
None.
Jane?
None.
Don? Don, are you with us still?
He's got to get off mute.
Yep, I'm here.
Any ex parte on the side setback for 3780? Okay, Jim?
No expert.
No.
And Scott?
No.
I have none as well. All right, now we're ready.
All right. Well, before you are the blue packets. I jumped the gun and gave them to you one case early, so
Oh, good.
that's the presentation today. Should be able to do this and not hold this up too long. I appreciate your endurance and willingness to work through this and get the public hearings done before lunch. As I said, my name is Fred Drovlik. I'm a certified planner with RVI Planning and Landscape Architecture here locally in Fort Myers office. I'm here representing Matthew and Christy Davis, who is the owner and applicant of 3780 Estero Boulevard. And also with me is Nate Johnson from Potter Homes, who is the builder who applied for the construction permits that will go over, that resulted in this need for a variance. So as was read into the record, the request is a variance for setbacks on a 77-foot wide lot, requesting relief from LDC 34638 D6A, which requires that a single-family home in the RC zoning district provide side setbacks equal to 15% of lot width, to allow a 10-foot side yard setbacks rather than with a 77-foot lot that would be required, and 15% would be 11.5 feet on each side. So it's a variance of 1.5 feet on each side yard. On slide 4 is the location. It is approximately 2 miles south of Times Square on the Gulf side of Estero Boulevard. To the north of the property is a residential conservation zone district, a single-family home. Same with the south. To the east is Estero Boulevard and then a church. And then on the west is the beach and the Gulf of Mexico. The properties to the south, you can see, were, as was said earlier, they were removed for the owners due to the storm. So I put one of each picture in the current aerials, pre and post hurricane, on there just for your reference. The property overview is it's 0.43 acres, approximately just 18,500 square feet, 77 wide by 246 feet deep. Currently vacant, has never been improved. It is in the future land use designation as mixed residential and recreational, and as mentioned, it was zoned residential conservation and environmental conservation. The site plan on slide 6 shows that the intention is to build one single-family home. It is not intended for short-term rental, and that's consistent with this area. There is a few scattered short-term rentals, but this isn't a primary area for that. There's approximately 27 feet from the front street setback to the stairs for the building plans that were approved, so we're adhering to the front setbacks, and 39 feet to the closest structure. The length of the building, where the variance length on the north side would be 92 feet, on the south would be 63 feet, and that's the length of the building that is proposed. Building width is just under 55 feet and height on just under 29 feet. As part of your packet, referring to these site plans and things, I did include the building or construction plans that were approved, a letter from the staff, and the FDEP permit, just for your reference. So these are referenced in the presentation, but you have all the details and all the pages there if you would need to reference the site plans. On slide 7 is the design. You can see the construction plans is approved. There's a picture of the front and then a side showing the side as proposed in the construction plans. On slide 8 is an FDP setback letter. So the crux of this variance is that last year in January they received an affirmative, what the staff called an affirmative government action. That was great language.
Sounds very important.
Yeah, it is an affirmative government action that at the time, therefore, when they had to first submit for that FDP setback letter, they met the LDC. Post that approval letter, January 7th of 2022. Yeah, I'd actually put 2023 on there. So January 7th, 2022. Post that, then the council adopted the 15% setback, which did apply to this based on the size of the property, increasing the setback from 10 feet to 11.5 feet on each side, making the construction plans that were, had spent, quite a bit of time and effort on getting those approved and drawn, made those non-compliant. We were informed of that after we received, other approvals for the construction plans, received the final approval for the FDEP permit even in June of last year. Then at that point went in for a variance with an understanding that even at the time when council adopted the 15%, that projects that were in progress, and I don't remember the specifics of saying what progress point that was, but as they were in progress, they wouldn't be kind of dinged for the penalty of that. So So with that, I'll walk through the criteria variance and where staff has recommended denial on criteria for variance B. We feel like we do meet that based on council's action to adopt the LDC. But let me run through those real quick. And I will say that we agree with staff's analysis of the 4, except for the one that they recommended denial on, we don't agree with. So that's a surprise, right? So the first one, there are exceptional or extraordinary conditions or circumstances, or that the request is for a de minimis variance under circumstances or conditions where rigid compliance is not essential to protect public policy. And staff feels that we have met that criteria. That there's existing residents of larger scale in the neighborhood supporting lesser setbacks, making the proposed house consistent with the neighborhood, and rigid compliance is not essential to protect public policy. We agree. The staff narrative, and we do acknowledge that the LPA later today is reviewing proposed or possible changes that would remove the 15% setback, placing it back in the 10-foot, which would then make this variance unnecessary. So the B is the one that the criteria it was recommended has failed, that the condition justifying the variance are not the result of the actions of the applicant taken after the adoption of the regulation in question. And we believe we passed this. We understand the justification. This is new construction. There's flexibility there, right? We can design something a little bit different. What we're asking for here is that we understand that the new construction has those options. The applicant did move forward with detailed construction plans per an approved letter of January 7th in 2022. At that time, met the setbacks. Subsequently, council adopted changes to setbacks, adding the 15% rule. And because of that action, we're asking for relief of a burden caused by code revisions after the affirmative government action was issued. The other 3 variance criteria, C is minimum variance that will relieve the applicant of an unreasonable burden. If the variance is granted, staff states it will relieve the applicant of a burden caused by the code revisions after the government action was issued. We agree with that narrative. D is granting the variance will not be injurious to the neighborhood or otherwise detrimental to public welfare. Staff states the granting of this variance will not be injurious to the neighborhood and otherwise detrimental. So we agree, and we know we're not supposed to you look at the characteristics of the other setbacks of the area in specificity, but what they're saying that in general, the 10-foot setback will not be in any way really much different than the rest of the neighborhood currently is already constructed. And then lastly, conditions and circumstances are not so general or recurrent of a nature as to make it more reasonable and practical to amend. And based on looking at the amendments that are proposed for later today or the discussions that will happen today, this is of a recurring nature, and this is something that just being part of the process over the last couple months, I understand that LPA and council are both looking at these recurrent kind of variances and looking at ways to solve them in the best way possible. So with that, we just recommend approval of this variance from of 1.5 feet on each side to 10 feet. And we believe it's consistent and furthers the comp plan goals, objectives, and policies, and consistent with LDC review criteria under Section 3487. We're consistent with the existing surrounding neighborhood setbacks, and we have not received any opposition that we know of. That's my presentation.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the applicant? Any questions?
Excellent.
Patrick, are you pushing your button?
Nope.
Okay. No Don, any questions? Don? Okay. All right. We'll move on to the staff report. Jason?
Jason Smalley, Planning and Zoning. One point here, yesterday afternoon, a phone call from a resident did come in, and it was expressed to staff that they were opposed to this. This was the Goozies, who have a lot on Estero. Their main issue was just that the mailings perhaps did not make it in time to all of the surrounding neighbors, and their main complaint was that just they were not available to come down here, but they wanted to express that they did not approve of the project. So we'll just put that out there. That's the only
Thank you.
public comment that we've received. Nothing that was said here today is in dispute. I think again, the biggest crux was that this was right at the sort of confluence of changing codes. That is not accounted for in the requirements for approval under the variance, and that is why the staff has recommended disapproval, just because, again, we are in pre-build phase. This would be the time to make changes. They could feasibly make changes on the site. And we're talking about 3 collective feet across the property that they're asking for relief from, 1.5 feet on each side. So without belaboring the point, if there are any questions for staff, I'm open to give a history or our understanding of it.
Thank you, Jason. Jane, you have a question?
Yes, as far as the timing on this, they were already in the system when the change was made?
So they had submitted this DEP consistency letter, which effectively gives us the footprint setbacks and heights of the building, and then we write a letter for DEP consistency based on those. At that time, though, it was understood that unless you had already gone as far as designing the roof line, which would measurably affect the design, that it wasn't so far down the line that we would be obligated to do some sort of administrative variance, which we weren't going to do. It was understood to us during the change that town council said basically just give them the ability to come back for a variance, and we'll hear it with open ears, with the understanding that they were caught in the changing of the codes.
Well, I would assume that being where they were, whether it had the entire project done, if they had applied at all, they had an idea of where their roof line was going to need to be, and this would require a complete redesign to move 3 feet. And so I'm of the opinion that they should be considered under the umbrella of what was when they were when they gave the first paper into the town, kind of thing.
You agree with the applicant?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Any other comments or questions for staff?
No questions. Would Chair entertain a motion?
Not until I hear from the public.
Okay.
Just for the process of it. Is there anyone from the public that would like to comment on this case? Seeing none, the public comment is closed. And Mr. Vaness, if you'd like to make a motion, please do.
Make a recommendation, a motion to recommend approval.
Okay, may I just ask you to add a little bit to your motion, saying that they meet the 5 variance criteria?
Make a motion to recommend approval for the variance requested by the applicant, and that we have found it to be consistent with the variance criteria found in the Land Development Code.
Thank you. Okay, is there any discussion on this motion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote.
Did we do ex parte? Yes. Okay, sorry.
Pat?
Aye.
Doug?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
Scott?
Aye.
Nita? Aye. Your motion carries unanimously. Congratulations. Thank you very much. You know what, just as an aside, I really appreciated you making the comment about, it's a new building, we get it, we could change it, but we were already in. And because my first reaction was, this is a new building, they can change it. So thank you for that. Thank you for saying that.
Anita, along that that train of thought, I would really like to see this town make a very strong effort anytime we come up with new regulations that are more restrictive than what we had before. where it might cause new nonconformities, that we look at the opportunity to create relief for that. Some jurisdictions make you consistent by policy if you were approved before the change. So that's an option. And definitely when it comes to people that are in process, that interpretation of what in process means, well, let's be as flexible as we can, because I think this is a perfect example of was the need to go through this expensive process really needed?
You know, Patrick, I have been harping on this idea that the town of Fort Myers Beach should be doing anything and everything to help the residents of this community achieve their dreams, whether that is helping you with your house, helping somebody with their 50% plan, anything. With that should be our whole mission right now, to help people, so.
So if I
in the
may,
world was that?
if I may, staff agrees with part of that statement. I've always encouraged the council to adopt new regulations that are more restrictive with a future date, a 30, 60, 90 days of allowance to allow people in design. But I have to say, for the record, they were not in the process. We write a letter because DEP is required by state law to get a letter from the jurisdiction that use is acceptable. It's basically a zoning verification letter. So let's just be careful about what in process means. If they had a building permit in, they would be fine. I don't want to expand that too far, that definition, because we write lots of letters. But anyway, we agree with your assessment of giving lead times.
Very well taken. I think this is a different case.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And giving lead times is an important part of new restrictive codes.
Thank you, Jason. Okay, Jason, do we break now? What's the word? Are we staying here? Are we going there? What are we doing?
You're staying here, I think. I got stuff to
Okay.
go for you. I don't know how much time it's going to take.
Okay, well, then we'll just wait until they come in.
Okay.
All right. So we'll move on. Does anyone want a break in the meantime? You want a break? Okay, we're going to take a quick break. Quick break might be 5-10 minutes. But we're moving along. Everyone would take their seat. The remaining, we're going to restart the meeting with the participation of the vice chair and, I'm teasing you.
I'm getting Don on.
Okay, thank you all for standing by with us. We had a little technical difficulty, and we had a little bit of lunch, and now here we are again with item number F on our agenda, which is a text amendment to the Land Development Code, Section 34-638, minimum setbacks, Table 34-3, and Section 30 definitions. This is a text amendment to the Land Development Code about minimum setbacks and corner lot regulations. So, Jason? Sarah? Bueller?
You should all have a little presentation. It says corner lots and setbacks on it. And I'm just going to guide us through that. So, at the previous LPA meeting, we discussed all of the items listed here: front and side street setbacks, porches and stoops encroaching, decreases in additional setback for narrow side streets, or in the additional setback for narrow side street setbacks, return to the 7.5 and 10-foot side setback, allowance for mechanical equipment encroachment, and a discussion about the Matanzas 10-foot setback. So the language that I provided with you today includes all of those. I'm not recommending approval of all of those. I want to have a discussion about a couple of them. I think the mechanical equipment may need an additional discussion, and we really haven't discussed Matanzas Street and Matanzas Court, but it's been brought up positively and negatively several times. So on the corner lots, so what we decided on at the last meeting was front and side street setbacks with a tiered side street setback based on the lot width. I will point out that I made an error in this table. I used the less than or equal to sign. Well, I used greater than or equal to, and I meant to say less than or equal to. So for lots that are 50 feet or less wide, there would be a 10-foot side street setback. For lots greater than 50 feet wide, up to 60 feet wide, they would have a 15-foot side street setback. For lots greater than 60 feet, up to 75 feet wide, there would be a 20-foot wide side street setback. And then lots greater than 75 feet would have a 25-foot side street setback. So that was the tiered approach that we discussed. Is everyone comfortable with that? Those widths of setbacks, and you think that that is still what you're interested in seeing?
Well, it would depend on what you, come up with. The other two sides, are they both side setbacks then, or are they front and back still?
We would still have the front street setback, which is 25 feet, the rear yard setback, which is 20 or 25 feet, depending on if it's on water or not, and then the side would be opposite of the side street. So that would be whatever width that side setback is required to be, and then the side street setback. So that's what's changing in this table.
Well,
Sarah, go ahead, Jane.
My only thing is that I think it should. I think it should start at 76, going to the greater than 76, not 75. 75 should be included in the 7.5.
So what I'm showing on this table, 60 feet to 75 feet would have a 20.
Then you have the next one going 75 and larger, so.
No, it says wider
Greater
than
than 75.
Okay, I
So
just wanna
that's
make
not
sure.
the equal to. So if it would have the equal sign underneath, it'd be greater than or equal to.
Okay.
But I made this greater than
Okay,
75.
just want to confirm.
And I had the same comment because the staff report's a little different, but I think this corrects it.
Okay.
But Jane, you're talking about side versus the street, so make sure we're talking about the same thing. The greater than width, there's 20, 25, 15, that's street. And then there's sides.
Right.
So
That's
let's
fine.
not, side, street, and sides are different, right?
Right.
All right, so let's be clear when we're talking, which one we're talking about
Okay.
with the 7.5 versus 10 versus
Okay,
all
just
that.
as long as 75 is included in that number, and it goes to like, the next bracket would be really 76 and large, starting at 76, not 75.
My question was, historically, going back to before the 15% was imposed, that cutoff of the 7.5 going to 10, was it at 75 feet or was it at 80 feet? Because I do recall when we were brought this 15%, about a year and a half ago, when it was brought to us, I think initially it would have applied for lots on the Gulf 80 feet or more. So I just want to know historically where we were.
I don't recall the 80 feet. It was either 65 or 75. I can't. That 75 number has always been kind of a benchmark, I think, because of the typical lot sizes that we have in the town. I don't remember it being 80 feet. I'd have to go back and look at the ordinance, but I don't remember 80 feet.
And I'm good with greater than 75, as long as historically it wasn't something different. And if it was 80 historically, I would say, let's go back to what it was historically, but otherwise, I'm good with greater than 75.
And I
In
think
theory,
that-
it gives you 55 feet of width of buildable area.
I think the important thing is that historically, 75 feet is a typical lot width, and everybody can understand that if your house is 55 or 75 feet wide or less, you're a typical lot, and your side setbacks are typical at 7.5. When you are a larger lot, which is how it was presented to us, multiple lots or larger lot than 75 feet, which is the typical lot, would then have an added setback, as opposed to the standard lot, which is what most homes are on Fort Myers Beach.
Okay, but for this discussion, we're really only talking about the corner lots and the side setbacks.
Okay.
So just to make sure everybody understands all the components, so I make sure that I'm moving the correct things forward. I want to make sure we're all on the same page.
Would you mind maybe just stepping back a little bit? Because we, on top of the setbacks, we have non-conforming lots that are very small lots. And this may not provide relief for those folks, but just maybe give a preview so people know we're going to be addressing that also?
So later in the agenda, the next item is talking about non-conforming lots and minimum use determinations. So we will be covering those very small lots.
Just so people don't panic that they're not being talked
Yeah,
about.
we're not
Yeah.
covering
Good
those
point.
here. We're looking at that next.
In the next section.
Because even going to 7.5 on a very small
Still
lot
doesn't help.
probably doesn't get you there.
No.
So
Right.
we'll be addressing that in the next one.
Sarah, did you have any comments on Mr. Young's, did you look at his?
Yes, and while I agree that ideally that's what we would want, if people can't figure out a percentage, they will never figure this out. It will be so complicated. You will be at, like 5 3/4 feet. You will be, that is ideal. You would want it to expand and everybody have the same opportunities. However, it will be very difficult to implement and extremely confusing for most people to apply.
Okay.
I like it. It just is hard to do.
Any other questions or comments for Sarah so far?
Where is this measured? At the front of the house? If you have an irregular shaped lot? Where-
Well, if you have an irregularly,
Is it the
so are we talking about still a square? Is it like with 4 sides?
Yeah, a trapezoid. or
Okay, so if
something.
it's 4 sides, you have a front street, whatever street that is going to be, you choose that one, and then you can choose your side street. You're going to be measuring from the front property line. So if that's along Estero Boulevard, that's 25 feet back from that property line, 25 feet in. Then on the side street property line, it's from that property line adjacent to the right-of-way to the edge of the house.
Okay, there used to be some middle of the street thing. That's no longer out there.
No. Yeah, there were
For-
some
for-
subdivisions that were odd.
I'm just
So
clarifying.
that's a square footage calculation.
Yeah.
So it's half of the right of way in front of your property a whole thing.
density.
There's a whole rounding up for duplexes that was done. So setbacks is always start at the right of way. But along that line, there's a whole, and I think we saw one earlier today that was handed out. There's a whole question about when it's an easement, not public right of way. When it's an easement, where do you measure that setback from? And maybe we'll get into that discussion with the next topic, but we need to be thinking about that because the example handed out to you that you saw I think it was a 15-foot or 10-foot easement. The property line went to the middle of that easement. So the access easement is on their property. Do you measure the setback from that easement or from the property line, which then in theory the house could be right up to the easement, the easement for access for everybody?
Right.
So I think it's a separate conversation, but
Can you clarify though, so right now, is it defined as property line or roadway? Because,
property line.
so, okay, so in
Most
that
of the
case,
time-
we know where we'd measure from. Does
Right.
it make sense? We can address that, but we know we're
I
always.
think the question is really buried in most people think edge of pavement.
Yeah.
Or middle of the road or other item. It's not, it's property line. Now, we have very narrow right of way, we have very wide right of way. Depends on the street.
Well, and there's also the issue of the property line that goes out into the canal. Where do we measure from that, or what?
Yes. But you also have a separate provision that requires, for example, for pools, have to be 5 feet setback from a seawall.
Okay.
But you also have to measure a rear setback from the property line. So it all depends on the,
Water line is, if the property line is inside the seawall.
then you measure from the property line.
But if the property line is in the water,
You may measure from both, or you may measure just from the seawall.
okay.
So I have a question. I think, and Jim was asking this.
Clear as mud.
We understand that usually the two side streets are at a square, but most of these corner lots have a trapezoidal effect. So where do you measure the rear and side setback on that trapezoid? So if it's like at an angle,
So really, the setbacks are going to be at the same angle as the house, as the property line. So they're just going to come in that same direction. If you're trying to figure out a measurement for the actual lot width, that varies depending on when the lot was created. It's either the mean of the front and the back, or it is, I don't remember the other way to measure it. Yeah, there are two ways to measure it depending on when it was created. However, it is defined in the code how you measure the width of the lot. But the setbacks, so essentially the area where you can build your house is always going to be in the same shape as the property lines around it. It's just going to be brought in a different distance depending on the setback distance.
So I will say, so if we're setting a number, then it's just finding which slot that size and that width and that measurement falls into. Is it 75 feet? Is it 70? Is it 60? It is complicated to do that math and then do 15%. I will say that. That's a hard calculation to do. It's not as complicated when you're worried about the odd shape and then you're going to either be 7.5 or 10. You fall into, we'll do the math, you're either 75 or 70. That's a simple number. Rather than 11.9.
Right. Okay, Sarah, go on.
Okay. Moving on to the next page.
Porches, stoops, and additional setbacks.
Yes. So previously, the code allowed porches and stoops to encroach 10 feet into the front street setback. When we're looking at these side street setbacks that may be narrower, the discussion that we had last time is that the porch or stoop could encroach up to half of that distance, not more than 10. So if you have a decreased setback of 10 feet, you could encroach with a porch 5 feet of that. You know, if you had a 15-foot setback from your side street, you could have a 7-foot wide porch. So that way, everybody still is allowed to have those on those side street setbacks that are narrow. Lots that take access from the smaller side street are going to have to show how vehicles will be kept on the site and not encroaching into the right-of-way, so that will have to be part of the code update. And additional setbacks for houses that have more than 65 feet of frontage are decreased when we have the narrower lots with the decreased side street setback. So if you have
For instance, a long house along your narrow side street setback, we're decreasing that for lots that are more than 85 feet wide. It's going to be the regular 12-foot step out, so that the whole house isn't right up at the street. It has to be set back an additional 12 feet. If it's if it's more than 50 up to 85 feet, it's going to be half of that, so 6-foot bump in and bump out. And then less than 50 feet, less than or equal to 50 feet, is going to be 3 feet. So we're making that additional step in commensurate with the width of the lot and the width of that setback. Any questions?
Yep. On this page of your PowerPoint, we're talking about porches, stoops. Talking about mechanicals right now?
I think I included it later on. Yes, in the discussion items at the end.
Okay, so I'll wait.
Any other questions?
Any other question for Sarah? Dawn, do you have any questions?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Sarah.
Okay. Now the one many people have been waiting for, the return to the 7.5-foot setback and the 10-foot
There should be a
side
musical
setback.
score to this.
The proposed language would eliminate the requirement for the 15% side setback, and that last after the and is incorrect. And then the side setback would return to the previous side setback distance of 7.5 feet and 10 feet that are 10 feet for lots that are 75 feet or wider. And we can, above 70.
Should be above 75, right?
So should we, can we change that to 76? So that there's no confusion? I mean, yes, there is an inch in there somewhere, but can we change that so there isn't a confusion?
I don't know that there's confusion over 75. It's just we worded it wrong, that's all. So
Okay, so we are to add in the over.
greater than 75.
Greater than 75.
Greater.
75.1.
Why do we penalize larger lots?
Don wants to know why we penalize larger lots.
I wouldn't say that.
Small lots, right? Like whether a lot is small or large, it seems like we penalize the two extremes. I don't know. To me.
Okay, Sarah?
Well, I think the concern goes back to the concerns that previous councils had regarding very large homes that took up entire lengths that were unbroken. So you ended up with a huge house that pretty much went side to side. When you have a very large lot, you have more opportunity to provide setback and have sort of that visual break between structures. I would say that it's very common to apply a percentage or a larger setback for larger lots in many communities. I wouldn't say it's penalizing. It's you're purchasing a larger property, you have the opportunity to build a larger home. This is sort of a give back for the community to not have as impactful as a home as you could have.
That is the answer, Dawn.
What if instead of penalizing the setbacks on a larger lot, if we required to minimize the huge box, if we required the house itself to have a bigger setback on the second story?
So a step back.
Yeah.
Well, we applied something like that in the carrots and sticks method to add a third story. I don't know how often it's used.
I don't think people want to have, I mean, I don't know that having the third story indent is the answer to the box, but my thing is, instead of penalizing the lot for its setback, if somebody wanted to build, one-story house, that if they're going to create the box that's going to go up, then the second story has to be indented instead of the lot.
So I don't want to be disrespectful when I say this, but this body did not want that. This body did not want to take away, I'm using air quotes, development rights. And so that was the argument against that. So the only thing we were able to draft and was agreed upon was the carrot stick method, where you had to get more to be able to, for us to require you to set back. So you wanted an additional story or 5 feet more height, then there was the tiering back. But we went through all that 2.5 years ago, and it was, no, we had the same recommendation.
Okay.
So
I think it's also a big mistake to say that we are penalizing larger lots. This simply are the rules for setbacks, period. It isn't necessarily a penalty. And I'm not saying that to be disrespectful of your comment, Don. It's just, you know, I could see how somebody might think that, but it's just, these are the rules.
yeah. No, remember we also had, I'm sorry.
It wasn't intended.
I didn't think, I knew that. Yeah.
Penalized, but I guess my thought was why we treat them weren't they 7.5 originally? Wasn't everything 7.5, and that gave you 15 feet between every structure?
Yes.
At least. Okay, and then I'm just going to make one other comment, and then I'll shut up. But you know, I think when you think about people rebuilding on the island, where they've had a full destruction or they have had to demolish, you know, I think there are probably going to be some folks who had a structure in place that had a 7.5 foot setback on a 100 foot wide lot that now have to do something different, right? So where they might have had a 1-story house before, now they have to have a 2-story house, and that's going to create some hardship from a cost perspective. So that was really where I was going with it, is thinking about the rebuild more than if you have a vacant lot that you're just now deciding to build on.
So some of this, again, was built in the sun plane, if you remember that conversation, where there's an angle, sunlight, whether it can, that separation and all that, and that's where the tiered second or third story came from, and we went past that, so we didn't want to do that. You know, our message to you is, there's not a better time to set policy than when you have to do a rebuild. So I appreciate all the conversations about somebody had. There's a lot of stuff on this island that people had. We have to set, and it was going to be incrementally over time implemented, right? Now is a really good time to set and decide and establish and leave it alone what we want them to do and what the purpose behind it is. Air, light, separation, do we care? That's for you guys to decide.
All of the above.
Yeah.
Quality of life, all that.
I had two thoughts, Gene, and I hear what you're saying, but I think first one is, you know, we want to keep this simple, easy to
Agreed.
understand, and predictable.
Right.
And I think the message that's been out there for a while now is we're going to go back to where it was before we put that 15%.
I like it.
So I think that kind of keeps it simple. The other thing is, you know, and that's the Don's comment of penalizing and why we treat an 80-foot lot different than a smaller lot. Because typically, the larger lot will have the much larger home, and now we're talking about massing.
Masses.
And massing effects are well documented in planning terms, and it's air, light, it's shadows, it's canyon effects. It's all those things that you're minimizing, and some of these, I guess, unwanted issues don't pop up on a smaller house. They pop up on the real large homes.
Yep.
Agreed.
Okay. All right, thank you very much for that, Sarah. Next.
So the next item, the next two items are for discussion. So there's the Matanzas Street and the Matanzas Court setback
You know, I've been
requirement.
thinking since you asked me, Jane, maybe you remember, I have no idea why Matanzas Court has a different setback.
I have no idea either.
Okay, yeah, and we're not aware of why
Not a
that came
clue.
into effect because the lots are all very different sizes. It's not like they're a standard, very large size. There are some pretty narrow lots in there. So would the LPA be in favor of recommending that that footnote is removed from
Yes.
the dimension table?
I would.
Absolutely.
Okay,
I would.
Yes.
great.
Is that unanimous? Does anybody disagree? Okay.
And then the next item to discuss is the mechanical equipment encroachment. So there was a conversation, one of the builders came in and spoke regarding mechanical equipment being installed in existing homes, and that they didn't have a place to put them in without encroaching in the setbacks. He recommended potentially having them elevated up to 10 feet in height, having access ladders. And I'm curious how the LPA feels about that. I know that this has been a big part of a discussion for several years. It's been brought up, and every time it hasn't been able to move forward. Nobody can come to an agreement on it because equipment is loud. It is not attractive. It does block the access potentially. Does elevating it resolve that?
would it be appropriate to limit it only to houses that are already built and need this additional equipment? And if it's new, sorry, Charlie, you gotta find a way to fit it into the setbacks? I mean, how would this be appropriate?
I would distinguish between side setback and side street setback. Okay, so side street, I think there's an opportunity to allow the encroachment on the side street because you're not affecting a neighbor that might be right up against you.
Okay.
So I would distinguish it that way.
So because having a conversation before we started, that request originally, and it was in the tent, if you remember way back then, was for generators. Retrofitting existing homes that couldn't be built, their AC equipment probably does meet, because it was a recent build, but the generator equipment. But it also brought up the conversation that we have every single time we have a conversation about setbacks. Does distance, buffering, or other things make a difference? And so it's for you to decide. The push has been since I've been here, keep the equipment equal to the setbacks the way they've been, but we need to discuss those. I think the generator retrofit is a relatively easy, probably, decision, but we wanted to lump everything else in too.
I'd like to speak up. I don't think whether it's elevated or not it still impacts. And I think one reason for setbacks is to allow access, like say by an emergency vehicle or something. And if you have elevated platforms sticking out into the space between structures, they're going to be in the way. Plus, we're going to be building higher, so elevating it just makes the noise go farther and more at people's ear level. And when you elevate noise, it just travels farther. And so I don't think elevating 10 feet, or you're going to have to elevate to the base flood elevation anyway, which is probably more than 10 feet. So I'm not sure that resolves the concern with equipment sticking into the setback area.
What's what's allowed right now by code for encroachment for mechanicals? None?
Pool equipment in the rear yard has I think a 3 feet encroachment allowance.
Okay.
But it's the setbacks. The equipment has to meet the setbacks as the house.
I'll
So
just tell you.
your AC equipment has to meet 7.5 or 10, whichever you fall under.
I don't like the mechanical equipment encroaching into the setback.
Then what about generators?
And then
Is
what
that-
about what?
Are generators different than other mechanical equipment?
I think of generators as emergency equipment, not something that's there every day, all day long. Especially on new construction, there ought to be a way to incorporate it in the design. And I don't know about generators. Maybe that's an exception to the rule. Generators aren't running 365 days a year like an air conditioning unit is. And, go ahead, Jane.
Well, on existing homes, there typically is already equipment in place. And so whatever side the AC is on, if you add a pool and you didn't have one before, your equipment could go on the same side as that because it's about the same size. So I don't understand why, I believe in new construction, as Carolyn said, they're building it now, they're figuring out how to put the cove in. It shouldn't be the neighbor's problem because it is higher and can go further. It should be in their little closet outside cove of open air that it shouldn't be an encroachment. But I feel like the existing homes have to have somewhere to put this equipment. I mean, you can't just have a house without air conditioning and without a pool pump if you're going to have a pool.
So the way the code's written, you can replace in the same location. The issue is if you wanted to install a whole house generator, that's a large piece of equipment, and there may not be any location for it. Additionally, it would be required to be above flood elevation, so it has to be up anyway. And I think that was the request, is for existing homes where they were installing this new equipment, and maybe we would, it makes sense to limit it to emergency equipment, which would be generator. We wouldn't say, hey, you can put your pool equipment in here, you can put your AC, an additional AC in this space. Maybe limit it to just generators, but are there instances where that seems appropriate and where some amount of encroachment would work if the house was already built up to the property line and there wasn't another place to locate it, or not the property line, up to the setback?
Well, if emergency equipment is required to be above flood, then I think it's something we have to create a way for them to put it in if they want it. But otherwise, we'd have to just say no emergency equipment. That's not fair either.
Well, no, you're talking vertical versus horizontal space, right? So vertical, yes, it has to be elevated. New construction could accommodate it somehow in their design. Existing structures, I think, is what the original request was about. They got built last year, 2 years ago, whatever it was. They're new. Then all of a sudden, we have a storm event. We realize we really should have a generator.
Well, but if the generator has to be above flood, even on existing, it would still have to be elevated.
But it would meet the setbacks, whereas the existing home is at the 7.5 or 10 feet or whatever. The equipment would not be able to meet that. The AC equipment would, pool equipment would, the generator equipment would not.
I think that
So
would be okay.
if I can suggest, maybe you chew on that. This is a public hearing. Let's get through some things that we can agree on, and then if you wouldn't mind, Madam Chair, is when you open it up to public hearing, I think you're going to have some comments.
How comfortable would staff be to make an assessment, doing that administratively, where people have to demonstrate that there's no other option? Is that?
I don't know what that means.
Isn't that kind of subjective?
For us, so what you're doing there is you're mixing building code issues with zoning issues, and you don't want either side making the decision for the other. Yeah.
I don't know how I feel about the generators. Okay, if anybody's got any questions.
I'm totally open to the generators.
I'm open.
Yeah, I'm open to them. I just don't know. I don't think of them the same way as I think of an air conditioner.
Right.
So, okay, let's open the public comment. Does anybody in the audience have comment on this? Yeah. Okay, come on. I like your shoes.
Oh, thanks.
Welcome.
My wife makes sure I dress well.
There you go.
I can't pull this off on my own. Hi again. My name's Fred Droblik from RVI Planning. I'm here today along with Alexis Crespo from RVI, and here presenting a global circumstance, I think, that have to do with corner lots and corner lots located on a Estero Boulevard and then on a public beach access.
Oh.
And the official 29 recognized public beach accesses that are posted here. And even though I'm presenting a global argument, because I think it's a recurring issue for variances, I am here representing Mr. DeMillo, 5790 Aberdeen Avenue. And if you remember, about a year ago, I was in for a variance on side street setback on the similar property across the street, and that didn't go great. So that caused me to really think of his circumstance, because his house is now removed, according by Ian, and now he's looking to rebuild. And that caused me to take a deeper look at really what was happening and what do those public beach accesses function like, and are they a street? So
they are a street.
They are a street, yes. So I wanted to talk through if they function like that and present a circumstance that I think might be helpful to alleviate recurring variances in the future and might make sense. So you're proposing amendments to LDC section 34638D and specifically 6, which are corner lot street setbacks. On that, and I will pass out the memo so you can look at the text along with me. So I have a memo for today.
Beach accesses. Thank you, Fred.
So I'm on, it's front and back Flipped over to the back page, you have a list of criteria that have been that have been presented as part of the possible amendments today, and they outlined new sections under side street setbacks, and you added items 1, 2, 3, and 4. I'm suggesting exploring a 5th in that section, and I understand this may not be the exact appropriate place for it. This was just my best thoughts and really wanted to try to capture a place that it might fit and just be as helpful as I can. So number 5 would say, notwithstanding anything to the contrary herein, properties that are located on the corner of Estero Boulevard and a dedicated public beach access measuring 75 feet or less have a 10-foot side street setback, and measuring greater than 75 feet shall have a 15-foot side street setback. I also wanted to offer a public beach access definition that is not in the code that I could find, and I took pieces of it right off of the town of Fort Myers Beach website that pretty much offers the definition in its own, where it says they're officially public access means those streets that the town of Fort Myers Beach officially maintains as public beach accesses on Estero Island, including Newton Beach and Seven Seas Cottage, which are marked and easily accessed from Estero Boulevard. So with that, I'll offer you a little bit of justification. So, and this is my opinion as a planner. I understand that this would be as good for discussion. I look forward to it. So the town's 29 streets dedicated to public beach access on Estero Island, in my opinion, operate differently than typical secondary and side streets. They're all dead-end streets, so not thoroughfares or pass-through streets. They're typically under about 250 feet in length. Most have parking on one side of the street, either parallel or 90 degrees. Many have 90-degree parking abutting the roadway, which allows cars to back out of the spaces directly onto the road, which is not a typical road design. Typically only used to access the abutting properties and parking for those visiting the beach. So with those characteristics, you take that and start looking at, well, how does that change how they operate? Well, they operate at much lower speeds because nobody's going very far or going through there to another destination. They're coming in to park, stop, and visit the beach. They have significantly less vehicle trips than a through street. A low turnover of vehicles. People can stay at the beach a couple hours often, and often contain parking as a buffer to private property. And because of those issues, I think that some of the public health, safety, and welfare concerns of a larger side street setback are alleviated on public beach accesses. They're significantly reduced when compared to a typical pass-through street. So in addition, public beach accesses technically do not meet the definition of a street per the town's LDC. So this gets a little bit technical, but I think it's worthwhile mentioning. The definition is as follows in the LDC. Street means a public or private thoroughfare which affords vehicle access to the principal means of ingress and egress to a lot. So per definition, the street is a thoroughfare. You go look at the dictionary or just really a common accepted definition, and I think you would define a thoroughfare as a way or place for passage, such as a street open at both ends, such as a main road, or the conditions necessary for passing through. So I believe beach access streets do not meet this definition, and they are not open on both ends, a main road, or provide opportunities to pass through. So in a technical sense, this, something like this could, a change like this could apply to all dead-end streets in the town, which wouldn't be appropriate at all because they have connecting streets, they serve multiple residences or other buildings. But to the 29 public beach access on Estero Island, they're uniquely part of the Fort Myers Beach with unique street characteristics, and I believe should be treated uniquely. That's my
That's very interesting. Thank you for your comments.
You're welcome.
Is there anybody else who would like to speak?
Hi, Glenn Harris with Alaire Homes.
Hi, Lynn.
Spoke previously, and Cole Stinson that works with me spoke as well. He's not here today, but I just want to clarify the intent that he had brought up regarding generators was to get them above flood for those homes that are existing. That was one of our points that he made and clarified last time. It wasn't the intent to add mechanicals, you know, in those sides. But really our goal is for existing clients that don't have generators to now find a way to get them on their properties. And really the best way for us that we see currently is to design them into the setbacks, whether that be a front setback or a side setback. The other was to raise service panels above flood and get those up as well. That was a major issue with these homes, was that all the service panels were below flood. And so the goal then would be to raise those. Those obviously are on the sides of these homes. So we would have to have a platform, probably a 4-foot platform, as you need 36 inches in front of those panels to service the panels. And then access to those would have to be a safe, probably some form of, mounted stair system to get up there. What we don't maybe have worked out or clarified yet is maintaining access down those sides, and not blocking those sides with a stair. So one thing Cole had mentioned, and we still have to dig into that, would be how wide would that stair need to be to access those panels? If we can go with an 18-inch wide stair, potentially we don't impede enough on the side setback to affect it. So those are things we brought up last time, and we appreciate you listening and bringing it up again here. My last comment would just be regarding general side setbacks. Just another thought on the table. I love where you're going with the 75 foot and less being 7.5 and then greater being 10, and that works great. Another thought that I've discussed with some would be just going to a 20%. In lieu of 30, 20% resolves all that across the board. If you get 77.5 foot at 75, it also benefits those down in the lower widths, meaning the 40, 50 foot wide widths. Now you got 4 and 5 foot side setbacks for those. And then it grows, of course, with lots greater, 100 foot would be 10 foot side setbacks, but not dramatically to affect them like the 30% does. So that would be an option. It's a simple solution maybe to where we're at today to reduce that from 30 down to 20. Oh, and just one other comment based on what you guys were talking about. For the massing, the large homes, there are still things in play that were put in play last year as well that aren't being discussed and really limit the massing, which is the 7,500 square foot max footprint. Also the front setbacks greater than 65 feet, they have to be projected to create that aesthetic architectural look, so they're not just big boxes. So, and then of course as you go up, you have to set them in with angle of light. So there are things in place now which we all adhere to make sure they're still architecturally pleasing and not big, massive boxes. So just want to make those comments.
Thank you for that. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? Yes, Michael.
Hi, Michael Ferez, Coastal Life. We do home elevations all over the state, so I deal with these setback issues all the time because a lot of these homes are built immediately on the setbacks all the way around, and then we elevate the home, and now I have to land stairs. I've got to get ingress and egress on a block-on slab house that was built directly to the setbacks, front and rear, or they have a swimming pool in the back. I can't land stairs in the swimming pool, so I have to deal with that in the front. Most municipalities tend to deal with that as you can't land a structural member of a house in the setback, front or sides, so we deal with all of that with cantilevers. And sometimes they'll allow just a simple landing in the setback and then turn the stairs and go back down so that they land inside the setback, inside the natural setback location. When it comes to mechanicals, utilities, like you spoke about, the utility tends to be at odds with the municipality on what that needs to be. And that usually puts the contractor in a really bad spot because they're trying to come up with a platform that works for the homeowner, works for the municipality, and then allows the utility to actually still come set things back up. Typically, it's 18 inches on either side of the meter. Your platform has to be that wide, so a minimum of 36. You have to have 36 inches of clear space between the front of the bubble on the meter and the railing behind it, and you have to have full railings that meet code. Most municipalities require a 36-inch stair. The utilities oftentimes will require a 36-inch stair. We've gotten away with that in the past. That stair on the utility for the meter has to be there permanently, so it can't just be, we used to do it with just a landing, and you could just, the guy would put his ladder up there and go up and read the meter. Now they require, for fire, that you have to be able to go up and pull the meter quickly on a house if it's on fire. So a mechanical landing on the side, most of them are going to be on the side, especially in an area where you have an aerial. For the power that's coming into the house is coming in via an aerial. You don't want it landing on the front or the rear of the house. You want it on the side for aesthetics. That's where most of them already are, is going to be on the side of the house. So elevating to that point and putting a platform there and having a stair setback that goes back. We've covered that in the past to cover ingress and egress down the side by having the stair hinge, by doing an aluminum set and having the stair hinge at above 7 feet so that you can roll that stair up and then lock it in place so that the lawnmower guy can go back past there and get around the equipment. Generators definitely have to be above the BFE because they have transfer switches and things in them, so for mechanicals, for insurance. I caution that you guys make sure you build your zoning and code things to comply with what FEMA is asking for when it comes to insurance. Because I've got a lot of municipalities that allow things by code that then still don't get insured properly. And when the guy comes out to write the elevation certificate for the house, he's basing it on the FEMA guideline for insurance, not necessarily your building code. So they may come in and say, okay, you let them build it, but now insurance still wants $10,000 a year for flood insurance because there's a mechanical below a certain spot, something different, or a mechanical landing. Cantilevering is the best way to do a lot of that, and usually most municipalities set the cantilever for equipment for HVAC and generators and utilities to match the eave setback that you have, because the house is set for a setback, but the eaves of the house encroach. So as long as these platforms for air conditioners and things don't go beyond what you already have set up for an eave, if you're allowing 3-foot eaves on houses or 4-foot eaves maximum on housing, then that's usually where they set those platforms, is that same amount. So aesthetically, they stick out the same amount of distance. Right. There are already rules in place for how loud a generator can be. If it's a permanently installed generator, all of those manufacturers have to meet DB standards for those. There's quiet time standards on them too, unless you're under a state of emergency for when they can cycle and when they can do those things. So I would say that if you're thinking about this from a setbacks perspective on the side setbacks, that a lot of these houses are already built to the edge, and you're going to rebuild to the edge, and you're already discussing that some of them, by rolling this back, you get to rebuild to that. I would say allowing them to put a cantilever in for AC units and a cantilever in for generators is going to allow a lot more of these homes to be rebuilt up to new code with all of the things that you want them to have in the event of these kinds of catastrophes.
Thank you. Did you want to speak?
Good afternoon, Alexis Crespo with RVI Planning. I work with Fred Drovlik, and I agree, he always has great shoes. I'm here representing Tony DeMillo and his wife Lynn, who own property at 5790 Estero Boulevard. Fred made a lot of the great technical arguments that we're just here to discuss and hopefully get incorporated into your motion today on these amendments. What we heard earlier with the 7.5-foot side yard setback where you have a 75-foot wide lot or less is very helpful to Mr. DeMillo, as he has a 75-foot lot at the corner of Aberdeen Beach Access and Estero Boulevard.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, so, and what Fred noted is really integral to the idea of a street setback, which is the cars traveling along that little 200-foot stretch of Aberdeen, they're going to park. They're not going 20, 30, 40 miles per hour, which is really the reason for a setback, is if a wayward vehicle flies off the road, you need some space between the right-of-way and the structure. This is, for all intents and purposes, a parking lot. They are just asking that a side yard setback be treated as the norm for these beach accesses. They don't want to come back here as a variance. I think we all heard this morning, variances are very challenging. I've been doing this almost 20 years, and I think I've done 2 variances in that time period because the criteria is so onerous. You've got 29 beach accesses that are going to have this problem. When they come back to redevelopment, that's almost 60 property owners. And really, they've either got the ability to do a variance or a PUD rezone in order to get the ability to build the home that these land values are requiring them to build to really recoup their costs and invest in the beach the way they would like to. So with all that being said, again, we'd like the beach accesses to be treated as a side yard instead of a street setback. I think we've provided some good data there for you guys to consider, and we hope you do make that recommendation to your town council. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? Okay, I'll close the, anyone? Were you moving, Sarah? No? Okay. All right, we'll close the public hearing portion of this. What do you all think about this thought about beach accesses not being streets in this normal sense?
You know, we could either call them street setbacks, or if we keep the side street, we could reduce them also. We don't need to have them at 20 or 25 feet on some of those lots that are 70 feet or wider. I would say that one of the things that we have to think of is, while we've lost a lot of homes along those beach accesses, you're going to have some existing homes. And that existing home has a view of the Gulf. And I can see people saying, well, now you've reduced the setback to my neighbor, and he's impinging upon my view. Something to consider and be aware of. I don't know, is that going to happen a lot? Do we have a lot of those circumstances? I think we just have to be aware of that.
Okay. Any other comments or questions on this? Jason?
So I do appreciate the research. However, I would caution you, what you do going too far, those streets, and they are public streets and public right of way. The comprehensive plan does protect those. I didn't know there's 29. I'm glad to know that number now.
There's 29?
I didn't know there's 29.
29?
29. They are protected under the comp plan. It says in the comp plan to protect and preserve the view sheds of those. I think we talked about that at previous meetings, because it goes all the way back. It's not just up along the parking area or that portion, 250 feet of that street. It's supposed to be a wider, more expansive view from all the way back to that street stretches. And that is in the comp plan. So what does that mean? That's up to you to interpret. That's up to the LDC to interpret that ultimately. So I just think about that and weigh those options when you consider something else.
Okay. What were you doing? Slapping yourself?
I'm trying to wake up.
Okay.
Okay,
So Sarah, what are you looking for us to do here with this? You want a motion on this to go forward, or what's your wish?
I guess what I would like to know is, which portions of this do you feel are appropriate to move forward with? What would you like me to move forward to town council with? I know there were a lot of concerns regarding setbacks. I know there were a lot of concerns regarding corner lots. If we can resolve some of those by moving forward a text amendment, that might be helpful. It would be great if you could tell me, I have one question regarding the mechanical equipment. Everybody was sort of back and forth, and then the professionals that work with them regularly said their piece. Am I allowed to ask a question of the experts? Okay.
You know what, Sarah, you can do whatever you like. Go ahead.
Okay. So my question is it possible to locate generators and panels on lanais?
Fred, would you come back up here to the podium? Do you mind answering this question?
Oh, not Fred, the builder.
The builder,
yeah,
and from Alaire. Come on.
I mean, I know that some people would maybe prefer to
Michael
not.
can be a little long-winded, though. So, all right, this is a Reader's Digest answer.
Yes, the short version. Generators have exhaust. So they have location requirements for where they can be near windows and doors. So side, you're going to be near windows, but you have better chance of getting away from a doorway or anything that can open that can allow gases to impinge on the property. Meters you definitely can relocate, but we're trying to reduce the cost of getting these folks out of the ground. If all I have to do is move their meter down the wall and run a short piece of cable up to where their existing panel is, that's a lot less expensive than trying to relocate their entire service to the front of the house.
Yep.
Or the back. But it's also going to depend on where the power's coming in. So if they're flying an aerial from a pole in an easement between properties, like if you're off the water and it's coming in, or underground's coming into the back of the house, we try to stay as close as we possibly can to that, because you're going to be changing a lot of, you're driving the price up. Copper is extremely expensive right now, so trying to relocate a service can add $10,000 to the cost of
That's helpful.
of a rebuild.
Yes, but I think that frames the context of there may be a difference between retrofitting existing homes
Retrofitting
and new regulations moving forward. Because it's a somewhat rhetorical question, but why doesn't anybody want to put these things in the rear and the front of their property to start with? Because they don't want that in their living space. Neither does the neighbor, right? So we have to be careful about who we're protecting. But yeah, if it's I think there's a difference between a retrofit and a new build, is what it sounds like to me.
Thank you. Okay.
Question,
Patrick?
Anita, I thought we were going to try to vote on this today.
Yeah.
And that's what I want to distinguish of what are we voting on versus what are we maybe giving a little more guidance to staff to go back and.
Well, it looks like everybody was in agreement with everything here. Sarah and Jason, are you listening?
Yes.
We were all in agreement up to when we got to the mechanical equipment encroachment.
Right.
And
So-
that's where things kind of went, wonky.
Each of these
So-
things that are in Sarah's presentation have text amendment in your packet. You can pull something, we can tweak. If you like something but want to change it, let's go to that text and change it. If you don't want it, then we can remove that or recommend removing of
Does that
that.
answer your question or help you or no?
Yeah, it does.
And we might have to go one by one,
I
like a
think that
variance.
when it comes to the mechanicals, I'm still unclear as to
I'm
the best
unclear
solution.
too.
Can we go to that
I did
page?
like what was brought up with regards to beach accesses. I don't know if I'd necessarily go as far as what was recommended, but if I look at the table in the staff report with regards to the side street setbacks, we're at 10 feet up to 50 wide lot, then we go to 15 feet up to 60 foot wide lot, and then 20 up to 80 foot wide lot. And I think I would be comfortable with extending that 15 feet to maybe the 65 category and the 70-foot category.
For just beach accesses? Or for every side street setback?
Well, for every side, this is for corner lots only. It would apply to corner lots only. So yeah, every corner lot, including beach lots.
You would be in favor of the 15-foot setback from more than 50 feet up to,
Yeah, so the way I see it is we're providing relief to small lots, okay? And that was the intent originally, when you're on a corner, and it really became difficult for some of those lots to be able to rebuild.
Yep.
And then we start getting with a little larger lot, but proportionally speaking, compared to any non-corner lot, they're still, they have a big impediment compared to anybody else. I'm not on a corner, but, so I've got way more room. And I'm hoping that if we give them a little more space, maybe we get a better architecture than just a long linear box.
That's what we hope.
So that's kind of my thought process. And I think that gentleman on Aberdeen has a nice lot. He's got opportunities to build
beautiful lot.
something really nice there. And I think, if I did the math, he's got enough width that he could build a good house, and he's got enough depth. But it doesn't give him I'm sure it's the architectural flexibility that they want. They don't want it to be kind of a narrow, long box. So again, just having this slightly increase, I think we give a little flexibility, hopefully better design.
Don, do you hear this? Do you have any comments on this?
No, not specific, no. I mean, I agree. I mean, I agree with again, I guess my whole premise here is people are rebuilding. So I'm, again, less about an empty lot that's been empty for 20 years and more about people trying to rebuild, especially where we're creating a hardship because they now can't build what they
Yeah, mine too. Does anybody disagree with Patrick? Doug?
I agree with Patrick. I think we need to clarify that. I think what we're saying is give some relief on the side street setback. but
For
still-
corner lots.
For corner lots, but still treat beach access like a side street. Well, why couldn't be in favor of changing the beach access side street to the same setback as a side lot? Because I think the view is important. We want to, you
Okay, so
do
Don
have some
agrees with
nice views through those beach accesses. as
So,
you go.
so the change would be to go, Patrick, on this corner lot page of the handout, would be to change this so that 50 and greater to 75 stays at 15. Is that correct? Not at 20. Doesn't go to 20 on this page, on this thing.
Yeah, I think I'd suggested 50 from 55 to 70.
Well, you
50.
got to keep with the numbers we play with.
And I'm looking for my handout here.
So,
I was looking at the staff
yeah,
report.
the staff report, I actually clarified it in the handout because I realized that it was hard to tell where that cutoff point was with the way I put that handout together. So, my apologies on that.
So it would be 50 to 75, a side setback of 15. Is that correct? What we're talking about?
I believe that's where Patrick's going with this. I'm waiting for him to clarify that.
Yeah, I was cutting it in half just because I did like the transition of going 15, 20, 25, but I'm open to suggestions. The table in the staff report was a little more detailed, a little more gradients, and that's what I was looking at.
The problem was that I didn't have a clear cutoff. You couldn't really tell where it went
Right.
up and where it went down. So my apologies. I realized that when I was putting together my presentation.
So Sarah, hearing the conversation here, what would be your suggestion here for the corner lots side setback?
So I guess the biggest issue is that we skip over 20, so we go from 10 to 15 to 25. So as soon as you get over 75 feet wide, you immediately have a much bigger setback. So this is even more the same issue that.
Yeah, the penalizing that Don talked about.
Exactly.
Well, could we go to 15 and then go to 20 at 75 and greater?
Yeah, drop at 20.
Yeah. What do you think about that, Patrick?
I'm fine with that.
And how does everybody else feel on that?
Yeah, I agree.
You agree, Don?
Change
How about you, Doug?
15 and then- and then-
15, 20.
Right.
Correct.
Yeah, I'm all for
Yeah,
that.
so just to clarify, the side street setback would be 15 feet up to
75.
including 75?
Correct.
And including 75, and greater than 75 would be 20
Yeah, you okay with that, I think.
On corner lots only.
on corner lots
Yeah,
only.
corner lots.
So the side street setback for any corner lot is only going to be 20 feet, no matter how wide.
Right.
Okay.
How do you feel about that, Sarah?
Fine. A lot of communities do something very similar.
Okay.
Very good.
Okay. So then what we're left with here is just the glitch of mechanical equipment, which I don't know that we're going to resolve.
Do you agree with the porches and stoops and the?
I don't think there was any questions on porch. Don, did you
Okay.
have any questions on the porches and stoops?
I've got maybe a suggestion, and I think what Jason said about dealing with redevelopment versus new construction.
Yeah.
What if we said something about if you've got an AC that's already encroaching, and you have no greater encroachment than that existing encroachment? That would be for, existing homes with an existing AC on the side that encroaches. You put the generator right next to it, no greater encroachment.
Well, is this a house that is gone now?
It's an existing
No, that would
home.
be, and new
Something that's there.
homes, you gotta design it accordingly. I don't know.
I
That make
don't
sense?
know if one of the issues is the size of the generators. I think that the generators tend to be wider
didn't you say 44 inches or something along those lines previously?
They're wider this way, but from an encroachment standpoint, they wouldn't be much
Okay.
deeper.
Don, did you have something to add?
Yeah, I was just going to say that isn't the issue, it's existing homes, and it's, if you had ACs and you had generators that sat on a concrete pad on the ground, people now obviously want to move them up so they're above BFE. And wasn't it just that we need an access and a platform that's hanging up, at some level? Is it not just about existing homes? And is there not something we could set for that, like like the access ladder or staircase, and then that's no wider than 3 feet or something like that? Because effectively, before the storm, you had equipment sitting on the ground. So if it's exclusively just you're trying to raise it, it seems to me like that's a pretty simple
Right.
thing to address.
And as far as the ladder is concerned, there's retractable ladders that you can pull down and it just locks in together. So, I mean, I don't think you have to have a platform and then a stairway. I think you could have a ladder and just raised to make it work.
Yeah, I think the only question is I think some of the electrical panels that are, or the shutoffs, emergency shutoffs are low. So I'm not sure if that was the reason for the access, stair. I don't know what the fire department requires. I guess that's my question.
Jason?
I don't know if they require a ladder or
Yeah.
or it can be, or it has to be a staircase.
Let's see what Jason says. Go ahead.
So there's some nuance here on the equipment. Existing equipment can be elevated. Okay, we encourage it to be elevated, especially when you remodel a home and you're replacing it elevated as high as possible. That's what FEMA guidelines are. New construction has to build compliant with setbacks. New equipment on an existing home, not replacement equipment, new equipment, that's where the generators are going to fall in. So if you have a new equipment, or a house, you're replacing your AC, you can elevate that. It already encroaches, you can elevate it, not a problem. It's when you add the generator or add pool equipment or add equipment that can't meet setbacks. That's what I think the gentlemen here are asking about, because they have existing homes that meet setbacks. The new equipment cannot. So there isn't an issue in the code right now with existing equipment being elevated. That's not a problem. That don't meet setbacks. That's not a problem. The problem is the new equipment, whatever that equipment may be, whether that's anything, pool or generator. What do you do about those two existing homes? So I think does that make sense as far as the nuances to that?
Yeah.
No issue with existing AC being replaced, being elevated. That can be done. You can't add new equipment. But I think what Patrick was saying is if you have a non-compliant setback for existing equipment and you want to add more equipment to the same area, then that should be okay.
Yeah, if you've got a 3-foot encroachment today with your AC, you
Right.
can put the generator, and the generator gets a 3-foot encroachment.
Right, and so whether it's at grade or elevated, it's the same impact.
Doesn't make-
Okay, that would somewhat be consistent as far as with the new
Yes.
equipment and all that. The gap there then is going to be existing homes that are compliant with AC equipment and have to add a generator but can't because they don't have any room.
Because they don't have that alcove. or
Correct.
whatever.
So yes, they should be able to
Have no solution.
have the same.
And I'm not
solution for that
advocating one way or the other, I'm just saying it creates a gap between some existing home. quote unquote.
Solar.
Okay, so,
I'm totally in favor of letting people.
Scott?
I'm totally in favor of letting people add generators
yeah.
and encroaching.
3-foot encroachment.
Yeah, I mean, what's the biggest one? 4 feet, 3 feet, probably 3, 4 at the most. I mean, if it's a monster house, but
And I know that new communities in Collier County, Lee County, I think Charlotte County also allow for encroachments on the side setbacks. And I think technically, most of the time, how they deal with it is fire regulations and being able to get up and down the setback for emergency purposes. And if you've got drainage issues also, that it allows for drainage. So I'm with Scott. I think that having that security and the ability to have a generator, a backup generator, is awesome. And definitely new homes should design accordingly. But we've all been through this hurricane, and
And we're thinking differently.
yeah, we're thinking differently, and you know, it's not going to be, at least it's going to be a visual impact, but from a noise impact, if we have a hurricane, you're still going to hear generators all over the place.
Yep. Or in the summertime, when the power goes out for 5 hours, you're going to hear generators all over the place now, where you wouldn't have before. Okay, so it's 2:45, and I'd like to move past this section here. So, Sarah and Jason, I'm looking for a way forward, because are you telling me that there's a section for each one of these that we need to make a motion for?
I don't think that you need to make a motion for each one.
Okay.
I just wanted to know if you were comfortable and you would recommend me move forward with this language, these proposals, and I can leave out mechanical equipment for the time being?
I think it,
Or do we want,
No,
just add it,
I think you should add it.
generators 3 feet
Do you guys,
on existing properties.
on existing?
do you guys concur? Let's
Yeah.
keep the ball rolling
Yeah,
here.
let's go.
Absolutely.
Great, I can do that.
Does anyone disagree?
So-
Okay, so could somebody make a motion, please, because this is a public hearing?
I'll do it.
So, Jane, go ahead.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the corner lots as charted, except for the 60 to 75 feet will be reduced, the side setback to 15, and the 70 and larger will be 20. Otherwise, the chart
75 and larger.
it will be accepted. The porches is accepted as charted. The return to the 7.5 feet is correct. We want to do that. Then properties wider than 75 feet will be 10 feet. And then the discussion on Mantanzas Street and Mantanzas Court will revert back to, or will go to 7.5 feet instead of the 10 feet. And that with mechanical equipment encroachments will be on existing homes, may encroach 3 feet, and on new homes, no encroachment, they need to plan.
Jane, we're getting complaints that nobody can hear you.
Oh, shoot.
Oh, you're good? Okay. So, is there a second for that motion?
I'll second it, Sutter.
Don is seconding the motion. Is there discussion on this motion?
I just have this, I'm good with everything except I'm concerned about the elevated mechanical equipment. And so it kind of complicates my vote because the other parts I'm good with.
The elevated mechanical equipment, she's only including existing homes, not new homes. New homes would have to meet setbacks. Existing homes would be able to use their, if they have an existing encroachment, the equipment can equal that existing encroachment. Am I correct?
She said 3 feet.
Can we,
3 feet on existing homes.
can we clarify, is it generators?
Well,
Because AC units and stuff are already taken care of.
I think
I
it's
think any equipment, because your insurance may require it at some point, and generators would require it definitely to be above flood.
Not height, I'm talking about the horizontal distance, the setback.
3 feet, I said,
For which equipment? All equipment?
all equipment
For existing homes?
for existing homes.
Well, my concern is you're going to also have either a staircase or a ladder or other things down to a landing, and you're going to have a way to get to the electrical shutoffs and stuff, which you have to have certain, like 36 inches in front of an electrical panel, and you have to have guard railings around that deck.
Well, a
think it's-
platform could be the same, but they can have retractable ladders. You don't have to have a stairway to those.
Okay, well,
the
you know
way-
what? We've discussed, go ahead.
The language,
3 feet. Yes, Don.
the language provided in here says, an access ladder may be installed which encroaches no more than 3 feet into the side yard setback and is removable or movable.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right.
Okay,
Thank you.
there's a motion and a second. The motion was made by Jane, the second by Don. Is there any further discussion? And if not, I don't need a roll call vote for this, do I, John, Aaron? No. Yes, ma'am? Right on. Of course it is. No, it's a text amendment.
You are not adopting an ordinance, but if you want to roll call it, please.
Go ahead.
Is there, all of those in favor of this lovely discussion, please say aye.
Aye.
Is there anyone opposed? It passes unanimously. Thank you, staff, for all of your work. The next item on the agenda is proposed amendments to Section 343273, residential uses on non-conforming lots, and Section 343274, minimum use determinations. And I know that this is so very important to so many people. And Sarah and Jason, I thank you guys, and Jason, thank you for the work you've done on this, and ready, set, go.
What page are we on?
It amends the minimum use determination criteria to eliminate the dimension requirement, which essentially is determining if it's a lot of record, is another term. And there's some provisions change. I believe we tied them. Oh, I'm sorry. And then I'll let Sarah say the rest.
Did anybody have any questions for Jason or Sarah on this?
Oh.
Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. During previous discussions, the LPA indicated that it was ensuring very small lots on the island that previously contained small beach cottages could be built on again. I'm going to refer to these as cottage lots. These cottage lots did not meet the provisions contained in 343273.
I like how you named them cottage lots.
I thought that was cuter.
I loved it.
General requirements for residential uses on non-conforming lots, because the lots are typically square and not 75 feet deep. This section has been changed to only require the receipt of an affirmative minimum use determination. Several of the cottage lots did not meet the requirements of Section 343274, minimum use determinations, because the sections that require that lots have direct access to the right-of-way. This section of code has been amended to allow access to the right-of-way by way of an improved access easement. Requiring an improved access easement will ensure that there is a reasonable width drivable surface to access the property. This is very important for emergency services. The language in the two proposed amendments to Section 343273 and 343274 found in Exhibit A will allow the rebuilding of these cottage lots. However, these lots will require variances because they will not be able to meet the required setbacks, potentially building coverage or impervious surface coverage. Staff has provided Exhibit B, an amendment to 34268, administrative setback variances, as a starting point for discussion. You may notice that the language for administrative variances is very limiting. We want the administrative options to be very narrow to ensure that staff is not put in a questionable position to make decisions that should be decided by council. The reason for the limit to 1,000 square feet and a single story is because these are currently small beach cottages. Almost all of them are less than 1,000 square feet and are only a single story. This would allow the rebuilding of these homes without a full-blown variance. What are your thoughts on Exhibit A to potentially move forward to council, and on Exhibit B to discuss if this is the right direction?
Thank you. Go ahead, Jane.
My question would be if they wanted to be a two-story, if their box did not go outside of the 1,000 square foot, would that be acceptable too, or not?
But if they went to two, they wouldn't fit your criteria for the administrative
Right, that's
variance.
So they could ask for a variance.
Okay, so it doesn't mean they can't have a second story, it means they'd have to go for a variance.
Yes.
And if they're just going up in the box, it seems like it would be reasonable.
My concern, and I've discussed this with Jason one-on-one, is the 1,000-foot limitation. We've looked at a few examples, and these tended to be smaller lots that were on corners, so it made it even more restrictive. And the one example I was looking at was a non-conforming lot. So it could use the minimum use determination tool as a way to get there. However, their footprint was above 1,000 square feet. I think it was around 13. So my intent would be to provide relief for those folks also. And I think one of the things that we discussed, Jason, I don't know if you've thought about how we address it, if we changed the 1,000 square foot to something greater, but I think the idea would be to look at not providing relief any greater than what they had post-disaster.
That's what I was going to say.
But based upon what they had, and they'd have to come in and demonstrate through an aerial, through a survey, of what their setbacks were. And I would say, I still like the 5 feet. I don't think we should go any lower than 5 feet. Even if someone comes in at 3 feet, I think 5 feet's kind of the minimum. But if they can demonstrate that I had 1,300 square feet, these were my setbacks, I'm not asking for anything more, I want the same footprint, I'd like us to find a way to get there.
I like that also, if we could put in possibly, in case that was smaller than 1,000 square foot, 1,000 square foot up to the footprint of the existing, or the prior existing. Pre-existing, thank you.
Well, you wouldn't have to put the 1,000 feet in if you just simply said up to, or not to exceed the pre-disaster square footage.
Yeah, but if it
or
was 600,
footprint,
if it was like 600. and
then
we're
they
holding-
couldn't
Yeah.
exceed 600.
Couldn't exceed 600. As a footprint, they could, in my mind, I'm okay with them going 2 stories and getting 1,200 square feet, but
Then
their
they have to
footprint
get a
is-
variance.
Yeah. We're talking about variances associated with setbacks and lot coverage. We're not talking about limiting total square footage. If they were 1 story, they're allowed to go 2nd story on top of that if they want, in my mind.
So,
Scott?
So just, Patrick, but they'd still need a variance for that 2nd floor,
Mm-hmm.
correct? Or are you saying no?
Can you run that by me again?
They'd
So-
need a variance for the 2nd floor. Because, yeah, the
Well,
answer is
the
yes.
variance is to a structure.
Right. But the answer is yes, because we're talking about 2 things here. But the question is, this gentleman comes in and says, I had 1,123 square feet on September 27th, and this is what I want to build back. This is my box. Here were my setbacks, here was everything else, and we want Sarah and Jason, stop me if I misstate this. We want Sarah and Jason to say, administratively, you don't have to go through the variance process. We can administratively grant you that same space.
but they might need a stairway.
And we can administratively only grant you this box, period. Now, if you need to expand or do anything other than that, then you have the right to come back through the variance process and ask for that. Did
Have
I
we-
misstate that? Is that what you were saying?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, what about the stoops and stairs? Because it was probably,
A ground level house, or just up a few steps.
well, they gotta get a variance.
If they're outside of their box, I think they have to go in for a variance. I think administratively, they have their box. Jason, Sarah, are you in agreement or disagreement with this?
I would say that if you look at administrative variance or setback variances, number 2, A2, street, rear, side, or water body setbacks may be modified to permit the construction of access, well, it's 2 and 3. Handicap access or replacement stairs and decking for
Okay,
access.
there you
So
go.
that's allowed by the administrative variance already.
I like that.
So my question, Anita, would be about, you were saying within the box. So are you saying just the footprint and they can go up more than that? Or
No.
are you saying, okay.
No, because
And would-
it's, if he had a 1127 and he shows you, here are everything you need to see about my pre-disaster house, on these oddball little lots, we want him to have that cottage back. It will help maintain this character that we keep talking about losing if we allow these things to happen in a very small and controlled way.
Do we want to allow up to 1,000 square feet and then anything over that showing that they already had it? So that in an instance like that, you might have a 600 square foot cottage, but it's going to be really expensive to rebuild that 600 square foot cottage up higher. So allowing them up to 1,000 square feet, and anything over that, you have to prove that you already had it.
Right. I think that.
Personally, I like that idea. I think
So I just want to, devil's advocate, I guess. The conversation with the 2nd story was going in the opposite direction of all the conversation related setbacks for the last 3 years, right? So it's the opposite direction of the conversation setbacks. If we go taller and we go higher, we need bigger setbacks on the side. My concern with you allowing automatically a 2nd story to these.
I said nothing.
I know, I just want to make sure everybody else understands why. I agree with you. I have a concern about that.
No.
Because if you have a 4-foot setback, and you're allowed to put back the box, and we're allowing that because we're now considering it a lot of record, getting away with all those other things that we're supposed to eliminate that non-conforming part, then you go higher even more, then you have a potential for a giant
Nobody's
conflict with
talking
adjacent
about
structure. Okay, so.
Well, I did
You did.
bring that up, and
Oh,
and
but
I fully understand what you're saying.
But I think it applies to the
we-
1,000-foot versus existing too. I think you have to
Do we
think
have a little
about.
600 square foot home? Do we have some little cottages like that?
Yep,
Yes.
I think
And
we
it-
have an 824.
And if they wanted, in my mind, if they wanted to add a second story on a small one like that, I would understand that. It makes sense to me. Whereas the other scenario you were saying is people are now, you give them relief, you grant them relief administratively, and now they double the size of the unit, and
No.
it affects their neighbors, it affects view sheds, it affects, so I get that also.
I'm saying it applies to that small cottage. That 600 square foot cottage
Yeah.
that adds a second story is now actually 3 stories tall
Yep,
because of flood.
that's right.
So with a 4-foot setback, a 2-foot setback,
No.
whatever, that's a nightmare, I think, for adjacent properties that aren't. So we got to be careful.
Yeah.
And the questions that we're getting are, I have a 675 square foot cottage. I want to put it back. That's it. And if that's true, then I think what you're talking about is the footprint. Administratively, we could deal with that.
And I'd be okay with administratively, anything else, you come in and you ask for it through the public hearing process.
So wait a minute, did we just go back to 660, or did we say it
No.
can be 1,000 square feet?
I'm hearing the questions of, I want to back this footprint that I had.
Well, my thought process is if you allow up to the 1,000 square foot, then they can get their stairs and everything else included in that, and
We,
not have to have a variance.
we already, you don't have to change the square footage for the administrative component to address stairs and access.
Okay, so,
If we put those two together.
So I think
You
there's
have
a
a solution.
benefit maybe to doing 1,000 or what you had. Because if you had a 600-foot cottage,
well, now we're going to let them
Okay.
increase it.
you're letting them increase it to something that is still not very big, but they may choose to do that rather than say, I'm going to take my 600 square feet and go
Double it.
2 stories. So it's an incentive for them to keep it small
Sure.
at 1 story above.
But where,
Yeah.
where are they encroaching the setbacks for that additional 400 square feet?
Yeah, what about
Who's impacted?
Well,
with that additional-
you've got to, administratively, you guys
Oh,
as staff
absolutely
have
not.
to.
No,
No,
that's
I-
what we want to avoid, frankly, is
Honestly,
the,
I
that part.
think, I think that's a slippery slope for Jason and Sarah and anybody else. My gut feeling is, and I think in its purest sense, our whole idea behind pre-disaster was here, this is what I've got, that's the footprint, and that's what I want to put back. Period. Period. And so you know what? That's my position on this. Administrative variance, administrative relief can be granted for exactly what you had before. Nothing else, no 1,000 feet.
Absolutely
this-
agree.
The 600-foot, the 600-foot person could come in for a variance, but, okay. So,
It seems like we've got agreement.
oh, good.
so it's fine.
And so can we, is that all you need for this number G? Do you need a motion to,
Do you have any comments, Don?
oh, Don, do you have any comments? Yeah, sorry.
Hello?
No comments, okay. That's all right, I understand.
So, real quick, the only reason that we might want to encourage them to have a slightly larger one is because then we're going to capture more people who are willing to not build back gigantic houses.
Right.
So, but yeah, they still have to go through the variance process. So, okay. Yeah, they
Okay,
don't have enough
would someone like to make a motion for, oh, wait, I'm sorry. Is there anybody who'd like to comment on this in the public? We'll open public comment. Come on up. Come on up.
Dave Lawrence, 612 is not this Dave Lawrence.
No, we know who you are.
I was confused before. I just want to make sure what you're clarifying is that we're roughly 1350, whatever it was, that we could rebuild what we have. We don't want to go any bigger, we just want to be able to go back to what we have.
Right.
That's what we're saying.
Okay, I keep on hearing.
And you don't have to go through a variance, go
Yeah,
through
just
staff.
go get permits, throw what we had.
Go with it.
and we're good.
Administrative variances, you go right to staff. It doesn't have to come
Yeah.
before us. You can get done much faster.
Okay.
And that's what you want. That's what you're gonna get.
Just to point out the way this is written, it does say that modified setbacks may not be less than 5 feet, except in instances where a home shares a common wall. So there are still some limitations.
Okay, but it gives them an opportunity to do what they want to do, basically.
Yes.
Is there anyone else who would like to make public comment on this issue? Hearing none, we'll close that, and I'll ask for a motion, please. I know everyone's tired. Sarah, can the motions be as simple as to accept the recommended text amendments to Section 343273 and on residential uses or non-conforming lots, and Section 343274 minimum use determinations, plus adding the ability to perform administrative variances for existing footprints only?
How about the code modifications proposed for Section 34268, administrative variance setback variances with the changes discussed?
That would even be better.
So moved.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion on this? Would all those who agree signify by saying yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. And thank you guys so much for the work you did on that, on the cottage lots.
I'd like the way she switched it
Great.
up on us, yes instead of I.
So you will have one more text amendment, but we'll wait till after.
But
There's one more text amendment after comp plan. So
we get it.
There's one more text amendment? Well, should we just do that real quick?
After the comment.
if you want,
Should
it's,
not do that real quick?
We should get a comp plan.
Okay, yeah, okay. Come on, mister, now. It's your turn. Mr. No, not now. I always want to say no now instead of no. I always want to say now instead of no. Thank you guys very much for being here. Yep. David, call your friend. Good. Good.
What page are we on now? The
We're
last
now
thing.
on the the future comprehensive land use. Now,
Here.
before we start this conversation, because this is intense, what are you hoping to get out of us today?
I'm hoping to get discussion a little bit further along. We have been working on this for a while, and Hurricane Ian hit. And now we have to take a step back and try to see how we're going to set the table. We're doing so much discussion, and it's great discussion to be sitting here and hearing about setback and what we're doing administratively, because there are provisions in your comprehensive plans that provide for certain build-out. But we also need to think about the next step, because properties are being acquired, they're being acquired, and we need to think about how the town will look and feel in the future. We're pushing forward with all these administrative items that we feel are good now, but it's like putting plate and utensils and then trying to put the tablecloth on.
I love this metaphor. I just love it. I've said it. I've told many people what you said about that. It's so visual, and you're so right. Yeah. So we need to be talking about the tablecloth before we start putting stuff on the table. Yeah.
Exactly. And I'm really, really happy to be here today, because part of the process is we really want to hear from you, the planning board, the LPA, because you know the town very well. And what we have for discussion today, and I'll run through the presentation and some of the background and thoughts that we have leading up to this point, is to get your feedback on what's appropriate, what's not appropriate, what your vision of the town should be in the future. We have a lot of competing ideas. Up to this point, we've heard so much about neighborhood preservation, and it's also rooted in your comprehensive plan in the past. That's why we have these, in the past several years, we've had these issues of the LDR being able to deal with new commercial development, even converting them. That's all rooted in vestiges of the past. We have an opportunity now to step positively forward in the future, but we need to know how. And with that, a version says differently, but apparently I needed to hit save again before I sent it over, so I apologize for that. But everything else is as intended, and I want to start with
Thank you.
going to
Paper version? Close this up.
whatever happens. I'll you. Yeah, sorry.
That's okay.
It's really looking at, and I know it's smaller on the presentation, so we try to blow up just a little bit more and have the board over there, and that way the public who are here could, have a chance to look at it as well. On the right, as you know, if you've seen it before, is your current future land use map. It probably has one too many categories for a town of your size, and it's got a bit of funky overlays and other items that are I'm not sure why they're there, but they are. And it's really guided development in such a way that you have maybe the public in the middle of the island, and then for the most part, your commercial aspects are on the northern and southern end. It's a really interesting setup because I think it's like I said, it's the vestige of the past where we wanted to keep the commercial development from intruding into the neighborhood, small town feel of the area. But what it really created is a situation where, because unlike other barrier islands, many other barrier islands that we work with, you only have one route, one major route to the island. All the traffic had to go on there. So you got to go all the way across the island to get a certain service. You're contributing to extra miles on the roadway. There's no dispersion. Your future land use map does not provide that dispersion either. So over time, it actually creates a unwalkable situation. You can put in all the sidewalks, all the nice pedestrian amenities you want, but there's a certain limit to how far people will walk and how far they will drive. There are other limitations here as well, and I'll go into a little bit when we go to subsequent slides. Regarding hotels and so forth, and we've seen a trend, and part of that is detailed in the cover memo that we have attached as part of it. And I'll go over some of the more sticking points I wanted to kind of consider and think about having discussion on. But going to the next slide then, part of what we were asked to do with looking at the future land use map was, is this appropriate? Are there things that could change? And certainly, I brought up the fact that, there are some, there's maybe one too many categories. Some of these could be combined. And then there's certain aspects that, at the time the comprehensive plan was written, you have things like wetland. Nowadays, we're thinking about more holistically as conservation. There are some changes along that line as well. We also thinking about new districts to kind of look at how we could direct certain density intensity, particularly for the purposes of workforce housing, which seems to be which is an issue that was brought up to us. And encouraging mixed-use development that would create a more walkable future for the town. And ultimately, part of the land use look, it's really thinking about the design principles involving land use and transportation and also form and function, and that would really help us create, this is a small community, so we want to be walkable. We want to have a certain level of balance. So that's kind of like the background of some of the objectives that we got in speaking with some of the former members of the LPA as well as the town's council, commission. The current comprehensive policy, plan policy that we covered, there are certain pitfalls. We talked about the commercial aspect, not being able to, we had difficulty bringing even a bank branch here. I am fortunate to live 2 blocks from my bank, and I do walk to my bank when I need to make a withdrawal, but you have to drive here. There are certain things that we heard, like certain services. I think of the
the Jenny and Grandpa test. Have anyone ever heard of the Jenny and Grandpa test?
No.
The Jenny and Grandpa test is something I was taught in school by my urban design professor, and it's Jenny wants to go meet her friends, and she's too young. Her grandpa has to walk her. So the test here is, can Jenny and Grandpa walk together comfortably to meet her friends? Well, Grandpa waits for Jenny while Jenny's playing for a friend. Is there a place where he can sit and relax while he waits for his granddaughter? Are there places that Grandpa and Jenny can walk to that they can enjoy together, like getting an ice cream? I mean, I used to bring an example of I'm much older than my little sister, and I used to walk her, and she loved ice cream, like one drumstick and eat 10 type of like little girl with big cheeks, and she hates it when I bring it up, but it's the truth. It's like, are you able to enact with partake in these activities with people you love, and is the urban environment or your environment conducive towards that? In order to meet those qualities, you have to have certain infrastructure in place, but you also have to have certain land use and proximity to each other in place, and we don't have that here. We heard about, other factors too, beyond what we think about what we do in a Grandpa and Jenny test, about the look and feel of place, thinking about height. And definitely there's the concern being a tourist destination about the balance between where you put your hotels and motels versus the versus housing. There's something that I hadn't heard about in discussion too that actually kind of I want to bring up now, and I will circle back to it. We talk about these mixed-use districts. It's this: you can limit hotel or motel development all you want. It doesn't change the demand for the space. That's a market function. So 20 to 30 years ago, 20-something years ago, when the comprehensive plan was adopted, what wasn't there? Well, Airbnbs weren't there.
That's right.
Now the demand is there. We limited hotels and motels and the spaces. Now that it made it easier to buy up houses and rent them out, what has happened? We have parts of whole streets in this town before Hurricane Ian being bought up and converted into Airbnbs. And there's this anecdotal item that came from commission when we were talking about which district and how to preserve neighborhood character. You combine that with your housing affordability, and it actually laid out in your projections too. We had a stable population projection, and your housing units rose. And we weren't the ones who did that projection. There's an outside agency, state agency, who did that projection. That was indicating that second homes and rental units were, without a population increase, were occurring. And meanwhile, we're hearing stories, anecdotally from residents, about difficulty in achieving attainable housing.
Yep.
These are all connected. These are all connected to the density. These are all connected way back to the land use map that we currently have and the constraint that we have put on managing growth in the community.
Isn't it interesting?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Certainly, I understand the good intent. I mean, we all want to preserve our a certain quality of life, certain character, and we can do that. But sometimes as we put in policies, when I teach planners through getting certified, and I run a exam prep course, or used to, we have something that we study for the exam called a term. It's called wicked problems. You try to solve a problem, and you create another that you have to solve. And that's kind of a key tenet of planning. It's always an evolving process. And so this here isn't to bash the prior plan. What was there worked then. What we're trying to do is evolve this plan now as we move forward to get to where we want to go as the community. And that involves looking at proposed comprehensive policies a little bit differently. Now, our job here really is to look at the entire comprehensive plan, and we've done that, but we're going to come back to you in pieces for discussion because it is a very hefty document, and there's a lot that is entailed here. But here, we want to take a look at what may be appropriate from your standpoint with land use. We have some recommendations of our own. I'm going to start going through them. Looking at commercial uses, we need to really distinguish, start distinguishing a little bit more the permitted use between personal service and general commercial. Just to get that, going back to the Grandpa and Jenny test, why are you walking there? Is there activity you can partake in? And really to allow for adjustment for the market, I would recommend that the town consider moving more towards a form-based code. One that's really where you look at commercial uses or limitations thereof, even looking at the hotels space, not from a unit to unit or ratio, but rather what you can regulate by floor area and intensity, and looking at minimum sizes of units and so forth to create that regulation, regulatory differences. It allows the market to adapt a little bit better without having to change your comprehensive plan as well. We heard a lot of concerns about being able to keep this beautiful view of the water, and I've been staring out the window all day. I've been listening, but it's also, you got a beautiful view behind you. So we have to be very careful about where we build, how we build, in terms of height. Well, the intensity is also capped by the height as well. And so when we look at the future land use map, I'll move to the next slide. These are some really, try to solve some of the major changes here that we're looking at. The wetlands is more conservation, and some of the areas here there are deep, but really conservation type of areas have been kind of reclassified. Directly, oh sorry. I'll stay over here then. It can move it?
No, the mic.
Oh, there's a mic here. Oh, pick up. Oh, perfect. Sorry. Different venue, different. Yeah. Thank you for that. So the where was I? The wetland conservation and some of the areas with our conservation, like this area here, it's now currently recreation, but in actuality, from the wetland standpoint, it actually should be conservation land. Other areas, we looked at the boulevard and pedestrian commercial and what their intent and purposes are. And they're actually very similar. And so we actually merged them into ideas about proposed mixed-use district that I'll go more into detail about for each individual district within our presentation. We removed the overlay because the overlay actually could be just absorbed into changing your mixed residential into a median residential, changing some of the median residential to low-density residential as needed for neighborhood preservation. And in actuality, the way it's working right now is within that density range. And then keeping specific areas as low-density residential, so we try not to intrude on that. The map you see between the two, it's pretty similar. It does reduce the amount of categories, but in a way that, because you had different land uses that were actually quite similar, merging them and actually kind of administering it a little bit differently will probably make it easier for staff to run through any analysis as well. We also note that there were a lot of internal discussions on what we do with civic structures, like libraries and so forth. Where do they go? For the time being, we're recommending that your recreation is now also civic and open space, since given the function of how they act within the town for a future land use standpoint. And generally, they're also governmentally owned. So, though this is just an overview of what overall what we're suggesting. They're further detailed in the actual strike-through and underlying proposed changes that were part of the overall packet that was sent to you. I want to take the opportunity to go over the next slide very quickly. These were some of the ideas that we had, of what, when we were looking at what the form and function and everything were that we presented to the commission at a prior meeting. I'm not sure if you have seen these as well, but, we had put these together to kind of solicit the feedback on what they would like to see. And so I'd actually be interested in seeing what you like and do not like about each of these images, whether it is too much or, there are various aspects that, that can be pointed out. But I think maybe a good point for, if you wanted to kind of help me with thoughts, just to look at these pictures and say over the next 2 slides and see what is likable and what is not likable about these. Because these are all images from other Barrier Island communities or neighborhoods that we have worked with, whether it is Fort Lauderdale, or, we work a lot in the Keys and Isla Mirada, wrote the comp plan for Treasure Island. So, sorry, I know I speak a lot, I'm going to cut myself off.
No, you don't need to drink. Would you like us to start with Times Square mixed?
I think so. I think that would be a good opportunity, because there's some of the inspiration these pictures were come from. With the Times Square Mixed Use District, we really tried to think about how we could structure this. We know that we want to limit the height closer to the beach, not only because it's by the beach, it's also a viewpoint, a standpoint, and try to push everything, more of the intensity of the area closer to where the bridge is, the kind of the opening, the entrance into the town. And so you see the in the slide regarding the building heights and the FAR that it kind of scales down. It scales from more of a core as you look towards, sorry, I usually have a larger screen so that I can laser point to. This area here, and you proceed down this way to the west and to the south, it should be lower in intensity. Basically, also because there needs to be a gradient from your core towards the single family and lower density areas, even medium density as opposed, as compared to a mixed use area. There needs to be that gradient because it's jarring sometimes, right? You got a really tall building next to a 2-story house. There's like, what the heck happened here? It's like a sword thumb in the sky. So we put a lot of thought into thinking about height restriction, not just the overall height restrictions here, but also thinking about transition with additional policy guiding that, about thinking about if you're next to certain parcels, how much taller can be. There's something that we have administered over North Miami Beach as part of their mixed-use district as well, and it's helped with kind of ensuring that the urban fabric isn't broken with, in the change of gradient and height. That's where that really kind of comes from. Now, as far as the nature of Times Square, it's the welcome point into the town. It was the area for commercial activity. It's also where you have tourists gather and where they stay as well. We did not envision that nature changing unless you got, yeah, it is a draw. It is a draw, but there's an opportunity here to think about increased density on 2 fronts. One is to allow the hotel and motel market to kind of correct and give you something to hedge against for the Airbnbs, which will help with the affordable housing and workforce housing issue. Can
you explain that to me? Because I found that a very interesting comment you made. I highlighted it on my computer, that you said that it would be, though it's counterintuitive,
Yeah.
it would be a way to preserve our neighborhoods.
Right. So what happened, and I even encountered it across the street from me where the house was being sold and didn't sell for about 5 months, and someone that bought it and turned it into an Airbnb. I now have a vacation rental in a purely residential neighborhood across from my house that I did not intend. I talk with my neighbors. They set up fireworks in the street. I don't condone it, but it's what it is for 4th of July. We support each other. There's something to be said about being with your neighbors and having that. And the quality of place isn't just about the physical characteristics. It's the physical characteristics and the community aspect. When you have a whole slew of Airbnb come in, it breaks that social fabric. And it has a different effect as well that is guided by the policies that we have. That's part of where I was going with that. So neighborhood preservation isn't just about just having the house. It's who occupies the house, how they contribute to the community at large. And of course, there's certain aspects of Airbnbs as well. Some of them are very well maintained. I've stayed in several, some of them very well maintained. Some of them not so much, where, I had one where I put plates on a cabinet, and it was 2 plates, and the thing entirely fell off the wall, and I got charged for it. So you have different levels of upkeep as well when it comes, like with any rental property. Some are going to be better than others. And some of the pictures are a little bit like, but I won't go there.
I bring this up because when I was talking to Eddie earlier, weeks ago, I said to him, the mantra of the first few councils was commercial intrusion into residential neighborhoods. It was what we had to fight against, protect everyone from. But our idea of commercial intrusion was hotels and traditional businesses. The idea of Airbnb and VRBO, which ultimately was the commercial intrusion into our residential neighborhoods, was not even a topic of conversation. And wasn't a topic of conversation until we talked about short-term rentals many years later. But even at that point, it wasn't, that was the reason that the town initiated the short-term rental ordinance. But obviously it didn't go far enough to protect the neighborhoods.
Right. There's an effect beyond just, you have a rental, but who are your neighbors now?
Yeah.
And how permanent is your community as a result?
And depending on what street you are, your neighbor could be there for a week or could be there for a month.
Exactly. And people view that as a part of quality of life very differently. Yeah. And it's not always desired by a community. I would, it was interesting for me to look at the, what was being said by the public, the commission, even members of the LPA, and then looking at actually what was happening and like, hey, really coming back to saying, just because you don't have the hotel room doesn't mean the demand isn't there. That person saw that demand. Now they're buying a house because that rent from the Airbnb couldn't help them with the mortgage for their second property and couldn't build their wealth for it. But they're not invested in the community as far as being here and contributing necessarily. Some are because they live next door, and some others are, Airbnbs are management companies or people looking at investment and they live miles away and they have someone to come in and clean and service the area. There is an effect of neighborhood preservation on that.
We take one node at a time and provide comments.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
Provide comments about those.
Times Square.
Times Square.
What we thought of those.
Go ahead.
Just going back to the pictures, I like this idea of mixed use, historical mixed use, always attractive and makes for great renderings.
Mm-hmm.
I would say, big difference
difference though, architecturally,
Mhm.
you know, siding,
Okay.
board batten, horizontal siding,
R-
more panhandle, Nantucket style versus East Coast Florida.
Mm-hmm.
Or Coconut Mall.
Yeah.
This is
okay.
very mall-like to me.
All right. That's good to know. And that's something we'll tackle in the LDR portion, but it's good to know now.
Yes.
And make sure also you have, when you talk about mixed use, that you distinguish between horizontal mixed use versus vertical mixed use.
Right.
And also how FAR is going to be calculated when you
Mhm.
have that mixed use. You double dip, you not double dip, is there a
Right.
total FAR?
No. And certainly the intent here is to provide a vertical mixed use with the requirement that any residential development consider having or being required to have ground floor uses with specific frontages on percentages at minimum within the code down the line. That's one way to achieve that. One thing to consider though is this. In terms of housing affordability and attainability, when you look at affordable housing projects, there may be a need to consider whether there need to be a carve-out for affordable housing projects. While we would like a lot of affordable housing projects to be mixed use, the reality is that not all affordable housing developers are geared to do both. And sometimes what happens is when they're only geared toward one portion of it, they need to bring in a partner. And that makes the deal to get affordable housing a lot more complicated. It's a reason why some affordable housing projects don't really get launched off the ground. So depending on the kind of the tenor and the approach within the code, they could create a barrier to affordable housing. Sometimes it's surmountable because you have other aspects, because there's more than one way to skin a cat there. But it is a consideration we've had to deal with other communities that we've written housing reports for. So I just wanted to bring that up as something in the back of your mind as well.
I would say keep in mind though that you might get some horizontal mixed use.
Mm-hmm.
Like Coconut, for example, or Santee could be sizable enough where.
Right. Yeah.
And then you brought up affordable housing. I think it's an important issue, but at least my perspective on affordable housing with regards to Fort Myers Beach, it's very costly.
Mm-hmm.
More so than almost anywhere in Southwest Florida that's provided on the island itself.
Mm-hmm.
I think this idea of a trust.
Right.
And the trust can make decisions with either subsidies or they can even promote affordable housing right outside of it.
Mhm.
So there's opportunities to look at that.
Right.
So I may be skipping ahead a little bit, but what was your thought process to have three floors on Times Square on one side, two on the other, and as you go down to the Civic Center, having it 4 and 3? I would think that as you're driving down, you'd want to go higher. This seems like you're up here and then you're down here, and then you're 5 on the Times Square side. Was there a reason behind that?
Part of it is that
I can't hear you. Mike.
Oh, Ed, that's okay.
My apologies. Okay, part of it's from a concentration standpoint. You have more mixed residential in this area. The gradient and trajectory of how your the density gradient goes when it goes south, it actually lowers across this way. So, but we can look at that further and see if it makes more sense to kind of make it rise a little bit. But we would have to consider how we're going to treat this area here in the future.
Scott, what were you thinking? That it should be the same or reversed?
Reversed. I'm thinking as you're driving down Estero, all of a sudden you've got this height, and then it goes down kind of like a roller coaster. I would think that as you're going down, you just get higher and higher as you get to the bridge.
No.
To the north then.
Matanzas.
As you're driving north, you go from lower to higher. Right. To the
Right, it was starting with a core off beach, a little bit lower towards the beach, and then it decreases in intensity now as you go south. So it's an
No,
intensity factor.
I like I like how it's higher on that side of the street, so you've
At the core, right.
You've got some view, but I don't what my question is in Times Square, it's on north of Estero, it's 3 stories, south of Estero, it's 2. But down here, it's 3 and 4. I would think aesthetically, as you're coming down the boulevard, you gradually go up.
I think I actually,
Do you follow what I'm?
yes, I'm following.
Well,
Let me look at my.
So I guess my question is, why would it be like that, and what was your thought process behind that?
Let's see, let's go to the page. I mean, part of it too is, we also have some constraints based on what's existing. You have some taller buildings already, in an area. What, I think when we talked with staff about it, that was actually one of the concerns is, you already have an existing building. How, are you able to, accommodate those existing buildings, without what seems to be taking something away from them, because then that might be ground to a suit. So
There's
that's
not much existing.
well, when we
Right,
wrote
okay.
it,
Right,
when we
okay.
wrote it, there was, you know,
And don't forget, some of those have
consideration.
post-assessor build-back rights too, that
Right.
may be able to go back to what they were. So balancing what's there, going to be there,
Yeah.
or another option, I guess.
Okay.
But I think it's a great comment. Definitely we can explore it and go back and revise it so that this area, the Civic Center, is lower and push that back a little bit north. The other thing to consider here as well is, I think we had gone back and forth on the Times Square height because of the vista as you're coming off the bridge.
Super important, always has been, always will be.
Right, so if you go to about 4 stories, from the crest of the bridge, you'll still see some of the water, but the view is going to be very different. And so if you take that away from that portion, you need to shove some of that density a little bit south from the original map. Well, you don't have to, but if you're going to provide it somewhere, that is kind of where the motion went. That's not to say that it's the only solution. We can always, you know, do a recommendation to bring it back to that it's completely even across. And that, you know, that's another, you know, that's an alternative as well.
Go ahead, I was just going to say, how do you all feel about that?
Commercial uses, and so we were concerned about losing that space to all residential and overtaking it. So it was kind of a discussion about balancing those wants and needs and future employment opportunities and that sort of thing. I have not looked at their proposal or what they have, but
When looking at that map for the downtown area, the Times Square mixed use, if you look at it geographically, look at those existing uses where the big kind of both farms are and where the residential is, you've got canals, you've got nice where you can create a line easily and include them within that highlighted color. And, you know, they're gonna be coming in with a request. I think it may seem logical, it might make sense to tie them in and work with them through this process.
and that's exactly why we want to have this level of conversation. Is that line can be adjusted this way now in hindsight,
Do
or
you
what
know
have
where
you.
he's speaking of exactly, Ed?
No, I actually don't
It's-
have the.
Look, if you look at your,
This one, right?
this map, there's,
Right.
you've got a little blue section right here that you have noted as marina on the other map.
Right.
That's what he's talking about.
Okay, that's good to know.
So the thought was introducing some of those potential uses to the marina,
Yes.
so that it stays marina versus being mixed use.
We're looking at doing a mixed-use project, and my thought is, it's gonna be, you know, I don't know, I think their
Correct.
proposals for mixed use, I think it, for me, it makes sense. I think it's the idea of tying it in to the overall and having something comprehensive, so don't exclude them and let them go through just their own process. Let's
Right, so the idea was introduction of mixed use to the marina category, but still predominantly being the marina function, versus converting to a mixed-use project, because then you lose potentially working waterfront. I went through this whole thing in the Keys on several projects I used to work on, and that was always the battle, trying to preserve the working waterfront, the boating, the industrial activity. You lose that as soon as the higher valuation of condos and everything else go with it. So we're trying to find that balance of not being overly preserving it, but I would hate for us to lose marina functions. But the reality is, if that's not the market, then that's not the market, right? So our approach initially was, we talked about this at length, introducing mixed-use opportunity concepts to marina, not making it a mixed-use category separate. But we can, it's similar.
There is, we could always explore, if you don't have a marina category, to have a specific sub-district within the mixed use specific to marina. And that way, for all intents and purposes, it would be mixed use, but you would serve the marina function there. There are other policies within the comprehensive plan that are required by state law regarding working waterfront, to which the marina would be subject to. So we are required to have those under state law. And certainly that can be explored further as well in conjunction with this. I would like to, see maybe the proposal a little bit more and then to discuss with staff, and then we'll come back with some alternative for what viable approaches will be that could incorporate that mixed use and what they're intending while preserving the marina function. I do agree with Jason. We work in the Keys as well. We consult for Isla Mirada and Key West, and along the Keys, it is an issue.
Somebody who's in touch, I have not seen the Moss Marine presentation yet, but is it Jim Inc., who was here earlier today? Could we maybe put them in touch with Mr. No to let, have some conversation there would be good. Okay.
All right.
Does anybody else have any comments on the Times Square mixed use section here?
I have one comment. I really like it, but I've got a question about the no residential and the impacts that's going to have. Does that mean if you had a house down here that got destroyed, you can't build it back, or what are the impacts there? Do you have rights to build back because you had a house there, or how are we going to handle that? And the other question is, if your house still is standing there, is there going to be some buffering to provide these guys a little bit of protection?
Yep.
I think that's a really great question. I think my standard response to the question of the type would be, if it's standing, it's grandfathered in, but this is the future land use map and how you want to look in the future. So there we don't envision as an approach any residential, because that's a vulnerable part of the town. It always will be, and it's actually beyond the coastal construction line that's current. Now, the town uses an older one in order to protect these certain residences, but the truth of the matter is that in the long term, the flood insurance for those areas and the insurance for there is going to be really, really high for just a single family residence. That's the reality of it.
It's going to be high regardless.
Exactly, it's going to be high regardless, but it.
I think that's one of those where we let the market dictate it. I think
Right.
investment will not be a single family home, we understand that.
Mhm.
But I think if someone has that kind of money and they want to self-insure, I think we don't want to burden everything also on our hands.
Okay.
So you want to keep residential included as a use in here?
So the challenge, I'm sorry. go
Not
ahead.
necessarily. I just want to find out what
Yeah, what
the
the thought process
before I make a decision, I want to find out what the impacts are and what.
So the challenge is always conflicting uses. And so are we limiting the opportunity in the downtown because you have residences that don't want those uses there?
Yeah.
I've worked in rural communities where housing goes in, and then they complain about the agriculture that's next to them when they used to be agriculture, right? And so it's who's wagging the tail, so to say, tail versus the dog kind of thing. So we want to be careful of, are we preserving this? And everywhere we work that we talk about future land use maps, we're talking about preserving land for an intended use. Is it going to be commercial, or are we going to continue to have a growth of residential, or put up with it for a while, or are we going to buffer extra and put a burden on the commercial because there's a single family home left? I don't know. I mean, that's the balance that we have to find. Right now, I think, Sarah, right, the setbacks are build 2 lines. So houses have to build 0 to 5 feet setback, max 5 feet setback, because they're in the downtown district. And it's very awkward in the zoning code to do that, and most people don't want to build to that. So it actually makes it very restrictive to build a single family house. Is there multifamily? Is there quads? Is there other opportunities? Probably, but I don't know that. I don't know. Right. So our concern was making sure we're preserving enough space for the commercial uses, which is what that core area is for. How do we balance that residential? I don't have the answer for you.
You don't want to bring it up. It's going to be
It
brought
was a
up
really
sooner or
good.
later.
It's a very it was a topic, and we weren't
But I
sure.
mean, we've had a lot cleaner. I mean, there's a lot more open space there now. But
Sure is.
The other issue with regards to intensity in the downtown is, we're going to get to it, but comparing the FAR requirement, the allowances for downtown versus Santini. And again, I think we have to decide as a town of what's our core, where's our core going to be. And right,
It depends on where you live.
right now, according to the future land use map,
Right.
and I don't know, that's not consistent with what I envisioned.
I agree with you.
I still think our downtown is our downtown, and that's where we
Right.
intensify the most.
I think that's a really great point when you think of it as a whole. No, we had tried to disperse it, but because there were really tall buildings down by Tantini Village anyway, that's what we thought about. Okay, you had these tall residential towers already, but we can also explore again if part of that should be shifted back up here. We want to maintain a certain amount of opportunity, but in specific areas of the town to guide the growth there as much as possible, and that's part of guiding it away from the low density areas as well.
I don't know if you've got one lady that shows up at the public meeting. She always describes the South Grafton as the suburbs of Fort Myers.
I've heard that as well.
And I think that's a very good characterization, and some people choose to live in those areas.
Right.
because of that.
Right. I think that where we are looking toward is at the center island and Santini Village, as long as we have a little bit of critical mass that would be supportive of basic services and business without having you to drive across the island. The land use and transportation makes it where part of our concern was. People are driving across the island, and actually they're coming from south of the island as well, and going way across the island to the northern part. So having a different core with different services may create intercept points for some of those over time, and hopefully ameliorate some of the other traffic issues that we have. We have a very unique situation. I wrote the transportation master plan for Sunny Isles Beach, another barrier island elongated, but there they have some. Well, they didn't close one off, but they had parallel route to their main route, Collins Avenue. And that handles some of that off-flow traffic. It's not ideal because you don't want to route that to residential neighborhood, but it's there when it gets really, really tough. We don't have that option here. And so short of having to, I don't even think we can build a parallel route.
No.
Well,
Well, don't even start talking about that. That
So it's it's a complicated process because we're trying to solve multiple problems at the same time. But we have to. I think the best part about this conversation is I'm getting from it looking at what we're doing on the balance. So we'll take that back to the drawing table and say, do we need to rebalance it so that the southern portion has a bit lower density, but just enough to provide those services, and to put that back toward what we consider the future downtown, the current and future downtown of Fort Myers Beach.
I think it's also important, Ed, to look at the services that you're thinking of, because prior to Hurricane Ian, we lost all of our banks. So what drove that? I mean, you know, we don't have a lot of services on the island. And so it'll be interesting to see, you know, how the post-hurricane, whether or not those services come back. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean.
Whether the market brings them back.
Right. You know, the market has also been complicated, you know, by COVID as well.
Sure,
And
sure.
I mean, I went to my favorite restaurant yesterday. It's in Doral. I moved an hour north of my office, and he was like, well. He was glad I came back, but you know, every time I go back to my office, I go to the same place. But he was like, business has been down because people aren't going to their offices as much anymore, and so he's in an area that's reliant on that. And so, but here it's a little bit different. We have a lot of residences. We had, but prior to Hurricane Ian, we had a market where Class A office spaces weren't really driving, and we also were, you know, some of the things we were discussing with staff was it's a way to change the code so that you convert some of these into mixed-use housing opportunities over time. If the office market isn't working, what can we do with that space in that building? And so, you know, it kind of led to our discussion of form a little bit more than function, so that we can allow for the market to influence a little bit more. Right now, we're very constrained on what the market will allow us to do in here. And it may actually influence how businesses think about locating as well over time. There are certainly other factors, but there's certainly, you know, in our community we work with that sometimes a critical factor in how and where to locate your business.
Okay. Any other comments on the Times Square mixed-use district? Okay. Would you like to go on to the Civic Center in Coconut Village RV Park?
Yes. Well, it, you know, I drove by it, and you know, we know it's really
Sad.
Sad, yeah. Yeah. That an apt word for it. I mean, I think I told Sarah that when the first hurricane first hit, I saw the footage. I actually cried at my desk.
Me too.
So yeah. We know we always thought that at the area of the town that would probably be the most apt to be the first to be developed because of, you know, relative value versus demand. Land to building value ratios were probably some of the lowest in the town there. And of course, you know, the ability we build after a disaster, given the the nature of the regulations and what we require afterward, would make it very difficult to build what one was. Here we thought about the fact that you have civic center, library services, you had town halls, and I know that the chapel next to town hall is worth exploring elsewhere, but it all these civic type of institutions in the area that create more for a core to think about where you could put housing. We know that we are putting maximum building height here, but the intent really is for some of that to be bonus incentive height for workforce housing. And that was in discussion with staff kind of where we were headed towards. And being an area of town where you see the park, the schools, town hall, and other facilities, it seems a very good place to kind of think about where you want maybe some more of the residents to live, because they're already in an area that would be in proximity to things you would naturally walk to.
One of the things with the bonus height for density, I think one of the things that I need to do as a town is look at all the public benefits that we're seeking. Not just affordable housing, but we talk about
Agreed.
redevelopment of Bayonne, we talk about community policing, we're talking about maybe nicer interfaces on public ground right away. Promenade. I think some of these bonuses or incentives can be tied to, we identify as a town what our needs and desires are, and we create a system where people contribute to those. It's not just affordable housing, it could be a list of 5, 6 items, and then you create that system.
I'm glad you brought that up. I wrote that into the design memo because I think it's a subsequent conversation. It's important that we go back and identify the priorities. What are priorities for the town? Whether it's park-based, whether it's community policing based. You need to have those priorities in order to determine
Those other
what you
decisions.
want to trade off with the bonuses.
Yep.
There's always the benefit to the developer, but you're trying to get something that is of equivalent value in return. Well, state law requires that you, and the attorney can correct me if I'm wrong, but it requires the certain level of equivalency when you make those requirements. Now, that's not to say that, you can't write things a certain way, but anyway, I digress. We'll go into more detail when we talk about bonuses, but the first step of that is always, what are your priorities? Whether it's parks, I'm working on a site plan for $1 billion proposal in review where they put in a community center and they put in a police substation and they're putting in a fire station as part of the development, as part of the community benefit, in addition to the park. And then they're going to dedicate that to the city once it's complete as part of the development agreement. So there are things like that where, we'll take it sequentially and go through the proper steps, and then we'll be able to craft what a bonus aspect is. Now, this can be a variety of things. It could be a point-based system. It could be, it could cover a variety of items, or each thing could be by itself. There are different formats to how this can be built. When we did the impact fee, the new mobility fee for Miami Lake, we gave them a menu option. You build up to a certain point scale of what your development quality has, and then in return, you're able to pick and choose to kind of even it out on the other side.
I'm glad you're thinking about this, because one of my items for later in the meeting was to define public benefit, because it's a term that's getting thrown around a lot. And sort of like the word temporary, it's getting thrown around. What does it mean? I'm not sure, not that I'm not sure. We have not clearly defined what public benefit is.
Right.
And so I'm glad you're thinking about this, because I certainly am, and it sounds like you are too. And a menu, we need something to sort of encompass that as we go forward.
Right, and part of what I would caution is that there needs to be a clear distinction between what you want to require and what you want to incentivize. There are certain things that you absolutely want in a community, and some communities mistaken that and they put it in the incentivization category. You want to require them to do that, so why not if you're able to? And you're like, well, but no, require that, and the incentives are what you need specifically to your goals and beyond that. I just want to note that just because I've worked with communities, I'm not going to name them, where the line is blurred, and it makes it very difficult to craft a good benefits package and get to a type of community that you want out of your regulations.
And then
as a
that
result.
blurry line becomes very political too.
Exactly.
Depending on, that's blurry is not good.
So Anita,
Yeah.
I've been saying to people that ask, everything we just talked about, yes. And I think it's important on the prioritization and sort of the ranking of the big picture items. Land Development Code can spell out whether it's a point system, you get 5 points for this, 10 points for that, and that all adds up to X, whatever that is. But I think it's important to prioritize those areas of need and desire, what we want to incentivize. And they can actually be done area by area too. If there's an area that we need more workforce housing, we need more of right-of-way was a perfect example. We don't need right-of-way on the south end. We may need right-of-way on the north end because there's just no room for bike and pedestrian activity, and that would make the downtown part better. Those are the types of things we can re-rank and reorder those, I think, mixed-use district by mixed-use district or area by area. But we need that framework to say these are the top 5, 7 priorities in this order. That helps us guide what the next step looks like. Because I'll name the communities. When I was at Polk County, they had a point system, and it ended up being because there wasn't that big picture policy of what's important. The point system ended up being the most points for decorative street lighting or connection to water and sewer. which you have to do anyway, but going back to, right, so the bonus point system was totally out of whack for a while, and developers are getting points and maximizing density for things they have to do anyway, versus really prioritizing and setting the policy of, these are the, if you want to do something and do a bunch of it that's low, that's fine. But if you want to hit the big picture and the more bang for your buck, here's what we really need as a community.
And much like Patrick, I share this passion for workforce housing, but I also recognize that that's a little tiny skinny 7-mile line, and it would be impossible for us to house our workforce on this island. And the workforce housing issue is a statewide issue. It isn't just Fort Myers Beach or Southwest Florida or Sanibel or any place else. It's a huge, huge issue. I mean, you know, we're the hospitality state, and yet our hospitality workers can't afford to live here or anywhere close to where they work. So that's unfortunate, and hopefully, you know, somebody far more intelligent than I will figure it out. But so in a big picture scheme of things, there are other issues that I'd like on that list for, you know, what is a public benefit?
Great.
Another tool to consider, we have a transfer of development rights. Currently, it's not utilized, it's
Very rarely.
by incentives.
Yeah.
But we have a bunch of empty lots right now. And you've got people deciding how or when they're gonna redevelop.
Right.
Those could be great pocket parks within all the neighborhoods in this community. Create enough of an incentive for someone to buy that lot and put that density elsewhere, and both parties are made whole. It's a benefit for both. We can wind up with great community parks.
And remember, Ed, in our comp plan, it currently says that the town shall acquire beachfront property when it's available. Well, I mean, Lord, we don't have enough money right now, but it's available,
Right.
you
And
know,
it's also,
for the first time.
yeah, and it's also good for thinking about the, you know, beach access as well.
Sure.
And other communities that we work with. I mean, I mentioned Sunny Isles Beach before. When I wrote their transportation master plan, I had actually set corridors for current and future beach access points that they'll work on either acquiring or maintaining and improving over time. And here, you know, we should probably look at that and see how in the future we're able to acquire and maintain those pathways to the ocean and at specific intervals through the entire island, so no matter where you live, you can walk to the beach.
Eddie, mark that down as a policy that we shall do that in the future.
Right.
Because that's a great point. Right now, the way I've been involved in it is new development comes in, we don't have an access point around here. Maybe we should ask for something as part of the PD or what have you. We don't have a plan that I'm aware of, that spacing and access to, maximizing access of residents across the street or what have you. We don't have a master plan for that. So maybe that's something we can require in the plan to do another sub-master plan for something like that.
Yep.
At least then we're on the hook for doing it at some point.
Yep.
Since we're talking about beach access and the beach, something that makes sure, and I don't know what the civic and open space category will entail, but the rec category that we have along the beach is extremely important. And I don't know who drafted that, if it was for council, Richard, or whatever, but it's brilliant. A lot of these communities where people are claiming that it's their beach, people can't go walk on the sand in front of their house. We have a future land use category that clearly spells out that it's rec and it's open. And that's brilliant. We want to keep that. We don't want to have the battles that other communities are.
That's already been expressed. I think that he's heard me say that 10 times. So.
Yeah.
Okay, does anybody else have anything on this Civic Center in Coconut Village? Don, I'm including you in this RV park section. Anyone have any more comments? Okay, anything else you want to specifically ask us for this? And may I assume we're going to circle back to this at some other date?
We will.
And you'll be the only thing on our agenda, because this is a lot.
Yeah.
The only thing I'd say with the Civic Coconut Village RV Park, the lines kind of make sense to me with existing uses and the dynamics there.
Yep.
There are some residential neighborhoods, and just keep in mind that, you know, certain things that may translate to the RV by right, but especially when you have any kind of proposed uses
where the comp plan allows for an intensification, but you want the public hearing process as soon as you're abutting residential.
Mhm.
And as soon as, to have those proper safeguards of, how do you transition in, what kind of buffering, how you address that kind of thing.
Right. And I'm glad that brought up. That's actually why we had started to have draft language on buffering within the proposed policies as well.
A lot of times you forget about the specifics and details of that. If
Your mic's not working?
Is it working now?
there you go,
You got to press the button.
got to press the button. That would help.
It helps.
Yeah, anybody on watching didn't hear that, but no, that's a good point. Yeah, it's a little bit more in the comp plan than you normally would include will help ensure that the LDC is put into place. And I think there's still zoning. So no matter what we do with these land use categories, there's still zoning, and I'm a believer in if you have zoning, then you have certain rights that were entitled whether you change the policy. You can always say the category changes it and takes some of that away. I don't think that's probably the right way to go. So I think that helps address some of the issues with existing development or development that has zoning. They have a choice to change and be in compliance and move forward with compliance with a new category. But they also have existing zoning that, in my experience, we always recognize that existing zoning until it's changed. And then a rezoning has to be in compliance with whatever the category is.
We want to move on to what is that in your packet as public, just for reference,
Yep,
or?
could you just tell me, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I don't know, what does fenestration mean?
Fenestration is windows.
Oh,
Des fenêtres.
okay,
Yep.
thank you.
So we want to
I
make sure
should've looked that
that
up.
when you're on the ground floor, it's, certain level of, you don't want a giant flat blank wall. It's often very uninviting.
But keep this in mind, because of our turtle and light ordinances,
Right.
that all that fenestral a component would be dark. And so those windows in the course of the day look black.
Right.
So
Good to know.
doesn't have the same impact as walking through, I'll just use a mall again.
Right. That's a really, really good point.
I would have told you a real site you could have
Yeah.
gone to see what that looked like, but it's not there anymore. But my
Totally
store, Local
understood.
Color in Times Square, had those turtle tinted windows, and during the day, they just became a mirror or just black.
So,
You really couldn't see into it.
Anita, why was the tint required? Was it because of the nighttime lighting?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, it's the nighttime availability, right? Because of,
For whatever reason, I mean, you could look at that, it was a requirement.
right, I just wonder if your hours of operation are 80% day and 20% night, does it make more sense to have a temporary,
I
so
think
that during the
would be-
daytime you have the glass
That
and
would
the
certainly be
exposure?
something
and-
to consider.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, well, maybe we'll look at how we can change it from fenestration to general facade improvement. That's what we did with Opalaka with their code, particularly in the mixed-use districts. Looking at, you can do public art, something other than a flat wall is what really the intent of it is. So we'll look at how we can word that a little bit differently and think about that a little bit differently.
So I don't want to drag each of these out because I
Yeah.
don't want to jump through, but nobody has said anything about density. And I don't know
was
if you're,
fixing to.
I don't know if you're missing, I don't know if you're missing the categories.
Doug was fixing to say something.
And so for Doug's education, I think he knows probably, but most of the island, by the existing map, is either 4 or 6 units an acre. And then, as Eddie had mentioned, there's some overlay with 10, but that's really just recognizing existing lots and platted development and that sort of thing. This changes that. So in some of these smaller areas, obviously. So I just want to make sure that we're recognizing and talking about
And
it.
that's what I meant by, some of it, to me, it can't be where you've got 18 as a max and anybody can come in and ask for it.
Yep.
I think it's, or by right, say, I've got a zoning district which allows me to do X, and I'm going to maximize my density because the comp plan allows me, it dictates the density. It's got to be where some of it's going to be incentivized or bonuses, but some of it also, depending on where you are, should require a public process, public hearing process.
So it's site by site, right? So you may be between 2 taller buildings that existing have 20 units an acre. And so maybe you can, through incentives and bonus and all that stuff, get to the 18, 16, whatever it is. And you might be down the street, could be same category, and you don't get to it because you're in a
adjacent
you're scaled
to
down area.
single-family homes.
You're
Yeah.
transitioning towards the single family.
Yeah.
All of that matters. You're right.
Yeah, it's a really good point. We had a lot of internal discussion on it because we're really trying to balance, well, especially in the Tantini area with the really tall buildings, it's like, okay, how do we structure the FAR in such a way that we're not really taking away from them, but at the same time, it's kind of like, well, we need something a little bit different. So we'll go back and revisit that.
Wait, hold on, hold on. Go ahead.
So, are we going to talk about Publix commercial parcel?
Right now.
Yep.
So,
Call Center Island now, actually.
Center
the
Island?
public, just to
Great.
give you
A location.
a location point.
yeah, Center Island. First of all, I'm going to disclose that I had a house on Sable Drive, so just so you know, and Scott
That
does too.
isn't it went away with the storm?
Yes, ma'am.
When
Yeah.
is it?
There's- now I have a lot on Sable Drive.
Okay.
But I want to make some general comments, and then I'll get to some specific questions. But my first reaction, I hear a lot of things I like, what you're saying, but also see some things that alarm me. And what, as a general concept, what I'm seeing is a reduction of at least single-family residential yellow space and an increase in commercial space in general. Then I'm also seeing a lot of talk about increased densities in these areas. And I also understand there's the idea of affordable workplace housing is that it might reduce traffic because people drive on the island to work and drive off the island to work. But also, right now we have a traffic that's almost impossible. And if we increase density on the island, and I know we have Lee-Tran and things like that, I don't see how that's going to help the traffic at all. If anything, it's going to get worse. I mean, I just don't, there's not a solution, like you say, there's no parallel road or elevated road or something like that. So as a general principle, I think your ambitions for these commercial districts is overreaching because even before the hurricane, the one bank thing we had closed. There's like one or two barber shops. There's like no doctor's offices, and there's no market for that stuff. So if you create the space, and I understand what you're saying, it will create the space and let the market fill it. But all of the things you mentioned are things that I didn't see a demand for. We had a couple office buildings that were empty. And I don't see anybody making more office space right now. People work from home and so forth. So I think the island is a destination. It's got a maritime vibe and it's got a beach vibe. And people come here to go to the beach. We got one of the best beaches around.
Right.
But I don't see all of the need for some of the things you're talking about, like taking the walking or biking. I mean, I live in the center of the island, or I used to. I could bike this Times Square in 15 minutes. It wasn't, I could walk to Times Square, but it took me about an hour. But I think walking, not 0.1 mile, but like a half mile might be most people don't mind walking a half mile. So I think those kind of things kind of jump out at me. But as far as Sable Drive and Bayview being as part of this commercial district, those are the two most residential streets on the whole island. Sable Drive has 19 lots, 100-foot wide, with nothing but single-family homes.
Right.
And how would that even become commercialized? I can't even visualize how that happens with 19 individual owners. I mean, I don't understand. To me, when you say commercialized, you're going to allow rental property.
And I think I was looking at that at the same time Doug was looking at it. And I know in drafting a future land use map, you're looking 30, 40 years in the future and what could be. You're not saying it's necessarily going to happen, but I think when it comes to this node, I think we've taken this concept of the node, and Doug, that's where I think I differ a little bit with you. I like this idea of the nodes. I think it will reduce the trips, and depending where you are, and I'm right next to the next node that we're going to talk about, and I think having a little commercial there would be kind of nice, and I could just walk to it or bike to it rather than get in my car and go south or north. But I think at this node, we've got the Publix, which is kind of a draw, and we understand that. We did not include the marina and restaurant behind it, which again, to me, that would make sense, because it's owned by one entity.
Right.
And if it's going to redevelop over time, it would make sense. And then we've taken a bunch of residential, which is, as residential as gets on this island, and we've put them in there to create enough substantive area that it makes sense. But I just don't see that residential converting over time, because there's not one major or few owners.
Right.
It's all individual owners, and I don't see that character changing there.
Right, and full disclosure, we have struggled with this one the most out of all the nodes.
Okay.
We keep going back and forth on the appropriate side to create critical mass, and we have continuously gone back and forth on deleting and adding streets. So this is why we needed to have this conversation too, because we needed feedback on the appropriateness of the boundaries. And this is really, really helpful because it tells us that, okay, maybe we scale it back to.
Let me, if I may, I would
just
suggest that.
just the beach side. and
Well,
not
you
have-
could, let me suggest, Estero Boulevard, most of the older properties on Estero on the bay side were demolished,
You mean on the beach side?
on the bay side.
On the bay side, okay.
Beach side also, but the bay side. So that does offer an opportunity to acquire a strip
It does.
for commercial, because I think there's one big house next to me on the corner of Estero and Sable that held up well because it's brand new. But the rest of the properties all the way down to, I think almost to Gulfview, were really pretty much wiped out. So I could see that being commercialized.
And I don't know if you guys have had the time to go through that exercise, but looking at aerials where you've got these devastated areas where you've got big open spaces, and maybe looking at the potential for reconfiguring those nodes according to that.
Okay.
And I know that wasn't, you started on this before the hurricane. We get it.
No, we've had that discussion, and we've said, let's look at those fringes from the aerials, and what can we add or subtract based on what survived. I think exactly to your point, where you're talking about Sable, Bayview, Gulfview, those areas. It's not just commercial, right? Mixed use. The idea is maybe there's an opportunity for some townhomes instead of single family. It's almost the idea was to create that transition. It's right now it's single family, then a hard line to this giant multifamily and commercial and marina. And so in order to redevelop that area, we were trying to create, the thought was a transition area that you could go out from the core. So it's not necessarily about commercialization, it's about a different form of residential also to transition. That may be too much, to your point. We don't know, that's why we need your guidance. So that was the idea of the mixed use, is a transition. At some point, you got to transition from single family to maybe a little bit intense, different form of residential, then to commercial.
And it just feels to me that you guys were going through an exercise where you wanted to find enough critical mass, enough area.
Right.
And I think
This is one of those vertical mixed
once
use.
we start,
I'm sorry, horizontal mixed use.
Once we start talking about the next node, I can give you some pointers where maybe that one makes sense to expand a little bit, just because of the post-disaster conditions.
And I think this one is an example that we struggled with is this is an example of an area potentially for horizontal mixed use. Probably not vertical mixed use, maybe, but mostly horizontal mixed use where you're creating different opportunities instead of just single family and then that hard line to the commercial. Anyway, that was the idea. If it's too much, we get that point.
Well,
And
Ron-
before, can we just touch on that marinas thing because it keeps coming up?
Yeah, I was going to say.
In the back of the packet, there's edits to the marina category.
Yeah, I was going to say while we got this up, I think we should have a separate marina category.
So I would like
Because
to
we got
read
three
part
or
of that
four
for you.
major marinas.
Yeah, let me read part of that for you. The second part of the marina category is the redevelopment of existing marinas shall encourage a working waterfront with mixed-use development, inclusive of commercial and residential uses, provided that the uses do not displace marina-dependent and related services. Specific regulations will be placed in the Land Development Code. So again, the idea is to identify the primary use, allow for some other mixture of uses, rather than just call it a mixed-use category.
Yeah, personally, I like that idea.
Okay.
All right, so we'll take a look at the boundaries again. I really appreciate the feedback because it gives us a really it's really great feedback, so I really appreciate it.
Not just the boundaries, though, Eddie. I think you need to contemplate what Doug is bringing up, unless somebody disagrees, about the density.
Mm-hmm.
Because another hot button
Right.
for the early comp plan, but I think still a quality of life issue for those of us who live here.
Right.
Okay?
Right. Definitely.
Anybody else have anything here? Janie?
I just think it would be interesting to incorporate what kind of businesses we have lost, and are they needed to be replaced? And how many homes have we lost? And are those homestead homes, or just, 3-6 monthers or vacation homes? I mean, I think that's the question, to identify the difference between what those homes represented in these areas.
I think that's a good idea. I'll give you an example. On Sable Drive, myself, my neighbor across the street, and my neighbor next to me, and my neighbor across the street from me, we're all full-time residents, and all four of our homes were completely demolished. But we lived here full-time. We didn't rent or do anything like
Right.
that.
I think that's really important to know. And will those people be coming back is the question. I mean, we've lost so much of our base of homesteaders.
Right. We'll see if we can get the information. That one, because we're so close after the hurricane, and people, it's still in flux, it's a little bit more difficult to track down. We do know that before the hurricane, based on your projections and existing data, your future land use projection data for housing and population indicated that you were about 2/3 homesteaded, all your units, or less.
That surprises me.
You had approximately 9,000 housing units and a population of 6,000. So you take about your population average per household a little bit lower than in other places, particularly given some of the more elderly population. So you're looking at about that 9,000, about 5.
Actually, that's not bad,
Yeah.
because that's homesteaded. Then you have to consider that a big portion of what's left would be snowbirds. So, you can't just assume that everything else is an Airbnb, or so.
Yeah.
So I at least that's to me that's better than I thought.
Better than I thought.
Yeah.
All
Yeah.
right. If you want to move on to the neighborhood center?
Yes, please, and we'll let Patrick start you off
Yeah,
there, because
I'll
that's
comment on that one
that's
because
his neighborhood.
I live right next to that area. So what you've delineated here, the portion right up against Estero was commercial.
Right.
And I think that makes sense to keep some kind of a mixed-use commercial component there. You've got the Women's Club behind there, that's a nonprofit use. And the Women's Club, they've identified that they're going to rebuild as they're going to stay a nonprofit. It's right adjacent to a very residential neighborhood. And we're one of these neighborhoods where we've got connecting streets. So it creates a large, it's not just a one-street neighborhood. And I could tell you, my neighbors would not want to see any other activity at the Women's Club other than a Women's Club activity.
Okay.
Behind that is the mosquito control property. That's government-owned. So again, same thing. I don't know if those necessarily belong within your node. But right next to where the car wash was in the Century 21, you've got the Hideaway. It was a little hotel.
Right.
Next to that is Lahaina, and Lahaina goes all the way to Beachside.
Okay.
Those are all destroyed completely. And that's quite a bit of acreage assembled together that would make sense. So the node, that general area makes sense, but shifting it to those empty lots now,
Okay.
reconfiguring those boundaries would make a lot more sense.
Okay. We'll take a look at the revised area. We know there's some through FEMA, and we'll shift the boundaries.
Yeah, and even when you look at some of the areas where you had the Hideaway and and the Lahaina cottages that are abutting residential single-family, when you're looking at creating transition and lines, you know, those people bought and have always been beside a commercial entity. So you're not introducing potentially, you know, either a resort use or commercial use to someone that's always been abutting other residential.
Right.
So it would make sense from drafting those lines.
And you know something, Patrick, maybe you'd agree or not agree. Are you saying shift the map to include Hideaway? I would shift the
and
map to
remove-
move this.
yeah, remove
and remove
the-
those houses.
And remove the mosquito control and women's club.
Remove the mosquito
Or
control.
put them as a civic
Uh-huh.
kind of category.
Yeah.
Because it's government use and it's nonprofit.
Yeah.
So those probably will shift, we could shift into a civic, open space category, civic and
So,
open space category.
Can I interrupt that conversation? Because we're having discussions with other developers about different approaches, including what I would call a mixed-use project that may be nonprofit-based. That may be more, the collaborative that's downtown Fort Myers, that is a nonprofit-based services, rooms like this that you can rent. You got services there that you can go get, all that kind of stuff. There's some interesting new ideas that are coming in about projects. I don't know what the Women's Club plan is, but generally, I'm not a big fan of the civic categories because they're usually labeling something that's there, like a school, like town hall, like fire stations. They're already developed. But we allow schools in residential categories. We allow town halls in almost every category. We allow fire stations in almost every category. So I just want to be careful they're not restricting opportunity there if they want. And by just saying, you got what you got and that's it, I don't know what the answer that their future is. But there may be something that comes along that could be nonprofit, and it doesn't restrict it by being part of that mixed-use category. I guess your point is more of a neighborhood compatibility and what
Yeah.
they want to see, which could be handled through the rezoning process.
And I understand what you're saying, but I think a lot of times when there is an existing school and you put that civic label, because the people that bought it knowing exactly what it was.
Sure.
And don't want that other potential. And
Okay.
that's why they're more than happy to see it as labeled as civic.
And that's fair. I understand. And if that's the desire of that property owner, we got to balance those two things, right?
Yeah.
So that makes a lot of sense. If that's the limitations, sometimes those categories have almost no development rights. It's just what you have. And so we were trying to be careful not to do that to somebody, to restrict almost all future development opportunity.
Yeah, and you know, I think I have to talk to the folks at Mosquito Control, but I think there might be deed restrictions associated with the.
I think on that one, you're right.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the property's already restricted. But the redevelopment of the Lahaina and Hideaway parts, I think that's a great idea. I'd love to have a little coffee shop on the end of my street.
Be great.
You know, I make a mean espresso, but I'd rather have somebody else make it once in a while for me.
All right. We will go back and we'll take the feedback and revise the boundaries and come back again with different look on that. Are we okay to move on to data and arts?
Please.
All right, data and art, we really tried to think about it as something that will kind of focus in on the existing theater. Well, no, the pink building. We all know what we're talking about, right? And try to think about uses that can be related to that. We looked at, yes, you could probably develop stuff in the downtown, but if you wanted something separate away from the tourist, but could still have some civic aspect or lifestyle aspect to it. This was a place where you already had something that is very, very nice and could build around. Not necessarily, something we necessarily have to pursue, but that's where the thought process began on this one. We don't want this to be very high density. We want it to be low, like Main Street-ish type of, because it's next to low and medium density as it is right now, and it continues to be that way. So we're thinking, you have a small community theater. You can really try to see if you can get a Main Street look on a couple of short blocks there. Of course, my personal opinion is that we would kind of need to kind of think about the other side of Estero in order to kind of make that work. But that's, you know, where I stand personally.
Well.
Any thoughts or questions on this? Again, the density issue here, but just, that's going to be across the board,
Yeah.
okay?
Yep.
Santini Village.
Santini Village, one where I know we're going to have
This
to
one-
go back and look at
it
the height
scared
and
me.
density.
This
Yeah.
one scared me.
Yeah. Definitely, I think what would be the best solution here then, maybe to subdivide this district, the way we did it in the north. So we have to come up with a solution for all those current existing tall towers that they want to redevelop and what that's going to look like, and try to separate that from across the street where it's, you know, a lot lower right now.
And you know, when it comes to that public discussion we need to have is at one point this island, because of the last towers that went in on the south end, there was a discussion of those are the last towers going in.
True.
And we capped the height. And I don't know, I'm not even sure where I stand on that. You know, I'm not necessarily supporting towers, but with good form, I'm okay with additional height. The idea, though, is there's an equity issue also when you look at the overall island. We've got the suburbs of Fort Myers Beach down there, but if you really look at the number and the population, how many people are in those towers, we also have to understand that we need some support uses down in that area
Is your microphone on? Okay,
to
good.
support that population. So that one's going to be a challenging one to really define, I think.
So I just want to remind everybody, we were told to be bold and ideas, and we want to challenge the preconceived ideas of what was and wasn't the town. Is it still viable?
Yeah.
If it is, that's great. That's fine. We can make that decision, but we wanted to test you.
Right.
And keep in mind another marina right behind them.
Yep, yeah.
Yes. Definitely that was part of that definitely part of the consideration. I believe that covers all the districts. I do want to note, give a comment that if we were to take that scale and put it right on top of all the nodes, they're about a mile apart, giving us a half a mile capture well for each one. I believe someone said before, you know, hey, we might not want to walk an hour, but we'll walk half a mile. Well, each one of these nodes has a half a mile capture well. So that was deliberate.
Interesting. I hope that maybe our next step is some sort of joint meeting with the council to talk about this again before they start doing something with it. I
Right.
think it would be tremendously helpful.
Right. Well, I think part of our request for your next steps are to actually read the language and the goals, objective policies that strike through underline and go through that and start to put some of these pictures into conversation, read it, and if you don't understand it, and you can't, a lot of people can't, and don't understand what that looks like, hopefully we can improve on that and give you a better picture.
Okay.
Because we need that, once that policy's in there, how it gets interpreted and implemented. I always tell people Eddie has had this happen to him before. A lot of times this process comes to a screeching halt because they don't understand those words and get nervous about FAR this and density that, and then it's go write the LDC so I can see the implementation before I adopt the policy, which is not traditional planning methodology, but that happens a lot. So I want us to be able to understand these words, since we're not doing that, before they go for adoption. I don't want to get to a year from now and go, what the heck did we do? That was a mistake, we didn't understand. So it's just like your text amendments, let's dig in and read it so we can all talk about it.
Okay.
Did we get this document like as a Word document, or did you want us to like edit directly on it, or?
I probably, I don't know if you guys can probably edit in the PDF, right? Make notes off to the side. I think
Yeah, I can make we can make
you can
notes
do
on the
PDF notes.
Yeah.
we can
Right.
probably collect those and go through those. Is that all right, Eddie?
Yeah, that the
Sounds
work, we'll pour through them and compile them.
I mean, I guess you could do Word too with the bubbles on the side, but either way, yeah. Yep.
I'd like to understand how we get a little public vetting on this. In that, all day long, as a planner, I'll give you my opinion on this, but I'm just one person. And I think even as an LPA, and we represent the town, I think we need input from the public. And right now, we're not, even today, people came to talk about the immediate, which was like setbacks. But when it comes to policy and big picture, we're not getting the people paying
We do
attention
have
to it.
one member of the public who's waiting to speak, so.
So I've asked that, that's why I put this on the public meeting part of it, because I was hoping you would invite public comment. I think we're looking to you for some of that input, because before storm, I would have told you, here's a couple ways you do it, and here's some meetings we have, and maybe not design charrettes, but policy discussion, meetings, night meetings, what have you. I don't know what you do now. There's
I
so
think
many people not here.
Yeah, I think we need some kind of workshop. I don't know exactly what that is. Also, I think some of these things that we've mentioned with regards to looking at things comprehensively, I think they have to be discussed. It'd be great to have a housing inventory and business inventory, and it'd be great to have a parking study. And we had an example today of someone come in with wanting to improve their parking, and I'm hoping that, yes, we supported their request. I'm hoping the highest and best use is not for a parking lot over there. I'm hoping that at one point we're gonna have a parking garage, and it's gonna make a lot more sense for them to redevelop differently. But again, that they've got property rights, and there's a market that will dictate that. But those are issues that if we don't address comprehensively, it's really hard to get there. Parking's a perfect example. If everybody redevelops without us addressing parking comprehensively, I don't know if we get there.
So I'll make sure I'll forward. I don't think any of you have the parking analysis that was done several years ago.
Okay.
It needs a follow-up detailed study to that point, Patrick, but there was essentially an analysis lot by lot doing almost like a traffic count type thing. And the summary of it was there's sufficient parking, just nobody knows how to get to it and find it. They just circle downtown and cause traffic jams and don't realize that we have spaced out other places, or they don't want to go and walk the quarter mile, a couple blocks.
Okay, so the answer is we have to centralize it.
Well, part of the answer was technology.
You have to make it-
Part of the answer was technology, app, but how do you get multiple property owners? Who manages that? Who pushes that forward? Is it a government function? And then you have these other property owners buy into it. Are they doing their individual? That was the challenge. And actually, the comp plan talks about that.
Right.
We're talking about parking in the same way that we did 20 years ago, 25 years ago, in that we got to get people to the parking that exists. And we still today don't have the technology to do
We've
that.
got much greater opportunity now, though.
Absolutely.
Yes, there is
Yeah.
opportunity.
Absolutely.
Okay, let's, so, Eddie, you have everything you need from us for this trip at least?
Yeah, there's been
Thank you.
a great round of comment. I really appreciate all your
Well,
time.
Let's
It's
wait
really
and see
great.
let's see what Mr. Prasad has to say.
Well, and let's put a timeline on your responses.
Yes,
When you
okay.
review the policies,
Terry,
please.
you are our public at this moment? Say your name for the record and,
My name is Terry Prasad. I'm the owner of what used to be the Sunset Beach Grill, which is no longer there. Member of the Times Square, as you were, Anita. Times Square is completely gone, as we all know. And I think that should be our first priority in creating our comp plan as to how we will rebuild back Times Square. Without Times Square, we're going to have a struggle getting people to come to our island. I mean, they're coming there enjoying the beach, they're walking all over the rubbles, but we need to accelerate how we develop Times Square so that we can encourage people to come back and build. As of right now, there's only 2 owners in Times Square that's committed to building it back. The other 4 have said, we're not going to build it back because of all the difficulties that they've had over the past. So how is you as LPA and how is the council work together with us as business owners to create it in such a way that it's feasible for us to build back, but yet give the community something what they're looking for.
Yeah.
And this gentleman had a lot of great ideas and with the densities and the mixed use, and I strongly believe we need to have a mixed use, and we have to keep as much people in that downtown area to reduce the traffic, like you said, because as we spread it out, and those cars got to go up and down Estero, We know what that's like. So we need to adjust the parking in that area. We need to adjust the density. And, the height has always been a contentious issue, but it's a totally different scenario now. And spreading the density up and down the island, I mean, we already know that Red Coconut is going to have a heavy density because it's grandfathered in and it's already sold. So that's going to be a lot of density going. If Moss Marina going, there's going to be a lot of density coming off the bridge, traffic coming off the bridge going into the back there. So it has to be a plan that we work together, not just the council or not just LPA or not just the planner. The business community has to be involved to make sure that we create something that's functionable. And I think we need to really start with Times Square. I'm ready to go, but I don't know where I'm going because I'm looking at the current comp plan and it's not feasible because when I got to build up 20 foot off the ground, I don't have a parking spot to put the cars. There's too many unanswered questions and it's too much of an investment to make without the questions being answered.
Exactly.
So hopefully we can put together, like Patrick said, a forum where we can all get together and discuss this.
Thank you,
for your
Terry.
time.
Appreciate your comments. There's somebody else in here, but I can't see them. Anybody else have any public comment? Okay, we'll close the public section of that. Thank you very much. Eddie, we really look forward to seeing you again. Yes.
Anita, what about like a workshop where we have the drawings, kind of like what TPI did before they built their resort, where it's open for a couple hours, people can come in, Terry can come in, and he's got specific questions on Times Square. A lot of the business owners down by me have specific questions, and just have like a couple hour. Maybe we could talk to Marcel and see if we could do it here.
I think it's a great idea. At some point, I think that's a great idea. I think right now, as we're sort of vetting through this, I think if we put out everything that was in here right now, it might be total chaos. You're going to see 15 stories at Santini Plaza, and people are going to go, what the hell? They'll just go nuts. So maybe, but in the near future.
Well, it's out.
Yeah, it's out. It's out, but they also heard our commentary.
Yeah, absolutely.
So hopefully the next go round will be the time. But it's a great idea, Scott.
And just to Terry's comments, that's the struggle, is the conflict between what we want land use wise and accessibility wise and flood regulations that are somewhat out of our control, in our control, but out of our control. So those are the battles, those are the things. There's conversation about trying to do.
Especially for Times Square.
Especially for Times Square. So I think there's going to be some things, that sub-studies that may come out of all this process. So we'll know that more in a couple weeks on that, and then I'll let you know about that.
Great.
Is there a way, like Terry was suggesting, that instead of doing it all at once, maybe do Times Square first and get the language through that, or does it have to be all together?
The plan was to have it all go through together, because you got 10 other elements.
We still have to send it to the state, right?
Well, you still have water and sewer, you still have recreation element, you still have, what else do we have? Resiliency, transportation, you still have 10 other chapters of this comp plan.
This isn't a quick fix for Times Square.
No. So you could do the future land use element. I would be nervous about doing Times Square separate from all of this. My point is, I don't know what he's asking is a quick fix. It's a bigger picture issue about elevating buildings. We can't just comp plan language our way out of that. You can't overcome that without other things and other studies and other dominoes falling. We have to put those in motion, which we're trying to do. But it's not just write the policy that you can have commercial businesses at grade level. We can't. It's a V zone.
Okay.
There's no around that until you find something else to change that.
All right, it's 4:45. Let's go to our next item, our last item, which is the text amendment for temporary use for travel trailers, mobile homes, recreational vehicles for housing post-disaster.
Finally,
Two more items.
we're at the end. I apologize for not being able to have distributed what I'm about to talk about to you prior to this point in time. A lot of items on the agenda, a lot of time spent on reviewing those, et cetera, et cetera. And then last but not least, I completely forgot and actually had to be called by Ms. Probst to remind me we were meeting here, because my intent was then to have this printed out and distributed prior to this conversation. But what I'm proposing to you is only a page and a half It's very simple. It's actually taken from an amalgamation of the municipalities from the keys that have gone through the same issue that we're going through here, and at the direction of the town council, we're bringing forward to you, and we'll obviously have it in an ordinance format if you find this acceptable, a proposed ordinance that will allow for the temporary placement of emergency uses, manufactured homes, mobile homes, motor homes, mobile homes, motorhomes, recreational vehicles, or other temporary residential dwellings in any zoning district. The first part is an emergency governmental use. So we have situations, for example, where the fire station has been destroyed. They may be looking to relocate on a temporary basis. So we're providing for, by this ordinance, allowing those types of uses to relocate and be placed in a temporary location until they can redevelop the site and build their permanent facilities. The same with residential properties and individual homeowners, where any residential zoning district as well as institutional zoning district would be allowed to provide for mobile homes, trailers, RVs, et cetera, while they're going through the process for redeveloping their site. The reason why we included institutional is because staff informed me that there's percolating through there one particular site that's large enough to potentially accommodate multiple trailers, and they may be, the property owners may be amenable to doing that. So that would allow, and it's zoned institutional, so that would, we decided to include that in there as well. Otherwise, it's what's called a temporary placement permit is authorized any commercial institutional zoning district, any institutional residential zoning district for the people who are looking to rebuild. The commercial or institutional zoning district is for the governmental use. Here, very quickly, the criteria is that the unit owner or the resident has been displaced by an act of God or weather damage. Habitability of the existing residential units is to be determined by an inspection by either city building official, Florida certified building inspector, architect, or engineer, and subject to the following requirements and restrictions. By the way, what I just said is what we're already doing anyway throughout the city. No more than one manufactured home, mobile home, motor home, recreational vehicle, or other temporary residential units shall be allowed per residential unit that's been destroyed. So you have a single family home, it was yours, you can put one on your lot while you rebuild. You can't have more than one.
If it takes you 3 years to rebuild, can this trailer sit there for 3 years?
It's the initial term is for 18 months, or maximum is 18 months, but there are provisions for administrative relief. So the anticipation is that you would be eligible for this. You have to apply for a building permit within 6 months, and then it can be extended. But the initial term is, and we're hoping to, we're all talking about trying to get this done as quickly as possible, is a term of in 6 months incremental for a total of 18 months with potential extensions if you can show that you're diligently pursuing your permit and your construction. Because there have been instances where just basically, the mobile home became the equivalent of squatter, permanent, yeah. It's to be issued in increments of 6 months by review of the town, not to exceed a period of 18 months. As I said, there's an exemption there if you can show hardship.
Keep going, John.
The holder of the permit shall apply for a building permit no later than 6 months. Again, that's a deadline can be extended if you can show good cause that you're having a hardship and getting loans, all your paperwork in place, and then you obviously have to evacuate if there's a mandatory evacuation order, and then you have to comply with hookups to sewer, anchoring, all the things that otherwise apply to these uses under the state law and our town code.
So you're going to bring this back to us, or are you just looking for us to tell you, yes, we think that's a good idea, take it to the town council?
Yeah, well, we will have to bring it in the form of an ordinance, but I just wanted to make sure that
we're on the same page.
We're on the same page.
Okay.
So we can then put it in the form of an ordinance.
Does anybody have
bring
any
it to you
questions
all.
on this for John?
Well, you can recommend this language to move forward, but the problem is we're not having a public hearing. Oh, is it on? Is it on as a public hearing?
Yes, it is,
Oh,
but there
yeah.
is no public here at this hour.
Okay.
I would recommend that you just take this straight to the town council.
Okay.
But I have one question.
Yes, ma'am.
Is this strictly for residential, or could it also apply to commercial?
Well, the commercial is really for governmental uses. Now, we can expand it, so, on commercially zoned properties or institutionally zoned properties, we would allow certain types of governmental uses on an emergency basis.
Let's use Times Square, for
But the
example.
residential is no, at this point in time, as it currently drafted, no, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, so is it a consensus from us, or no, this is listed as a public hearing?
Yes.
Is there any public who would like to make input onto this? Not seeing any. May I have a motion, please, to direct the town attorney to forward this language on to the town council
With a recommendation of approval.
with a recommendation of approval?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion that's trying my last nerve. There's a recommendation and a second. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right, the motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Administrative discussion, we have one item about a discussion on the public hearing process simplification. Sarah?
Do we want to put this off next time when all of our brains are working
It's a
better?
very, very good idea.
And there isn't beeping.
So may I ask if there are any LPA members with items or reports? Does anyone have anything?
Question.
Jane?
I would just like to bring to the attention that there's a discussion out there, and if you're in support of, I would suggest that you call Steve or our town manager to help influence this. There's been discussion about we're in an emergency situation, and to have our residents get double appraisals to prove that our assessed letters are low seems a bit much, and that it is not a requirement of our community. It is a may or can, could, whatever. It's not a requirement of. It's like asking the structural person to have another structural person, because that person is putting their license on the line to put out a document saying that this structure is sound. An appraiser is not going to give an appraisal and put his signature on it if it's a bogus appraisal. We don't have to. Not one municipality around us is doing it. Not Sanibel, not Marco, not Naples, but Fort Myers Beach is doing it. So if we want to be helpful to our residents and are willing to drop that second appraisal, we should do it now while all these applications are being put in over this last weekend. It's not required. Anybody
Okay.
have any other feedback? And I do want one more thing. The Jeopardy question last night was, near the end of September, winds of this hurricane hit 155 miles an hour, driving a storm surge towards Fort Myers, Florida. Not one person knew the answer. Not one person. That's how much we are off the radar.
Is there anything else you have, Jane?
No.
Does anybody else have any items?
No, just wondering when the next meeting is and what's going to be on the agenda. If I can suggest something, the CB zoning district and the change of uses has been an item that it's one of those low-hanging fruits that we've talked about for the last few years that we could possibly tackle soon.
It's not easy.
No, okay.
It's not. We looked, yeah. Well, we're trying. Jason Smalley and I were discussing that last week, and there may be a path. So we're gonna have to.
Okay.
We're gonna play with the text and see if I can get it ready for you.
Okay.
That is on the radar.
Okay, my only item is, I agree with Terry. I would like to see there be, and Bill Veach brought this up at the last council meeting, I think there needs to be a discussion about Times Square so that possibilities are discussed, probabilities maybe, but things that are impossible, I think we need to take them off the table for discussion. And because there's just all this swirling, and
Right.
of course, you know, you have,
It's not the comp plan that's prohibiting redevelopment.
correct.
It's not the redevelopment post-disaster that's prohibiting. It is flood regulations.
So, you know, maybe that's just a small group meeting, and I'll try to facilitate that with you.
However, I will say, like I said, I don't want to give too much because I don't know all the details, but in the next couple weeks in your next meeting, I'll try to have some information for you
Great.
about potential next steps that may be able to be
Great.
put into motion.
Okay, John Herron, do you have any issues? Do you have any issues? Because that would be a whole other question. No, any items?
We could
No,
suggest
John?
some.
Jason and Sarah, any items from you guys?
No.
To answer Patrick's
think.
question, do we have a schedule for the next meeting?
It's the second Tuesday unless you want to move
Second
it.
Tuesday.
Which would
And
be February 14th.
Do we have,
Valentine's Day. Nothing but love.
and do we
That's
have
what it
any
is.
idea what items will be on that meeting?
I'm going to try to have CB zoning.
Okay,
The discussion that we're pushing off about the hearing process, and I believe there's 2 applications that will get on there.
okay, but it won't be a 8-hour meeting. No.
We can make it one.
May I have a mo- may I-
Because
may I
I have
have a-
to change
may I
my
have a motion to
Valentine's
adjourn? Thank
Second
you.
on.
We stand adjourned at 4:57. Thank you all.
It's not required.
Thank you.
It-